Good morning and happy Friday, everyone. We have 27 people on the call, so we are still waiting for a few people to find their way into our class today. Thank you, everyone who is already here and ready to assault this Friday. I heard we had some people do a outing yesterday. Sounds like a couple of people went to some of your city council meetings. Raise your hand if you went to a city council meeting. Kamei, Gavin, Andrew. All right. Gavin, let's start with you. What was that experience like? Have you ever been to a city council in person before?
I have not been to a city council meeting before. It was very interesting. Uh, I couldn't stay for the whole thing. I stayed for about 2.5 hours, and I'm not sure how long they went on. They said sometimes they go till 1 a.m., sometimes
Oh, wow.
11 p.m. So I stayed as long as I could, and I learned a lot. It was from what I learned. We talked about the police department. They're showed a bunch of statistics and stuff about a new police department. Uh, they don't know when yet, but just all the things they need and square footage and stuff like that. And then also talk about the fire department. They had some miscommunication and they were talking about sales tax and who gets what. And then one other thing was not quite sure if I remember what the other one was, but it was very cool to watch and talked about Martin Luther King did the Pledge of Allegiance and did a prayer. It was very cool to see the community come together. So yeah,
So, is this something that you're going to do again?
yeah, I think so. I got
Cool.
a lot out of it.
Thank you. And did you covet that information and keep it inside, or did you share it with the world yet?
I have not shared it yet.
All right. So let's do that because it's great for us to get that knowledge, but the purpose really is to share that knowledge with our community. So as soon as we get that knowledge, we want to push it out as best we can so that it doesn't start getting foggy and then one day turns into another and then we never actually do it. Good job, Gavin, for being there. All right. Who else would like to share your experience about going to the city council meetings?
I went last night. Well, I didn't actually go in person because it was a little messy for me. So I did the live stream. But next time I'm gonna go in person. And I never been before, and I did share it with my family FaceTime because they are from New Jersey. So I was talking to them about it. And they did open it up with prayer, which I thought was awesome. They did pledge allegiance to the American flag and then the Texas flag. I never heard nobody pledge to the Texas flag before because I'm not a Texan. I'm from New Jersey. So everything was like new to me. And I'm like, oh wow. And um they
Honor the
introduced about
Texas flag. I pledge
seven.
allegiance to thee. Texas, one state, one indivisible. It is cool.
Yeah, it was. And they introduced like seven individuals to the city, so they're employed now. They did talk about Dr. Martin Luther King and said that they will be closed. I guess because last year they probably were still open during that time, but this year is a holiday for them in the city huddle. I went to huddle. I'm from huddle, so yeah. But it was really nice. They talked about the roads that's going to be closed. I wrote some things down. They talk about the roads that's going to be closed from January the 10th to February 27th for Emory Farms project. They talked about a free 9-week program at University of Huddle. They accepting applications right now. Just things like that. It was interesting. I will be attending in person next time.
I mean, what a powerful thing for a real estate agent to discover that the city council meetings are going on and you're getting all of these incredible things going on in your community. Your community is meeting, community leaders are meeting, they're discussing things going on in the community. We're discussing what's going on at the fire department and the police department and at city hall and roads and budget. All of these things that are impacting us that we should care about today, right? This is stuff in our backyard that's happening. And the question is how many of you raise your hand again if you've been? Because I saw about 7 hands went. All right. And for those people, keep your hands up. How many of you was it the first time you've been to a city council meeting? Okay. So why do you think that is? Mario, I'll share with the class. Why do you think that? Why was this the first time you've been to a city council meeting?
Honestly, um, I never really thought about going. It's never.
No one challenged you?
Yeah, I guess so. To be honest, but it was a very interesting experience. I met the mayor. I didn't even know who my mayor was. uh, but yeah, it was.
Hey, let's
It
give
was
Mario
definitely like,
a round of applause for meeting his mayor finally.
yeah, it was like a good experience.
Because you know what
There
that
is a
means?
lot of good information too.
You know what that means? The mayor knows you.
Yeah, his
And
son went to my high school. That was pretty interesting.
you know, I can tell you that the mayor is proud when he or she starts seeing people show up in the audience because they want their community there. They want people to be engaged and they're begging people to come. And it's just so disheartening to see how many empty chairs there is in the community and how we as real estate agents we really are leaders and we should be role models. The world that we have today lacks role models. There's not enough of them. I always like to ask the question, and this is profound, and you can think for a moment on this, and please, everyone, play along with me for a moment. Who are you a role model to? And think about it from that perspective. Who are you a role model to? And who is your role model? Do you have a role model? And so, as a real estate agent, you also are a role model for the community. And you should be going to your chamber meetings and your city council meetings and your planning zoning meetings and knowing what's going on in your community. And if you have a commitment to that and start doing that on a regular basis, the amount of information that you will start gathering about your community and you start sharing that on social media platforms and start sharing that with open house guests, the value that you have as a real estate agent with people moving into your community has just risen tenfold because they're paying us for the information we have and now we're surrounding ourselves with what's going on. Trek really wants you to know this stuff because Trek says we want our real estate agents to know what's going on in the communities. We want to know where the roads are coming in. One of the things that every single one of you should be doing also is reading your community impact newspaper on the regular to know what's going on in your community. Andrew, how was your experience?
It was pretty good. I had invited a small group to go, and we had about 8 realtors from our company attend the City of Round Rock uh, council meeting. And when we got there, of course, it's wet and rainy, but we survived, and we got in, and there was already about 5 agents already there before me and Ken arrived. And so we sat down right next to our group. And then what they talked about was very informative. I mean, they talked about expansions of roads. They
Mhm.
talked about funding the police department with some of their items that they need for crime prevention on vehicles. And then they talked about a new subdivision called Saul's. It's a US, I think it's called, out there in on the west side of Round Rock. And it's about the community, about the roads, the development, and it was very interesting to hear all of that going on. And I think that the people that attended learned a lot from it. And so when we got done, of course, we took photographs of the group. but we instantly got onto our Facebook and sent a little message out to our our Facebook friends and family, just informing them what I just said, is that we just attended the city council meeting. Here's what they talked about. Uh, my name is Andrew with Realty Texas, and I'm your realtor, and call me if you need any real estate assistance. And that's how I ended mine. And Ken did kind of like the same thing. But I think with going with the group, you don't feel more intimidated. You feel kind of confident. And I think that's what I wanted to get across. And I think so did Ken.
Thank you, Andrew. We also challenge our real estate agents to also go to your Trek meetings. So we want you to go to the major Realtor Association events, including Hill Visit, which I saw a few of you post. We have also Winter Meeting coming in February, which is also a very important event for you guys to attend. Also, your local city council meetings, your planning zoning committees, getting involved in your chamber, and then going to your Trek meetings. Doing these things is going to allow you to be opened up to a whole new world of information. And I'm telling you, this also is going to give you confidence as a real estate agent. Um, and it really is life changing. As silly as it may seem, just adding the few things that we've talked about in Mega, waking up every day with a grateful heart, thinking of 10 things that you're gonna be grateful for. Start with making your day, start in the morning with your morning huddle, attending your community events. It starts changing you from the inside out. Kamei, I see your hand up.
Yes, hi. One thing that I wanted to mention with the city council meeting, along with the confidence, is in the beginning, they had a 14-year-old boy come who had started a nonprofit, and he started it with one group at his school, in a smaller town in Texas, and now he has 30 groups all over the world, that are included in his nonprofit. And he was giving his testimony about building that. And some of the stuff he was saying was very encouraging to us new agents, especially. I mean, if a 14-year-old can do something like that, then what's really stopping us from doing our goals this year? So that was a very eye-opening, encouraging thing to see at the council meeting, I want to say.
You have no idea how much I love that. I'm very proud of you guys for doing this, for getting up and braving the elements and going out there and doing it. I think you now understand how important it is because I got to force you to do it and give you points to do it. But part of what I've done here in Mega is I've created a program that gives you points to encourage you to go out and do these things and compete with each other. But every single one of these things I'm asking you to do is improving your business, improve exponentially, whether it's C2EX or going to your council meetings. So you guys are on an incredible journey, and it's really a beautiful thing to watch. Ken, I have a present for you that I bought last night. It's in my office.
I
You want to
just,
know? You
I,
want to know what it is, Ken?
I don't even have a clue, and I'm scared.
Look what we got for
Oh,
Ken.
heck yes. Yay. If
These are
anybody
Ken's
wants to
favorite
know,
candy, by the way. Like he loves
yeah,
these. He's like neurotically in love with them.
yes.
Those are
So,
my favorite too. That's amazing.
All right.
I just wanted to commend Kamei because she actually went around with her badge and met everybody from the city council and as much as she could and made sure she tapped her little thing to introduce herself and they got her information and I took a video of her doing it. So,
You know what that's called? That's called making it count.
yep.
Making it count. I hope that you guys would introduce yourselves to all your council members and the mayor, kind of like Mario spoke about, and get to know who your community leaders. And I'm gonna challenge each one of you. I'm gonna challenge you that your goal in real estate is to take one of those seats in your career. I would like to see our real estate agents serving on the school board, serving on the city council, serving at that level. There is a program at Texas Realtors that is designed to help agents who want to get involved in their communities and run for public office. They will help you put together an entire campaign on the grassroots level, which is a very cool thing because we as real estate agents, we are more connected. There's 1.5 million of us. We are really affiliated to the Purple Party, which is private property rights and helping the dream of homeownership continue far into the future. And our politics are just about that one thing. And so I am going to challenge you guys to continue going to these things and start getting to know who your council members are and maybe put a thought in the back of your brain. I've just planted a little seed in your brain to grow a leader from you. And let's see how far that goes. Who else would like to share? Because I'm super proud. Good job, Kami. Thank you for doing that. Anybody else want to share? All right. So let's move to the next topic. I'm hoping I'm going to see lots of excitement from this. Who has made your calls?
I have made my calls.
I know Cindy's made her calls. Jessica's made her calls. All right, let's be honest with the entire group. Remember, part of the promise of being a coach and a student is that we'll be honest. Who has not yet made your calls? Keep your hands up.
I mean, I haven't made all of them, but I did make one call yesterday.
That's what I was gonna say too. Not as many as you'd like me to do during the day, but yes, I make.
10 in the
I made
morning.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I made a few. It was productive, but I have not made all of them. I'm going to allocate this weekend and get it done.
Awesome. Thank you, Phyllis. That's amazing. I will say that one of the profound things that I always tell Mega and you guys think about, yeah, it's so true. Where would your business be today had you made those 20 calls every single day since you started? Your production goals would be in such a different place. And so the commitment that we have to making your calls is not a commitment that you're making to me. It's not a commitment that you're making to Mega. It's not a commitment to your classmates. It's a commitment to you and all of those people who took faith and trust in you in getting your real estate license because they knew that that was going to pay dividends for generational wealth and all the beautiful things that you dreamt when you were in real estate school. And so this is an investment in yourself and your own time that will ensure that you stay top of mind of your spheres, knowing that this truly is a relationship business. The only reason we have not been taken over by Zillow, Homes.com, CoStar, and all of those people that these billion-dollar companies that are salivating over your commission and they want to figure out any way to get between you and your customer and turn you into a $10 an hour employee and they take the commission and they're working hard to do it. And the only reason that they haven't been able to do it is because of the relationships we have with our consumers. Our consumers continue hiring us because they need someone to hold their hand through the transaction. And the very best thing that we can possibly do is claim and put a stake in our claim and say, this is my database. These are my people, and continue to call those people, love on them. And part of that's going to be what conversations you have with them. And we're going to be talking a lot about that today. How was your Mega Mini yesterday? Anybody want to share the Mega Mini experience?
I
No
think
shiny sun.
I think we're all getting pretty acclimated. The first day was a little intense. Well, it all is intense, but it's such good quality content and it pushes us where we need to be. So I think that was in general what, everybody's kind of getting in a groove now.
Mhm. That happens. The first week, everyone's just kind of in shock. And then you kind of get used to the new rhythm. And then by the second week, you're like, okay, I can do this, I think. And then the third week, like, I'm doing this. This is awesome. And then you're probably going to be through your calls and you're going to get a couple of referrals from it. And now you've tacked on the addition of helping clients on top of this in Mega. And it's really starting to feel overwhelming. And what happens is on the last week, we get to graduation. And then all of a sudden you say, wait, this isn't going to continue. this is going to stop. This can't stop. This needs to continue because this is a journey that I want to continue. And then Mega stops. So this is why we created the morning huddle to give you that continuation. It's why we have our weekly sales meeting so that we can continue the continuation. And it's also why I've created the Realty Texas Book Club. And the Realty Texas Book Club is something I'm really excited about. Now, you know which is our first book. Did you guys read my email? Actually, it wasn't my email. It was Deandra's email. But did you get the email from Deandra about our book club? Does anybody know when that book club's going to be? We got a gift certificate here for if you can tell me what book and when it's going to be.
Getting to yes.
Yes,
Okay. And when is it, Aiden?
9 o'clock on Mondays, which coincide with Mega, mind you. But
Not 9 o'clock on Mondays.
yeah, that's what the email said.
Yes, 9 o'clock on Mondays. You're absolutely right. I got confused for a moment. I confused myself. All right, Cindy, Aiden, gift certificates. Okay. So what do you think the value of a book club is? Because, we're not reading Moby Dick here, guys. We're reading something else. What are we reading?
Knowledge.
Yeah.
Helps you become a better agent and gives you a different perspective from someone who's has the experience.
Acquiring skills.
Do you think there's going to be some personal growth there? How many of you know that you should be reading as a real estate professional and just as a self-employed person that we should be reading? But who has the time to read? And in reading, you might get through a couple chapters of a book and then life gets in the way and you really want to finish it, but you don't. But now you're going to have a community of people who are going to meet and we're going to break down those chapters together and discuss them in an environment that's a safe environment that's all designed to give you a different perspective of what people read. How many of you have ever read a book and then went back and read that same book later? Let's use the Bible or any other book that you might read multiple times. And the second or third time you read it, something popped out at you that you never even saw before. Happens to me all the time. I'll read a book and I'll go back and I'll read it the second time, and all of a sudden a whole thing just pops out of that book. I'm like, I don't know how I didn't notice that before. And it's because maybe there's an experience going on that you're more aware of and that you were able to apply that to something that was going on in your life at the moment that made it more applicable. So when you have a community of people that are reading that book together, you're going to hear how everybody applied it to certain situations in their lives. And so you're going to get so much more from it. Miguel created a book club for our Realty Texas staff. And the staff is also reading a book a month. I think it's a book a month. I would have to ask Miguel about that. But they also are in the afternoons on Mondays reading a leadership book. The first one they read was Leadership, a fantastic book. And now they're reading a second book. But the first one that we're going to read is a book that is the foundational book that went into creating the Harvard Law School negotiation theory that is the practice of negotiation school today. So all of your RE&E, MC&E classes from real estate comes from Harvard Law, which came from the Black Swan Group. And the Black Swan Group is the entity that actually created this book, which has disappeared from my desk. That's okay. Maybe Lisa grabbed it to read? I don't know.
This one?
Oh, well, there it is.
This weekend.
That is funny. I love that, Ormsby.
Negotiated with you so I could use it this weekend.
Very good. I like it. Getting to Yes. What an incredible book it's going to be. It's going to be the first book that all of our agents are going to be able to read together. So cool. Thank you, Lisa. And we have moved it until after Mega is over so that all of you can participate in it. And so it's going to be the first week in February. So right after you graduate Mega, you can get books on tape and you can hit this fast forward button 3 times and you can hear them read the book to you really fast, or you can grab the book and you can read it on your own. I think that this is a book that is of the level and quality that you can put eyes on paper to this one and it be worth it. Anyway, so I wanted to let you know that when Mega is done and we graduate, you have all of these communities at Realty Texas to plug into. A group that's going to be going to Trek meetings on a regular basis, a group that's going to be going to the city council meetings on a regular basis. And we have all these amazing roundtables, whether it's a Spanish speaking roundtable or your top producer roundtable or our Army veterans, active military roundtable. And then we have our weekly sales meeting and all of these things. So plug in to these different things, which is going to help keep you kind of focused. And please keep attending those morning huddles every single morning. Starting your day with that is, I think, very valuable. So let's go through this mega journey that we're having. Day one, which was Monday, was the mindset of what it takes to be a professional and what focused attention, what deserves your attention and what does not deserve your attention as a salesperson. Income producing tasks, knowing that you can make as much money as you possibly want from this career, and that's not a pipe dream, and that there's a math problem to get there. It's simply a logical formula that will lead you to the money in the bank that you want. You reverse engineer that into a set of actions, and we're going to help you with that. And today I'm going to give you a list of what those actions look like. Wednesday's class was Power Start Your Business. This was all about the different elements that's going to be required for you to kickstart your business into high gear and to be focusing on those income producing tasks. Today is about relentless conversion. Today is about converting the prospects. Power Start Your Business is all about prospecting. We talked a lot about prospecting on Wednesday's class. Today is going to be about taking those prospects and converting those prospects into business. I'm going to tell the story that I've said again before, which is everybody that's in your database. Those people, according to the National Association of Realtors, let's say you got 50 of them right now, 50 people. That 50 people should be 50 closings in 2025. You've got to reconnect with them. You got to let them know how important referrals are to you. We heard a couple of videos talking about it is so important as a salesperson if you can just allow yourself to be vulnerable and ask for help. It will change your life if you can do that. And so people want to help us, they just don't know how. If we're going around telling everyone, oh my gosh, I'm so busy, in every conversation you have with all of your family members and all of your clients, if that conversation is, I'm just so busy, I'm so busy, I'm so busy, how, and you don't ask someone and you don't put out there of what it is that you need from your village, how do you think people are going to begin to help you with the message you're putting out that I'm busy, I'm busy? How is your village going to start helping you?
Probably by trying to not make you more busy. So they'll start reverting the business elsewhere.
Exactly. I was gonna say they're gonna try to help you by thinking they're helping you because you say you're too busy to take on new business, basically.
People want to help you and they're thinking, oh my gosh, this person is too busy. I'm not going to bother them with these phone calls. I'm not going to call them. I'm going to leave them alone. I'm not going to send them referrals because they're just too busy. And so they're going to help us in a way that maybe that's not what we intended. Because are we ever too busy to get a call from one of our clients that says, hey, I got a buyer for you that someone's moving into town? I don't think any of us are too busy for that call. So what we put out to our spheres and to our people has to be very specific. If this is a referral-based business. I get all of my business from my clients, family, and friends. And so referrals that I get from my friends mean the world to me. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. And let everybody know that message so that instead of I'm too busy or yes, I'm a real estate agent, I'm just trying to figure it out, all of these things, let them know how you're asking for help in your village. And then, how can I help you? What do you need? You're a plumber, you need extra business? You should come talk to our brokerage. We have 350 agents that are always looking for really good trades. And so you should come talk to us. we want to help our village, and our village grows. We help more people. You'll get everything that you want out of life, helping enough people get what they want. So try to figure out how we can help more people. Okay, so that means that everybody that you know, we have to be having a very specific conversation with, asking for referrals, because we know that they can all 50 of those, if they've got 50 people in your database, are going to send you a closed transaction in 2025. That's where your 50 are going to come from. You're going to call them 4 times across the year. So 1 out of those 4 calls should be, you know what, I do have someone that I know that's moving to town. Or, you know what, my neighbor was talking to me about they're thinking about selling their house. Or I was at poker night the other day and my client or one of my friends was saying that he was, that they're having a baby and he thinks he's need to get a bigger house. Let your spheres be an army of raving fans that has their ears tuned in to real estate AM radio for you and be listening to those messages and reporting back to you when they hear something. Your sphere is helping you, and it's a really cool thing because it costs you nothing. And that's where real estate agents make most of their money is from their spheres. So the sphere themselves are going to transact probably once out of every 5 years. So again, everybody in your database has a 20% chance of transacting that year. If we're waiting for our database to contact us, the chances are that your database is going to be 1 out of every 100 people are going to transact with you in your database if you're not actively engaging them. Write that down. 1 out of every 100 database entries will transact with you if you're not actively reaching out to them. But if you're actively following a plan, every person in your database is going to give you a referral. And 95% of the referrals that you get from your database is going to be when you have made a phone call to them and they will say, actually, I'm so glad that you called. I have been meaning to call you. One of my friends is looking. It's not going to be that they're going to pick up the phone. So you start unraveling this thing that says, I get it now. They have this information and they're too busy to call me, even though they had it in them to call and they were going to, they just never did. So what does this tell you?
It tells you to utilize your sphere or your network of people you know and make it a point to contact them every now and then to discuss
And
whatever
how
it
often is now and then?
may be. It's a good question.
At least once a quarter.
Once a quarter.
And once a quarter is a long time. Most agents are calling everybody every 45 days. Hitting a database correctly, it's every 45 days. People's internal clock is kind of weird. 45 days later, they're going to be thinking, oh, I haven't heard from you in a while. You call them every other week and it's like, didn't I just talk to you like 2 weeks ago? 45 days ago could be a year or could be 3 months. People's sense of time's kind of cattywampus right now. And so 45 days is that perfect kind of time period in which you're going to catch them, and it's not going to feel like it's too much. If your database has grown and you got 400 people, you might not have the hours in the day to hit your database as often as you would like. So you might be pushing that out to a once a quarter kind of a thing. So today is about converting. Wednesday's class was all about the importance of power starting your business with lead generation and getting more people into your database. Today is about all those people that are in your database. We have to communicate with them, we have to love on them, and we have to be asking for referrals and bringing more business into our database from our diamond mine, because your database is your diamond mine. One of the scripts I started using back in Mega 13 was a lot of agents have these beautiful diamond mines that's right here, and all they got to do is reach in and grab a diamond. But a lot of them are ignoring their diamond mine and going out into the sand and digging in the sand for leads, ignoring their database. I'm not saying we shouldn't call leads, because we should. But I'm saying that you should call your leads after you've completely hit your database. Hit your database first, and then go and look for new people in your database. Okay, so today's going to be about relentless conversion, but let's talk about the rest of Mega so you have a kind of an idea of what's to come now. because this is going to end our first week of Mega. And by the end of today, we will have been 25% done with Mega already. Monday is about referral-based business, and we're going to be talking about how to touch on your clients multiple times a year and be building building a referral-based business with intention. Most real estate agents start building their referral-based business about at year 10. And then they think, gosh, I wish I had been doing all this stuff from the beginning because it would be a heck of a lot easier for myself had I done that. And it's true. By the time you're in the business for 10 years, you're going to really wish you had had a database set up from the beginning and sending out your birthday cards and sending out holiday cards and sending out all of these things where you know that you need to do, but when you go to do it, it's a mess because your data's not in one place. So part of Mega is really going to be digging in to get all your data in one place so you can be clicking single buttons and blasts going out. And I've got some really cool videos coming up in a few minutes to show you just how easy it is to use some of the platform tools that we have to blast out the communication. So Monday, it's about referral-based business. Wednesday, it's about leveling up of next week. That's going to be a whole bunch of phone calls that we're going to be making in our Maximize Your Income class. Wednesday's class is very important. Come to Friday of next week, reputation management. We're going to be talking a little bit, we're going to see more of those videos from Vanessa Van Edwards, but we're also going to see how to add video into your business. We went to our city council meeting today and you guys did a couple of videos. Some of you uploaded those. That's great. We're going to have a impromptu visit from Deandra in our reputation management class. We're going to see it on both sides. What are some videos that's going to make you look really bad? What are some things that you can post about that's going to make you look really bad and make you more cognizant of those things that real estate agents sometimes post that's maybe not doing themselves any favors versus some putting content out there that really is going to help you in your career? Because when you post something, it's out there in the world forever. So let's just make sure that we have a plan of what we're going to post, how we're going to post, and then what toys can we play with that's going to help us with all of our video content. Week 3, we're going to come into Master Your CMA. So you're going to see there's kind of a progression. The mindset, I can make the money, power start your business. I'm going to start prospecting the heck out of my business, relentless conversion. I'm going to convert those prospects into actual leads and business. Then I'm going to take those leads and I'm going to convert into a referral-based business, get more referrals from them. Maximize your income is about having to level up and organize all the chaos that's created from that. Reputation management is making sure that in everything that you do, you're protecting your reputation because it's your most valuable asset as a professional. Then now you've got clients that you're working with, and the step out the gate, the first thing you have to do with them is give them a CMA. Trek rules say that before you do anything with your client, after you've got the IABS signed, every property that they're interested in, you have to provide them a CMA for it. So we're going to master that CMA. We're going to get really, really good at it because that's one of the compulsories that agents need to have down fundamentally really, really good. And we have a Master the CMA class that we're doing on a regular basis as well. Once we get through the CMA and we're feeling pretty confident about that, we're going to jump to the next one, which is a buyer and a seller presentation. So how can we take the CMA once we learn how to do it really well and integrate that into our buyer presentation and our listing presentation? Now, the listing presentation really is where the CMA is going to be built into that presentation, not the buyer presentation. But the buyer presentation, once you get your representation agreement signed, find some properties, the first thing you're going to need to do is have that CMA ready for them. Then, hopefully from all of this listing appointment that you just mastered, you get yourself a listing appointment from it. So we're going to go through the listing appointment from beginning to end. So you master the listing appointment, but also master the advertising of the listing from A to point B. And you're going to be blown away at our listing presentation and how impactful it is and the value proposition that we have to explain to our sellers of how we're going to market their property is off the charts good. It is a 10 out of 10. And when you master that, I recommend that you go back to Mega 14 and watch our grand open house day, and it's going to blow your mind. So if you can take that as a foundational and then bring it into Mega 15, you're going to get the most from it. Then our last week, we're going to have an entire day on working with builders and because working with builders is so different than resale. A lot of agents kind of avoid new construction because they just don't quite understand it yet, and they're kind of afraid of it. They can't find it in the MLS, and it just doesn't make sense to them. We're going to spend a whole day on that because that should be 50% of your business with the amount of growth in building that's happening in the market today. Then we're going to learn our contract. And we're going to learn our contract from paragraph 1 to paragraph 23. And we're going to break it down paragraph by paragraph, word for word. And your broker personally is going to read the entire contract and explain it to you from paragraph 1 to paragraph 23. And I am a subject matter expert. You're going to understand the contract in ways that you probably never understood it before. Then we're going to come out of the bulletproof contract class and we're going to get into a financing and negotiations class. Understanding the third party financing inside and out. The most misunderstood document that we have in real estate today is the third party financing addendum. And yes, they just changed it again last month. So guess what? We're going to go through with those changes and how that impacted the third party financing. And then the negotiations and using the lender's right to terminate for lender's appraisal addendum and all those addendums and how we should be using those addendums. And then a little salt and pepper on negotiation to spice that up a little bit. And then I'm going to recommend that you take the RE&E class with me in 2025. After we're done with the finance and negotiations class, that will be the official end of the mega instruction, and you guys will be doing your unique value propositions and getting in front of the class and sharing with us your value. So how does that sound?
Sounds great.
All right, let's do a quick little 5-minute review of what we have done on week 1 and 2. We're going to have a bunch of breakout sessions today. These are required. Please, I will be getting us to breaks. Sometimes our last break we have to power through like we did on Wednesday. I don't see that happening this week, so we should be on time there. But make sure that you are attending all of these breakout sessions because they are not recorded. So what happens in breakout session stays in breakout session. And if you miss that, you really miss a lot of the good stuff you get out of Mega, which is you guys sharing with each other. Remember that UVP project, you should have already been started already. I think we saw 2 of you share kind of your value proposition with us on Wednesday. Off the cuff, had it written down and was working on it. Both got gift cards, so good job. Make sure that you are working on that unique value proposition and bringing that to your mega minis and asking questions. I know Lisa's working with you guys already on that. Remember, staff is not going to be grading or even being part of the point system. You guys are 100% in charge of each other's points when it comes to your graduation project. The student who has the most points will be our Mega 15 valedictorian. Not sure who's going to be the Mega valedictorian yet. I know that coming out of last week, Cindy Bell was in the lead. We had about 8 of you that were tied. So we're going to be going over points here in a few minutes, and Lisa's going to share with us who is in our leaderboard right now. The person who walks away from Mega 15 with the most points is going to get the Crystal Trophy Award, the bragging rights at all future Megas that you were a Mega valedictorian. We're going to give you a button-down shirt, branded Mega valedictorian, just like Jason Hamilton got. The NAR Own It coin, which I explained to you before, recognition on our company website. You're going to get a homes.com account for 6 months, and you'll be listed on our master salesperson.com. Okay, our 23 paragraphs. We have not yet seen a mega student do their 23 paragraphs. Lisa, has anyone done their 23 paragraphs with you so far in Mega 15?
No, but we had somebody do the code of ethics, so not the paragraphs yet.
Oh, so they got their doctorate before they got their AA degree.
Yes, but they need to do it again because the flashcards had the Article 16 twice. So we fixed that. And I'm pretty sure she's ready.
All right, so let's do this one first. That's awesome. Who was it that did the code of ethics?
Phyllis Force.
Woo!
In front
Knocking
of
it out
all
of the
her
park.
mega peers, her mega mini peers that were there that day.
Good job, Phyllis. I'm super proud of you. That's awesome. All right. Anybody brave and want to do your 23 contract paragraphs right now? Alexa says, I'm going to do it. All right. So, Alexa, this is how we do this. I don't know if you maybe saw one of the videos from before, but you got to put your hands over your eyes and close your eyes. And then we are all going to stand by supporting you, rooting for you. But when you do this, I need you to say paragraph 1 blank, paragraph 2 blank. So you say the paragraph number and then the name. So you have the floor. We always like to do this fun thing. So we're going to actually do this. All right, Alexa, you have the floor.
Okay, paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2, paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2, property. Paragraph 3, sales price. Paragraph 4, leases. Paragraph 5, what's it called? Earnest money and termination option. Paragraph 6, uh, paragraph 6, title policy wait, yeah. Paragraph 6, title policy and survey. Paragraph 7, property condition. Paragraph 8, broker and sales agent. Paragraph 9, closing. Paragraph 10, possession. Paragraph 11, special provisions. Paragraph 12, settlement and other expenses. Paragraph 13, proration. Paragraph 14, casualty loss. Paragraph 15, default. Paragraph 16, mediation. Paragraph 17, attorney fees. Paragraph 18, escrow. Paragraph 19, representations. Paragraph 20, what is it? Federal requirements. Paragraph 21, notices. Paragraph 22, agreement parties. Paragraph 23, consult attorney before signing.
Very good. Very nice. Excellent job. All right, you're getting a gift card. So how does that feel, Alexa, to be able to walk through your contract and at least know how all the parts fit together? How
It
does that
feels
feel?
good. It feels good. I kind of remembered it from when I was studying for my Trek exam. I remember, especially like remembering paragraph 7 because they said that was like one you need to remember. So I just kind of used like different like things that I've studied before to help me remember. But it feels good. I feel more confident.
Thank you, Alexa. I really appreciate that. So, students, fellow mega students, what do you think? Can you do that?
Very
Who's,
impressive.
Not yet.
who's
Not
gonna
yet, but we're working on it.
we're doing so who's gonna get there before we end this mega? Who's gonna get there, memorize their 23? I am hoping that we have a 100% commitment from this mega class for all of you to memorize your 23 paragraph. That you know your contract, it's your most important tool, and that you know it so well that if someone comes to you and say, you know, we're getting dangerously close to paragraph 15 here, that you know you're exactly what you're talking about. They're bringing you a default situation. Or paragraph 9, yay, we're making it to closing. You know your paragraphs really, really well, and that you should know your paragraphs at that level. And I think our clients think that we should probably know our contract that well too. But it helps you when you're presenting an offer to a client in that moment. And like, well, what's the close date? Oh, that's paragraph 9. And you can find it so much easier because how embarrassing is it for an agent who's new to the business and the client say, "Oh, what was that close date again?" And they start from paragraph 1 and they're kind of skimming the entire contract page after page after looking for it, and they get to page 11 and they start going backwards because they didn't find it. That will never happen to you again. You'll know exactly where it is. You're like, "Oh, that's a paragraph 9. It's right here." And they're like, "Wow, you really know your contract." And you're like, "Yeah, thanks. I do know my contract." Again, confidence. All right, so what do you think about that? Can we get 100% commitment, Ken?
Yes, sir. And I just want to congratulate Alexa because she did really good.
Thank you. I feel better now.
Good job. And thank you for being the test case in Mega 15, showing everyone that it can be done. So I'm super proud of you. And thank you, Phyllis, for doing your 17 articles. I know Lisa said you're going to do 16 again, but what an amazing thing that is. So thank you. Next Monday, we're going to allow someone to do it live in the class if you are ready to do it. The foundation of Mega is to help you succeed in real estate, not just let's figure out how you can close 75 transactions this year and figure out how to do that. And then in the middle of it, you come unwound because things in your life has changed. You're spending more time and all of these pressures are coming at you. And all of a sudden you got 6 transactions that are falling apart on you. And we're not quite ready to handle that. We've get a contract receipted and agents know exactly how much commission they're getting. They've already spent it in their mind. And then we get to the closing table and it's falling apart. And now you're being separated from that commission and we have an anxiety reaction to it. That's what's great about having your pipelines filled, because when your pipelines are filled, it doesn't matter if a transaction's falling apart because it's not your income for that month. It's just your income is already taken care of. You're good with that. You know the money's coming. Now we can just focus on the task here, which is how can we fix this problem? And we're arm's length from it. It's not going to generate an emotional response from it, meaning that our hair is not going to be on fire, that we have the capacity to lower the temperature of the room, identify the problem, and help the parties come to a resolution from it. So, in order to do that, yes, our pipelines have to be filled, but we're also going to be talking about things like mind, body, health, and sustainability. You might not think that's important right now. You might be focused on, I just show me the money, we'll deal with that stuff later. I'm going to tell you that if you get to the point where I believe you can get, if you follow the mega teachings, and I've already pulled people in like Janine, who's already showing you that it happened for her and so many others, Jason Hamilton included, then the question becomes, how are we going to mitigate the stresses that's going to be put on us by real estate? Because this business is stressful. Andrew, you are the sales manager for Realty Texas. You're new to us. You've been here for a couple months. We're just going to throw that word out there because I'm a horrible judge of time. How many calls on a day do you get where people are freaking out because things are falling apart before their eyes?
I would say more than I'm used to. And since we have 344-ish agents at any time, I do get calls from experienced to new agents, and it's overwhelming the questions that they have. And really what they need is just, help. Help me through this particular issue that I'm having. And sometimes the phone is ringing. I get it on Teams. I get it on email. The front door opens. And then my wife calls me, and then somebody else calls me. Oh my God, I'm losing my hair. So it is overwhelming. But, I look at it as that's exactly why I'm here. So I could assist and get you through your transaction. I actually enjoy it, but sometimes it's overwhelming, but I'm sure I'll get the hand of it as it keeps on going on.
Thank you, Andrew. So, yes, Andrew is now seeing all of the hair on fire that is coming from all these transactions that are going on. So, it is a real thing. And we see our agents sometimes in tears or angry or frustrated. And they have all of these emotional responses from what's going on in a transaction. And when I have an agent come into my office and they're either crying, furious, or spitting, because they're mad at the other agent, they're mad at the client, the parties aren't behaving, and they're emotionally tied into it. I don't even want to hear about the contract situation right now. That's not even what I want to discuss. I want you to sit down in my chair and I want you to explain to me why you're so emotionally tied to this transaction. Why have you lost your objectivity? Because that's not what we do. Imagine for a minute the police officer showed up to your car bawling his eyes out because you were going 90 miles an hour down the street. It just doesn't make sense. We need to be able to separate ourselves from the emotions because that's what someone who deals in representation does. We represent others, which means we represent our brand of the Realtor brand. We represent the brand of Realty Texas. You represent the brand that is your own business, but then you also represent your buyer or your seller. And how does the buyer and the seller want their representation to behave? Do they want their representation to bathe with their hair on fire going around, or do they want them to be super professional? They're looking at a scenario and they can look at it, break it down, and say, all right, here's where I'm identifying the issue. Let's go fix this. Now, they want us to have empathy. That is true. They want us to be able to identify that situations are going on with them that they want us to care, right? That's one thing. But there's a difference between having empathy and caring and getting emotionally attached to a transaction. Does anybody want to comment on that? Anybody seen that in a transaction?
Well, I feel like I'm just based on my little experiences so far, when my client is having a frustration, stress, and getting very emotional, when I keep my composure, it does help them relax because it lets them know that someone is in control and that the whole situation isn't blowing out of proportion, you know?
It also makes them be able to trust you, that they can go to you and share with them and that you're going to help lift them up instead of, if you're getting just as reactive as they are, then now they got to go to someone else. Madam Bell.
I've been in Andrew's seat, and it is it can be overwhelming. What I find is when I find agents that are overly emotional about a deal, either two things have happened. They are tied to the sale, like they've already spent it, and they're no longer arm's length. Um, and that's a problem. My theory, what I've always done in my business is I've never calculated commissions. Like I just don't do it in my head. Like I take a sale and I never even put the pinned. I don't mentally. I just block that out of my mind. I don't go to the DA. I don't calculate it out. I'm like, ooh, that's exactly what I'm going to be getting, and I start focusing on that because that's not what you need to be focusing on. And then the other side of the coin, what I have found is clients have figured out a way to play the agent's emotional chords like a fiddle. And the agents don't have the ability or boundaries to not allow a client to affect them. I tell my husband, I tell agents that you need to have like a Teflon like shielding around you. Like when somebody spits something at you that's personal or it cuts to the bone, you need to like, you know what? That's not a part of the transaction. I'm sorry you're having a bad day. I'll call you back when you've collected yourself instead of going down this spinning toilet of emotional abuse, which sometimes happens. It happens in real estate. People will take out their emotional baggage on you. And if you don't have the wherewithal to sidestep it, you will get sucked in. And it's emotionally draining and it has nothing to do with the finances. That's the two things that happen.
So, yes, you have been in that chair and you have years and years and hundreds, if not thousands, of conversations where you have witnessed the worst of the worst in a transaction, the best of the best in a transaction, and so you've seen it all. And that is a really good vantage point because it really shows you the importance of how we behave in a transaction and what is required of a really good agent. So thank you, Cindy, for sharing. We have to have the capacity within ourselves to be able to take on the stresses of others and from that organize it and help mold it solutions oriented, figure out a path that we're going to address it and look at it objectively, because we have to be objective. And when we lose our objectivity, and we can easily do that when we take on a client that's a family member, especially if it's an influencer and that person is a shrewd negotiator and they take on negotiations of a real estate transaction where I'm going to send my family member to school of hard knocks because they're going to learn from this kind of thing. And we see a lot of that. In fact, we've got about 2 of those going on right now where we have an agent in a transaction with the family member, and it's been very difficult, and they've been very emotional about it because it's very difficult sometimes for us to be objective. If you think that your family member is going to cause an objectivity issue with you, every transaction is always overshadowed by some calamity, whether it's their fault or the other party's fault, whether it's the IRS's fault, whether it's the lender's messed up or the title company. There's a title issue with the property. We get all the way to the closing and find out that, oops, looks like there was a hailstorm yesterday and now the roof shingles are toast and you're not going to be moving in on time. And now you're going to have to call your movers and it's going to cost you $7,000 to delay the movers a week. There's always some crisis that pops up that is going to need the agents to rise to the occasion. If our capacity is not there, then we are going to fail at our job. And your manager now is going to have to step in and they're going to have to reverse engineer all of this, get back to the issue and fix it. And fixing it after the parties are already with their hair on fire and the agent's hair on fire takes finesse and it takes a lot more communication. And we're continually unraveling messes that were created. And it usually stems from a place where the agent's cup was already full and they added a drop and it overflowed. So I'm telling you, I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm the broker of a transaction where we've closed 10,000 transactions. There's not something that I haven't seen. We have seen it all. I promise you, we have seen it all. Parties die during transactions, agents having extramarital affairs with their client. We've seen it all. Okay. So, my hope and wish for you is that you take on yoga. I want yoga in Mega so that you guys can see how important it is for the mental health and the spiritual health. It centers you. Has anybody here done yoga before? Holy mackerel. Okay. Is there somebody in here not done? It looks like I'm preaching to the choir and I had no idea. Who here has not yet done yoga? Okay, we only have 3. All right, cool. So, someone share your yoga experience, or someone maybe would like to share with the class how they really believe in their heart of hearts that yoga is good for a sales professional.
Well, I don't know about the sales professional side of yoga because this is brand new to me. But I can say I'll attest that yoga, since I've started doing it, I think I started this past summer, July timeframe, has changed my perspective on yoga itself and then just kind of helped ease anxiety and stress. And I definitely was not one of those individuals who thought yoga would be the thing to kind of help with stress and all that kind of stuff. But if you open your mind and accept it, it definitely can help bring you down, calm you down, and bring you a place of center. You learn a lot about yourself through it. I love it. I am so happy. I mean, this company is great, and I've enjoyed every day that since I've joined. And hearing you guys speak about yoga just lets me know that I'm in the right spot because I do believe in yoga and the powers, the positive powers that can come from it.
Very impressive, Eric. Thank you. Every time I do yoga, I walk out of yoga and I feel mentally and physically 10 pounds lighter. The pressures on me just walk away and I can breathe better. I have a better outlook. I feel like the world has kind of slowed down a little bit. I feel like we're not in this fast forward speed race, and it's just like a Control of Delete reboot for me. And I walk out of there with a whole different feeling than I walked in there with. And your mind can just be so flooded with thoughts of things that we're supposed to do. And a yoga that's done properly is not about hurting yourself or tying yourself into a rubber band. It is about breathing, oxygenating your blood, lengthening your muscles, working on your core strength, and clearing your mind and letting your brain process. We need time to process in our waking hours where we're not thinking about all the stresses. And we doom scrolling and being on your social media and you continually having all of the stimulus over and over and over again, continually hitting all of the dopamine and serotonin in your brain, which is what people get from that. We have to actually do the opposite. We need a good 30 minutes every day where we turn it off, because your brain actually doesn't take the information that's in your short-term memory and store it into long-term memory until you turn it off. And that's when your brain can start processing. And people who have a lot of things going on, sometimes they want to escape that. They don't want to do that because they want to figure out how they can focus on anything other than the thoughts that are coming into their head. But that's what yoga actually is designed to do, is when a thought comes in your head, you just push it out. And you just focus on a white light, and you just focus on nothing. Just breathe. Just clear your mind. Something pops in, push it back out. And it's healing and it's restorative. And you walk out of that yoga experience a completely new person. So thank you, everyone who has done yoga before and bringing that practice into Realty, Texas, and that you have a commitment now in Mega to do it at least once a week. And when you do your Mega, put the points up in your point tracker. You can take a picture of your toes on your yoga mat or the yoga studio or whatever you want to do to show that you were there. You can do yoga from home, that is true. If you are a beginner yogi, as they're called, I don't recommend you doing it from your house online. One of the great things about doing it from a studio, especially beginner yoga, if you've not done yoga before, please take beginner yoga, because they're going to be very light and easy on you, and you're going to get the mental and the spiritual stuff from it that comes away from it first, which is the most important from the salesperson mindset of it. And they're going to help make sure that you're in the poses correctly so that you don't inadvertently hurt yourself, because it's not about that. It's about healing, not hurting. And we're talking about millions of years of evolution. Just stretching is what helps build your core strength. So before I go on to the next topic, is there anybody else that would like to share something profound about them and yoga before we move on, knowing how important that I believe this truly is for your ability to take on the stresses of others? Anyone?
I feel the same way you do, Jack, when I've done it before, because it's like, I mean, I have talked to so many people that are in Mega right now, and they're like, I'm like, how many people are not sleeping? And it's a lot of us, because we're all like, it's chaos. And so I think I'm going to start doing it not just weekly, but daily, just to kind of clear my head, because it really does help clear your mind and get you refocused. So in Mega, I feel like that I'm gonna need that daily for real.
How many of you think that laughter is important? Laughter is the key to happiness. And when the stresses of the world are so much on you, you lose that ability to giggle, you lose that ability to laugh, because the pressures of the world hit you. As a salesperson, you need to have the ability to laugh with your clients. You need that moment. And that moment is you being sellable, because part of the sellable package that's used need to be able to have that laughter, bringing that fun to the transaction. That is what yoga will allow you to do. Break through that barrier, restore you back to someone who can laugh and smile and have those pressures gone, so that you can have into your next transaction that you step into, you can be that person that's centered and able to, that's not a big deal, we can fix that, and focus on the positive, because that is the thing that you need to be able to be sellable. So yoga is going to help you be able to sell the services that you have with a smile and a laughter. When you're making the calls, they can hear it. Can you have people who are what I like to lovingly call the spawn of Satan, that you call them, and they're screaming horrible things at you because who knows what's going on, but they need yoga, right? And so you take on those phone calls sometimes, and it's just mind blowing how horrible some of the real estate agents out there uh, behave on the phone when you call them. Um, so you take on that a little bit. So going to yoga is going to help you come back centered again. So same thing with agents who are calling those people in the leads program, and those people, we catch them in a bad moment and they're just horrible. Yoga helps restore that to come back. All right. So with that, we're going to go on our first break of the day. We're going to come back at 10:17. Let's grab some coffee, grab some energy, because we got some really cool videos to play as soon as we get back from our break.
Um, Jack, I do apologize. I was late today. My authenticator is not working. I can't get into my Teams, my Realty Texas, or my I can get into my email on.
I will help you with that, Julian.
Okay,
I'll call you right now on your break.
Okay,
Miguel,
thank you.
I need Jack to help with something.
Was that the user?
Yes, that's the one I did this morning.
Okay. So this is a good learning exercise, Julian. You're going to need to call Miguel immediately because there
Okay.
is an issue with a phishing in your account. So,
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
yep.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from your first break. We have about 10 more slides before we get through our review, and Lisa is going to share with the class where we are with points. This is the last reminder we're going to have on this one. Just remember, write it down somewhere on your office wall or on your goal board, this thing about ability, commitment, and ethics. And as a professional, have a commitment to every year investing in increasing your ability, learning ways to increase your commitment to your client, or at least explaining the commitment that you have, and your ethics. And also explaining the, the being able to express in some way your commitment to ethics, always doing the right thing, or whatever that's going to be. And reading your code of ethics, the entire code of ethics, which is 3 pages long. It's well, actually 4 pages long now. All of the standards of practice, and just read it. And as you have questions, something doesn't make sense and you don't understand what you're reading, highlight them. Because when we get to our reputation management class, I'm going to be breaking down the code of ethics. And I love it when agents bring me something that says, you know, I don't understand 6.1 or I don't understand 12.1. Bring me the code of ethics in a way that I understand that you've read it and that you have questions. Because the code of ethics is not ethics. Following the code of ethics is where the ethics begin. And we can't follow a code that we haven't read and understand because it's a sandbox agreement. I promise that I am going to agree to these set of practices if you promise to agree to these set of practices. And if you don't know what the practices are, then there's no way for you to be aware of them in the first place. So you're not following them. So by virtue of not reading the code, you're actually not being ethical because you don't know what the practices are, because they're not golden rule stuff. It's not just, you know, treat everyone how I think they should be treated, or treat how to other people how they want to be treated, or ask others how they want to be treated. Whatever that golden threshold is for you, it's not that. It's knowing the SOPs, the standards of practice. So your ability, your commitment, your ethics. So when your client has absolutely no questions about it, guess what? They're going to feel safe and have trust with you. They're going to defer to you. They're going to relinquish control to you, not so that you can make decisions for them, because, and it's important, as of day one, we talked about our job is not to make decisions, but we're going to give them the different recommendations that, well, the options that they have. And then we're going to give a recommendation on what we think is going to lead to the best place. And after we've been doing this for a while, we know what those recommendations are. Mr. Buyer, I do recommend that you have an option period. Yes. No, I really just want to buy the house. Understood. Understood. And we're excited about that. But let me explain to you what the option period is. Explain what it is. So then they can be like, oh, I see. Okay, well, I trust you. We can get an option period. I don't want to spend $400, but I get it. Understanding how important that is, right? So we're going to present the options and then we're going to explain them, and then they'll trust us more so that we can lead them to a really good place. If they don't trust our ability, our commitment, our ethics, usually they engage someone else and start asking them questions, and they start interfering in our transactions, and it's a really messy thing. So Vanessa Van Edwards was very clear that people can tell whether they like you a little, or I don't like this person within the first 3 seconds. And it all starts with our happy hello. So from the very moment that we meet them, they're already gauging whether or not they're going to trust us, our commitment on the ethics, and that's in the first 3 seconds. So yoga helps push all that off, helps get us to the point where we have our happy hello, laughing and being articulate and knowing our scripts and having really good advice and being a very centered professional is what I hope for all of you. So we've got the 3 things: the ability, commitment, the ethics. That is what you bring with your salesperson package. But outside of you, you have the 4 corners. The 4 corners that is the envelope edges of your career. And those edges we've talked about at length now. The first one is prospecting. You have to pull leads into your business. The second one is taking that prospecting, converting it into business. Now we're dealing with representation agreements. So taking a prospect and getting them under a buyer rep or getting them under a listing agreement or a tenant rep, whatever that's going to be. But they have hired us. They've said yes and signed our agreement. Now we're going to get them to the closing table. We're going to expertly close them. That's option period, finance period, all the way through, and closing and hugs and gifts and handing them the keys and the celebration where we get the picture of the key with them at the title company and put it on all of our socials and put that out there. The closing part of it. And that's not where the relationship ends. And unfortunately, for so many professionals, they leave the business after their first transaction, but a lot of agents leave that client behind after the first transaction. It's not out of purposefulness. They don't think, you know what, I'm just going to ghost you because I got, you know, I don't want to ever talk to you again. That's not how they walk away from the closing table. In fact, a lot of them walk away with, wow, that was such a great transaction. These people were such great people to work with, and I'm going to get a lot of referrals from them because I work so hard. And then a week turns into 2, that turns into a month, that turns into 6 months, it turns into a year, and you've never called them again. You didn't call them 2 weeks after to see how things are going with the house. You didn't call them maybe on the 1 year walk if there was a builder and have a conversation with them. You didn't have a conversation with them about filing their homestead. You didn't have a conversation with them about how they can go about meeting with the appraisal district to help them with evaluation, protest, whether it's protest or helping them know to go to the appraisal district and work on that. All of these great services that we can continue providing that add value, all of these post-transaction touches that we should have, none of them happened. And then we have a big, huge event here at Realty Texas where we have 3 client appreciation events, and maybe they didn't even click the button to invite them to one of our client appreciation events. And then we have another event, which is the not Tom Ferry. It's out of my mind at the moment. The referral based. We have a Lisa. Help me here.
Buffini.
Thank you. The Buffini class that we have that is all about building a referral based business where we ask agents to come in and join the Buffini group, which is all about doing client touches, going out to the client and apple pie or I'm going to let you explain, Lisa, a really cool thing that, because I don't see her here, um, Mary Beth did for her client appreciation that she did on Thanksgiving and Christmas, which was fantastic.
She invited all of her clients, all her past clients. She ordered pumpkin pie and pecan pie and apple pie, whatever their choice was. She sent them an invitation to come here to, because she's in Round Rock, so come to our office here. And it was cool because I could just pull right up through. And she was dressed and had a little thank you note and their name on whatever pie they wanted. And they just came by. So she was here for a couple of hours and she handed them the pie and she got to speak with them and catch up. And they were super excited. I know Jack and Miguel and I were here in and out. We got to experience some of that excitement from her clients. It was just a really great touch.
And thank you, Lisa. What a great thing to do. And that's kind of the stuff that you get from the Buffini groups. So I'm not going to say that the agent walks away from the closing table and says that my behavior is I'm never going to talk to them again, usually they'll walk away from that closing table with such great intentions, but they just never follow through because they're not operating from a plan. They don't have an articulated written business plan. They don't know what their client touches are going to be that year. They don't know how many letters they're going to send or thank you cards or postcards or mailers or client appreciation events or phone calls. None of it is part of their business plan. So they're starting every day with chaos. They're starting every day with, let's just wing it today and see what comes out of today. And maybe one day they think, you know what, I do need to send cards. And then for 4 days, they go and buy the cards. And then 5 days later, they're still working on the mailer data that's in their database. And then the holiday goes by and the cards never even got mailed. A lot of agents buy cards and never even mail them because their good intentions never came through to fruition. And I know that that's going to ring true to so many people in this group. One of the principles of Mega is follow up. And this follow up is so important for your business to thrive because if you're going to close 50 transactions, which I know that everybody here will, those 50 transactions should be sending you 50 transactions every single year. Instead of if every single year you have to start over with your entire database and find 50 clients all over again, that means for the next 30 years, you're going to have your first year over and over and over again. That is exhausting. And it's why so many agents lead to failure. So your plan is so important to get right, which is why we have Michael Potter and we have Andrew helping you with your business plans every single year. Before they were on deck, Lisa Ormsby did business planning every single January, and agents would come and sit with her. But it's not just Realty Texas. You also have title companies and lenders who also help with agents on their business planning. We will get all that we need out of our business, out of our life, if we help enough other people get what they want. So please remember that a servant's heart is reaching out to our clients and finding out what's going on with them, letting them know how important and grateful we are for getting referrals, but then asking them, and what can I do to help you? That's helping your village, staying in communication with your village. Very important. Cannot underscore that enough. Okay, we're going to be talking today as well about our pipelines in the CRM and what a pipeline is. Think of it as a bucket where we can take clients and put them in that bucket so that we can categorize our database so that we can be having like conversations and we know how to move people to the next pipeline. I'm going to go through each pipeline very specific. We're going to learn our CRM. We're going to learn the screens. And then I'm going to invite all of you to take the CRM training with Amy McAllister. I'm guessing all of you already have. So some of this is going to be a refresher, but I'm going to dig a little bit deeper. I created our CRM. I dreamt up and created our pipelines. I dreamt and created our action plans. And so I'm the creator and developer of all of it. And so I've trained Amy on the system and she's learned how the system works and she's grown as the system grows. And so outside of me, she is the person here that knows it better than anyone else. And also, she knows it even better than Miguel. And Miguel knows all of our systems inside and out. So Amy McAllister is our CRM expert. I think all of you know that from the classes that you take with her. I'm going to explain things of the rationale of why I built it the way I built it. And that is a story that only I can tell. And I'm going to share that story with you so that you get the aha moments, you understand why it was created exactly the way that it was created. We talked about numbers, and I think it's always a good reminder for us that your your average price point we calculate for you on your dashboard. So you can go to your Realty Texas dashboard. You can see your entire production for every single year through the MLS. So you onboard here, if you've been in the business 5, 10, 15 years, immediately on your dashboard, within seconds of being onboarded, you already have all of the past production that was put in the MLS and the average price per square foot. And if you've done on off-market properties that were new construction, you can go into your system and you can add it. You can add that production into our system so that you can have a true, actual production history of what you've done year over year. That doesn't exist in real estate. The MLSs don't give you a dashboard that shows you all of your production and gives you your average price per square foot. So our average sales price. That is something we dreamt up because I know how important it is for agents to know their numbers. Remember, 55 contracts, between 55 and 60 contracts a year should equal for you $1 million a year. That is a gigantic amount. $80,000 a month. That is huge. So 30 transactions a year, you're looking at $500,000 a year. Again, we're talking about big numbers. And so with a payoff that's big, that huge and impactful to your life and your business, the question is, how do I make that happen? What do I need to do in my business to make that happen? And we're going to be talking a lot about touches today and how we can be engineering those touches to make them count. Kind of like Kamei made it count when she went to her city council meeting and tapped her phone on everyone's phone to make sure that it counted. So let's make this count. We heard from Tom Ferry, that video that we had on Wednesday, where he was standing up in front of a sea of people and said, how are we going to make the million? Because Tom Ferry and all the coaches always says 100 transactions a year is over $1 million a year. So where are you going to find, or 100 leads a month is going to equate to $1 million a year. Where are you going to get your 100 leads a month? And I'm going to tell you something very profound. There is no way you and your business is going to remember all these people. You have to operate from the CRM. Because if we're going down the street and we get a call random and someone gives us their number and we scribble it on the back of an envelope, and then when the next phone call comes in, that starts fading off into the background and people will begin to fall through the cracks. When you do your first transaction, you can remember that client. You close your second one, you can remember that client. And so as you're going through it, you're thinking, I don't need a CRM because I know everything that's going on in my business. Well, after year 2 or 3 goes by, that's when things start falling through the cracks. And if you don't start operating from a database from the beginning, it's going to result in failure because there's no way that you're going to be able to keep all of this in your mind. That's what the database is for. A CRM is not to do your business for you, but it's to organize you as an individual so that you can be most productive at talking with your people because you're the conductor of the orchestra and you've got clients and team members. You have to keep it all organized, and your database is to organize you, not to do your business for you, but to organize you. So think of it as a tool to organize you as your salesperson, which will save you a ton of time. In fact, studies have shown that a lot of real estate agents need a personal assistant because they don't have their database organized. And it causes so much disorganization that had they had a database organized with tools in it, they probably could have saved themselves at least another year of not having an assistant. According to Tom Ferry, in the class that he teaches, that all of the money today in real estate, all of the money, we're talking about now the 95% of agents that are failing, all of the money is being absorbed by the 5%. The 5% of agents are sharing in 95% of the income in real estate. And the reason it's happening is because those 5% studies have proven that they're operating from a plan. They have a database and they're calling their people. And guess what? Your people are in their database too. And that might make you mad, but it's the fact. Because your contact spheres also have real estate agents that they know too. You're not the only real estate agent in your people's lives, but you want to be the only real estate agent in their lives that are communicating with them. Isn't that right? Felix and Jessica and Belladonna and Des and Alfonso and all of you. Isn't that right? It's not gonna feel good if one of our contacts sells a house using another real estate agent. And in fact, I've had agents like, what am I doing wrong? I, they know that I'm in real estate. And I say to them, okay, have you gone to that person or ever and before and look them in the eye and say, I would really like to be your real estate agent? Because if you haven't had that conversation, you haven't earned the business and maybe someone else has. So these top producers, oftentimes they are not even showing properties. They're not even listing properties. They have a showing assistant and a listing specialist, and all they do is spend 8 hours a day on the phone calling and calling and calling their database. And they're clicking next in their CRM and they're operating from this huge CRM, but they've got really great scripts. They've got really great conversations that they're having. And their listing agent, who's doing the listing specialist, they're dealing with all the stress that comes from the listing. Their buyer agents are dealing with all the stresses because it's sort of a barrier to all of that. So they're handling all of this stress, and this person is splitting the transaction with them, but they're doing 10 times what a normal agent would make because they're operating from a plan and they're the spokesperson for their business and they're staying top of mind because they're making all the calls. The money in real estate comes from the calls and the converting of the calls, nowhere else. Not from showing properties, not from any of those other places, because we read in the Keller Williams Red Book, the Shift book, that the one thing that you cannot get rid of in your business is lead generation and converting that lead into appointment because that's where all the money is. Okay. All the money is in tech enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow up, aka in our world, CXM and action plans. More than half the company has yet to install or turn on by a little switch that says, I'm going to turn on my action plans. So by doing that one thing, all of a sudden, your app, ding, 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 comes up with messages that says it's time to make a call. And that you fulfill the action plans and you fulfill the reminders that you have. And you're immediately now operating from a plan. Your business plan, though, has to have a little tiny element in there that says Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I got some time dedicated to the one thing in the morning and the afternoon, which is picking up the phone and making those calls. I don't have to worry about who I'm calling anymore because that part of my business has been automated for me. It's organizing me. So all I have to do is show up. Oh, I'm going to call them today. How are you? I haven't talked to you in a while. That is the beauty of a database. We know the 5% are in the 95%. What are the top producers doing differently? They have relentless follow up. That is what they're doing differently. And you have the tools here. And I'm hoping that you use this slide as key. That you are doing your 10 calls in the morning and your 10 calls in the afternoon. At least you get into the rhythm of the 30 days of making a good habit of making those calls. And some of you said, I've made a few calls. But I'm telling you, the money you want to make is from making the call. So we've been to our city council meeting. Some of you already done yoga. Some of you have memorized, thank you, Phyllis, memorizing your 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. And we've had, where did she go? Who did their 23 paragraphs?
Alexa.
Alexa.
Where are you, Alexa? There you are. You're right in the middle. Okay. And Alexa did her 23 paragraphs this morning. And he had a home run with doing that. But what I want to see all of that beautiful stuff, but make the calls first. Do the thing that's hard first. Make the calls and then do the other stuff. And so then we can walk away from this and you know, okay, I am now on the path. It's scary to make the calls, but I promise you, once you get a referral from one of them and you're working with a client, it won't be scary no more. So thank you, Alexa, and thank you, Phyllis. Okay. Business planning. How many leads does it take to really earn $1 million? We talked about 100 leads a month, but what does that really mean? That means really 3 leads a day. That's all we need is 3 leads a day. And where can we get those leads? We're going to talk about all the beautiful lead sources. We talked about some of them, most of, actually, we talked about all of them on Wednesday. But open houses, coming into our sales department and making calls, contacting your people. You need to find 3 contacts a day, 3 new ones. That's all. When you reduce it to the ridiculous like that, it becomes very evident that there's something pretty profound going on there. So when you call your 20 people, hopefully you get 1, 2, or 3. Remember, 1 out of every 25 people you contact, we should be getting a referral from. But remember, all of the people that you're calling, the 20, you're going to call them 4 times a year. So you have a 25% chance of getting a referral from them if you're asking them the right question. So you should get 25% of the time when you're calling those 20. So 3, 4, 5, somewhere around that 3, 4, 5% conversion rate, you should have that many referrals from them when you're making these calls. That is really profound, especially when you call them on a regular basis. The first time you call, maybe not, because maybe they have heard someone that was looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, but they don't remember it because they didn't even store that piece of information because at the time it wasn't important. So you ask them, do you know anybody? And they're like, no, nothing rings a bell. Well, if you know someone, if you hear someone talking about buying, selling, or lease a home, would you call me? Now you've made them more fine-tunedly aware of that. So next time they hear someone, they're going to go dink, those synapses in the brain is going to pop up. Alexa's going to come in their mind. Phyllis is going to come in their mind, and they're going to store that information. They may not call you because they might get too busy. So the next time you reach them, hey, by the way, do you know anyone? Actually, I do. I was going to call and tell you about that. So the first time you're doing those calls, you might not get what you're getting from it because you haven't got your people into those mindset of being an army of raving fans. Remember, they want to help us. Your people who know, love, and trust you, they want to help you. They just don't know how. So we're going to tell them how they can, and then we're going to offer, how can I help you? This is transformative. Top salespeople annually do three things. They first plan their year, they plan their week, and then they plan each day, and then they spend a little bit of time planning their week. So we caught the 2020-200, and that was a test question that you all got right. So that is awesome. But remember, the 2020-200 is about calling people back in 20 seconds, calling at least 20 people a day, and building your database to 200. That 2020-200 is a program that we've created here at Realty Texas that is going to guarantee that the agents make the income that they're looking for. That 200 people in your database is a 5-year goal path. And then once you get to the 5 years, you're just working your database and you're not calling anybody else. After lunch today, I'm going to be sharing with you where we are with our CXM leaderboard because we have a report that we can print that will show exactly how many calls everybody from our class has made. I'm going to run the report really quick. And I'm going to find out exactly who's on our leaderboard. And while I'm doing that, Lisa Ormsby.
Hello.
It is that time. Will
Okay.
you share with the class?
Okay, so remember to have your videos on because some of you don't, which means you're not going to get credit for this class. So I just want to remind you, if you want the credit, make sure your video's on. And there's one in here that says iPhone, and I don't know who it is. So if you could also name your screen or your phone or whatever with your name, that's very helpful. Which I did discover one of our, well, China is actually Margaret with Realty Texas. So we figured that out. So that's cool. It helps me. All right. So to the points so far, it's a moving target. There's still some dropping in and things are always changing. You'll get credit for today and so on. In fifth place is Candy with 2,125 points. In
2000.
2,125.
Thank you, Lisa. All right, fourth place.
Fourth place is a tie at the moment for 2,175. 2,175, only 50 points more. And that is a tie with Chris, Delestra, and Jessica.
Nice, Jessica. All right. Who's in our third place?
Third place, 2,600 points.
Oh, that's a pace. Okay.
That is Sunshine.
Woo!
I know she's in here somewhere, and I'm
I
going to name
I
her.
have something else to share about Sunshine. All right. Who's in our second place?
And second place with 3,125 points is Cindy Bell.
Cindy Bell has been toppled off our first place because she was in our first place with 2,875 points last week. So who's in our first place now?
Well, our first place winner at the moment, because she recited, and that was 3,000 points, y'all, to memorize the 1 to 4 family, the 23 paragraphs, is Alexa.
Alexa.
5,175, 5,175 points. You're a third of the way there already to your graduation points. Good job.
Okay, so we have, thank you, Lisa. We are now on day 5 of Mega. So you all should have done at least 20, 40, 60, 80 calls, 10 in the morning, 10 in the afternoon. We have 3 of you who've made about half of those calls through our app. So Sherry has made 46 calls, tied with Cindy Bell, who has made 46 calls, and in third place is Sunshine with 45 calls. And so 24 of you have made calls ranging from 1 call to 46 calls. So I am very excited to see this number start climbing into the triple digits as we enter next week. So on this list is Belladonna, Sean, Michael Potter, Andrew, Kamei. So I'm excited to see some of the people on this list. So good job. And Cindy Bell.
And how do the calls when you're doing the ISA get counted, or do you not care about those?
I do care about those, but these
Because
are
those
sphere.
aren't counted in there.
That's right. Because these are sphere calls calling the database 10 in the morning and 10 in the afternoon.
Just noted. So.
That number can be found though if we go into CXM and we can see the total number of calls, not just.
I know.
Yep. All right. Good job, everyone. Super proud of all of you. You guys are doing amazing. The next 3 videos are in the spirit of relentless conversion. We have to stay top of mind of our people because our people are going to be sending us more referrals. Conversion is about getting more leads in and converting those leads into referrals. Staying top of mind of all of them is really important. How many of you are using all of your tools here at Realty Texas, taking full advantage of them and blasting out emails? How many are you doing it on a weekly basis or a daily basis or a monthly basis? All right, so I'm seeing some people saying, dang it, I know they're there, but I'm not exactly sure where they are. I need to go talk with Katie. Well, guess what? Oh, Sean, I know you're doing it. I see it. Sean, go ahead. You want to share or are you just raising your hand because you're doing it?
Raising my hand because I was doing it. But yeah, I love the blast. And at first it wasn't working for me, but you and Miguel got me squared away really quickly. And I love it. I'm excited to add more of my leads and communicate that way because I didn't have to, I did the constant contact before and it kind of gives you the visual of constant contact looks. So it's very sleek and professional and I don't have to worry about tech issues. It's already done. So I love using it.
Thank you, Sean. I have filmed 3 videos in a row that's going to show you all of the places in your platform that you have at your fingertips to push out content to your clients. So let's watch this video. Hello and welcome to Realty Texas. This video is designed to help new Realty Texas agents blast out to their spheres that they have moved to Realty Texas and to begin the process of asking for referrals and, most importantly, staying top of mind of your entire database. This video is in conjunction with the previous video of getting all of your contacts into CXM so all of your contacts are in one place. Once they're in one place, then you can use our text message blast and our email blast to get information to your clients quickly and easily with just a few clicks. We're going to go here and we're going to type in new RT agent. You will notice that there is 26 very cool posts that you can use to send to your spheres, letting people know that you are now a Realty Texas agent and that you're an agent in the first place. So the first one in the list is one that we like to use, exciting news. We're going to click the plus button. I'm thrilled to announce that I have joined Realty Texas. This move allows me to better serve you with an extensive network of resources, cutting edge technology, and a team of highly experienced professionals who share my passion for excellence. We have that post, which I think is a really great one to send. We also have these 2 posts as well, designed for the same thing. I moved over to work with the incredible Realty Texas team. So we've got this one, I've moved, and this one. So this one is more of a fall post, so it's very market segmented, so that this one might only work if you're in that time of the year. My recommendation is that you go through here, find something that matches your brand or maybe you send multiple of these out. Of course, we all have our mission statement, so this is a mission statement one, and all kinds of cool posts. So you should be sending these out maybe once a week for the first 4 weeks, and talk about have you heard I've moved, all this great stuff. All right, so let's blast this out. I'll show you how to do it. You click and open the item, and then you click the blast button. Then you type in a subject, something like this. Have you heard I have moved? Ah. I'm trying. So I'm taking you through it to show you exactly how long it actually takes to do the whole thing from start to finish. And asking for the referral right there in the message. Okay, whatever that message is going to look like, okay? And then you simply click the users, and all of your people should already be in the system. We have some defaults set up where we automatically deactivate anybody with a Realty Texas email address so that you're not blasting out to all of our agents, but you can certainly turn that back on. And then you can click the preview message. It will show you what it's going to look like when they receive it, and once you are happy with it, then you just click the send button and it will blast to everybody that's in your CXM. So that is the email function. We hope you're all using it. Thank you so much for being part of our Realty Texas family. So go to your Realty Texas dashboard, scroll down to the social posts, and pick any one that's there. I'm gonna now share my screen. I'm gonna show you it real time. That video is in your mega video, so any of you can at any time go back to mega and say, wait, how did I do that again? And you'll see it from start to finish, and even maybe even that little subject message there, the actual message I sent. Something else I want to point out to you that you may or may not know, Deandra and Jessica work very hard to create this monthly content calendar. This content calendar that they create is always for this month and all the things that are going on. A lot of thought and effort gets put into it. And every single Friday, they put into this folder here, the new, everything that's coming up next week on your content calendar. So you grab a post that you like, you want to share it out on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, you click the blast button and you share it out with your people exactly like that. Now, if you're clicking the button and nothing happens, you're like, why is this not working? It's because you're not logged in. You have to be logged in before you're going to be able to blast. Imagine if that wasn't a thing, right? So if it's the button's not working, it's 100% because it is locked down, so we don't have people abusing our systems. So now that I'm logged in, go back down. I'm going to share this post. Click post, click blast. The blast comes up, and now fill out your information, select the users you want to send it to, and then preview it, and then click send. So you should be doing this maybe on a regular basis. We have stuff for every single content calendar day. So follow the content calendar, because you'll notice that there's something here every single day. So lots to take advantage of there. Add that to your daily routine. Hey Realty Texas, super excited to share with you a feature in our realtytexas.me that will allow you to blast any of our Realty Texas listings to your entire spheres. Remember, the listing agreement is taken in the name of the brokerage. We all have the right to advertise these listings, and So I'm going to do that for you live. That video is there. That video is going to talk about going to Cesium and blasting out our Realty Texas listings. What I was talking about in that video just now is that all of the listings are taken in the name of the broker. That means that all of us have sort of a underlying responsibility, um, not a fiduciary responsibility, but a duty to help each other out and to advertise each other's listings as much as possible to get as much exposure as you can. When you go to the Cesium, you will see that we have all of our company's listings that are active here on front. So you can go through and say, you know what, I think I want to share this one today. I think this one's cute. It's in Kyle. Maybe it's in the marketplace that you want. You can search for agents, cities, and statuses and look in the different areas to find a listing you want to share. When you find the one you want to share, you click the media button, and then we have the email blast feature. And the email blast feature allows you to select a template. And because I selected that listing, it already created the subject line for me. And then I can preview what it's going to look like when it gets sent out. And this will be sent out to all of your people. A very nice looking email. It only took me a couple of seconds. You can do this for your own listing as well. So as soon as you have a listing go live, you can go in here and you can share it, and it will be always branded with your information because you're sharing it. If you shoot out a listing from the company to your clients, it will always have your information on it. So you're sharing a listing with your information because you have the right to advertise those. That is what Sean was talking about because Sean does this often. You'll probably even get emails from her. She's sharing her listings out with people. So again, you click the users, you can click the select all button, select all of the users, and then click the send button, and it will blast that out. We also have a video maker and some postcard maker. The video maker is super cool, where you can also create a video and share that video. That will be in another segment. But we've just shown you two ways within seconds to email something that is completely created for you, and it goes to your entire database, and it just has seconds to do it. So again, blasting out all the emails for our listings or blasting out the social posts, you have that at your fingertips. Alexa.
Yes. I was just looking at that and it won't let me select any users. And I messaged Kamei about that and she said she had a similar issue. You have to activate something.
You do. So we have a feature that is under the blast tab. And do you see where it says Realty Texas newsletter?
Yeah.
We are an opt-in system. So when you're onboarding, we take you to the blast system and you see where it says this right here? That's
Mm-hmm.
probably turned off for you.
Yep.
So when you turn
Okay.
that on, it now turns on the system for you and you won't have any issues from that point forward.
Thank you.
Yep, good question. I always forget about that little thing. That way you know nothing is being sent to your people until you click that button, and then you physically have to go and click the button to send them to them. So you have complete control over your data. All right, so those are two ways to send out emails, both again with the listings and our social posts that Jessica and Deandra work so hard to create for you guys. They do a really good job. And Jessica gets to see me doing shout outs to her and her team because we're always doing that. All right, so now this is going to now take us into our Realty Texas app, because our Realty Texas app has a whole bunch of really, really cool features. The video that I put in the app is 10 minutes long. I am going to actually share my developer app. I've got my Realty Texas agent app and I have my developer app. I'm going to share my developer app instead of this. I'm going to walk you through it real time. It's important that you guys know how to take advantage of the app feature so that you can stay on top of mind to your peeps. Let me share my screen. Where is it? There it is. All right, can everybody see my Realty Texas developer app? Everyone can see it, yes? Okay, cool. All right, so the first thing that I'm going to bring to your attention is the bottom right-hand corner. You can scroll to the bottom and you can click the About. And the about down here tells you what version that you're running in the bottom in tiny, tiny print. I want you guys to make sure that you guys are using the correct version. The version you should be using right now is 1.1.1. 1.1.2 is coming out this afternoon with some new stuff in it, but I just want you to know where you can find that. So the first feature I'm going to show you, actually the first feature I'm going to show you is the media. You know how I just showed you a moment ago to go to the .me and see the content calendar, and that you could email out a content calendar piece? We also have that goes out email. So anything that goes out SMS is from the app. Anything that goes out email is from your desktop app. Okay, so we separated those. If you click the media icon, so again, you go to your app, you click the last item, which is tools and settings, and then click media. This will take you to something that looks exactly like the Realty Texas .me dashboard for all your social posts. They're all here. You've also got the same section for new. If you're a brand new agent, you can go find all new posts and add those here as well. We have media, custom, logos. Let's just look at this. Let's go to grab the same I Have a Dream creative piece. We're going to take the creative piece and then we're going to blast this to everyone. You got three options here. You have the bomb, which is going to blast it to everyone. You don't need the link, so you can delete the link. That's not important. You've got two ideas here. This is the message that's going to be sent to them. So whatever's in this box is what they're actually going to get. And we have if you put F name, the first name in everyone, then it'll say hello, John. If not, it'll just say hello. And then happy MLK Day. And then you can send it to everybody in a city, anybody in a rank. You click blast, and it's going to send, hi Tom, happy MLK Day. Whatever it goes, it's going to hit blast. This is going to be sent to everyone that's in your CXM via text with that message and that post. This will allow you to send it to just one person if you want to send it to just one person, which is a forward button. And this will allow you to share it on Facebook or Instagram or Threads or Messenger or wherever. So it'll allow you to share it. So that's one of the ideas. If you want to share a specific post, you click the post, and inside the post, you can share it. You also have access to the content calendar in here. And when the content calendar opens, it tells you kind of, it's a reminder of, again, what you're doing that day. I saw a question. Belladonna.
Yeah, when I went to do it, it says I have to sync it. You have to sync these, download these with your phone. The all the posts, the 37 posts.
When you open you need to go make sure you're using the correct version 1.1.1.
Okay.
That sounds like an older version of the app, actually. Okay. Because these are just live, so they don't need to sync these. Lewis.
So question on, I went under the market statistics. How often are those updated?
So we get the market statistics from Texas Realtors Relevant Data Project. So if you go to texasrealestate.com and you click into the market viewer, those are updated monthly and quarterly. So we do the quarterly ones. Jessica, are you guys doing that monthly or quarterly? Do you know? We will ask Jessica. She looks like she's away from her desk at
Yeah,
the
just
moment.
the last one that's there is March 2024. So I'm assuming quarterly.
Yeah, I think that they do the quarterly reports.
Okay.
Okay, so I've shown you one of the ways. Now let's look at the next way. Maybe you just want to blast, you don't want to send a social post and you just want to message all of your clients. You go to the messages tab, the contacts tab, and you also have a bomb up here. And you can do the same thing. Hello, F name, or whatever it is, Happy New Year. We had a Happy New Year post, but this would not send a message, a graphic to them. It would just be a text message that goes to everyone. You can also send that by rank and also by city, and you blast out to everyone. But what you may not know is you have the ability to click agents and blast it to all of our Realty Texas agents as well. And in here, you can blast it based on metro. So or a city. I need to send a message to all the agents because I need someone to help me open a door in Georgetown, city, Georgetown. Hey, is anyone near this property? Because I need someone to unlock a door. So this gives you a way to blast a message to all of our Realty Texas agents. You also have the ability to blast all the partners, the lenders or your title companies or your trades. You also have a way to blast them if you also want to share a Happy New Year post or something like that with them as well. Or if you've got a transaction and you're looking for a lender to do a specific thing, you can blast it to all the lenders that you've worked before. We currently don't have a way for you to blast out to all the lenders. We push that aside, but all of the lenders that are assigned to a room that you've worked in the past, the blast feature will work. So that's the second way that we allow the blast to work. The third way is when you click on the messages tab and you click this little house icon up here, you can do the same thing and send all of the listings to all of your people via an SMS. We have our listings and my listings. So if I want to send this property right here to everybody in my database. Again, I don't have to have the URL there. I'm going to do the same thing. Hello, Tom. Let me know if you have anyone looking for this a duplex in Round Rock, and it will send that URL. The URL will convert into a picture, and you send it to your entire client base. That, I just listed this property yesterday. If you have a buyer looking, please let me know. I really need to get this sold from my seller. So more of a personal message to everyone regarding sending out a listing to your SMS people. Or if you want to send it to just one person, you would click that person and click the paperclip. And when you click the paperclip, you can send a listing just to that person exactly the same way. So I can then send Elmer, our developer, this property. I click send. It shows the property up here. I click the send button. And now Elmer is going to get that property via SMS. Click this again. You're going to see a V card. How many of you know your V card? This will just do the hot link in here and it'll send the hot link V card. And you can also send a contact directly to them. Hey, do you have a good lender? You can blast them a lender. Let's say Bobby Cloud. And then I can find Bobby Cloud in the list. There's a lot of people in our list. I can click and then I can send the link to Bobby Cloud as well as a picture that's in my phone or a file. So those are the three things that we can do. And it's going to take a second to tether those. Those are the three things you can currently do. Send a text message and it goes out immediately of a listing. You can blast out a blast to your entire database using our bomb feature, or from the messages tab, you can click the media icon and you can blast out a specific media item to your people. So I've shown you in the .me how to send stuff via email, and I've shown you in your app how you can blast stuff out via SMS. So when you're talking about your weekly, daily touches, you should be using these tools to help because within a couple of seconds, it's done for you. So it's super easy. And there are studies that every adult over the age of 18 has the propensity to refer you one closed sale that year. If you build your database to 200 and your database yields only half what the NAR statistics are, let's say you're selling in the $600,000 range, you have 50 closings, that's 18,000 bucks, that's $900,000. That's a ton of money. You must generate 100 leads a month at a 5% conversion rate. You'll exceed the $1 million mark. A 4% conversion rate will generate you 900,000. The question should always be, where can you get 100 leads a month? Part of that is going to be talking with your people and staying top of mind. So we keep developing more and more tools for you to be able to stay top in mind in your people. You just should be operating from a plan so that it's not a knee-jerk reaction, that you have a little mini marketing plan that you're putting thought into how many text messages you're going to send them, how many listings you're going to send to your people. And it should be that every single time that you do a property, that you list a property, that you send it out via SMS and email. We also have in the .me a way to create a postcard and blast it out to your people as well. So if you have a new listing and you want to blast it out, you can. If you have a mailing list for a farm, you can put all the people in that farm in your database and blast it out to them as well so that the system is blasting out your newsletters. I recommend using a third party company that's going to do that 8x8 campaign for you, but your system can also handle that as well. Okay, it's time for a break. When we get back from the break, we're going to hear from Kobe Bryant. In a so for those of you may know, he worked for um he worked with Shaq. How many of you know the LA Lakers? You say, I say go. When I was living in Southern California, I always had seats right behind Penny Marshall and Jack Nicholson at the Staples Center, where I would go and watch the Lakers game on a regular basis. And that's when Rice and Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant were playing. Heroes of mine. They're just absolutely amazing. Kobe Bryant was arguably the best athlete, the best basketball player of all time, in my belief. So how does someone who is not the strongest, doesn't have the biggest grips, not the tallest, how do they become the best basketball player of all time? And it's certainly, some of it is just, natural athlete ability, but you're going to hear from him on what he had to strategically do to grow into the athlete. He wanted to win, and he identified issues with himself. Off the line, he didn't have the strength. So he had to figure out how to increase his strength. He didn't have the best grip. So he had to figure out how to get a better grip because he was able to look and have a coach that said, here are some issues you have. He was able to identify them, and he was able to find and work and grow in those issues. So if we know our issues are ability, commitment, ethics, what are we doing to grow those things? We're going to hear from Kobe as soon as we get back, which is supposed to show you the effort that we could be putting into our own careers, in our own ability to generate money, in building our own weaknesses into opportunities. It's 11:11. We'll come back at 11:21.
Hey, Jack, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So I have like 1,400 contacts that I will have to sync. And I started syncing them yesterday, but I guess you probably can't see it. When I go to contacts under clients,
Yep.
nothing pops up unless I click the refresh, and then it just takes me to the sync contacts.
Yeah, so the sync contacts is a one thing at a time. So we have an import where you can download an app, export all of your contacts to a CSV file, open them in Excel, and then bring them into our system. You can do it that way. Or you can go through the sync contacts. You need to be using 1.1.1. So click on the tools and settings and scroll down to the about and look to see if you're what version that you're using. But you're right, when you go to the contacts, and you click the sync button, which is the arrows in a circle, that should pop up a black screen, and you should see all of the people in your phone with three tabs. Ones you haven't synced, ones that you did sync, and then ones that you've discarded. And
Correct.
then you can, for each contact, you can talk about, or you can pick what kind of contact are they. Are they an agent? Are they a lender? Are they a trade? Or are they a client? When you click the client and then click sync, it will sync it. It'll reduce a number from the unsynced and add a number to the synced so that you can see that it has now been synced.
So,
And go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Nope, you could please.
No, I was just going to say, so far I have 43 synced,
Okay.
but when I click clients, like where it has clients, agents, partners, when I go to clients, nothing populates.
Are you okay? So what version of the app are you on?
It said that it was when you told us to go to about, it said 1.1.2.
Okay. So Latanya, I'm gonna have you on screen share with Elmer. I'm gonna have him make a call to you. And do you have the ability to share your phone on your screen?
I believe so. It's an iPhone, so uh, I think I can.
Hey Jack, I was also having the same problem with the sync.
Who
Where
is?
mine says it's Anna.
Hey, Anna.
And I'm having a problem with my sync as well, Jack. When before the app went live, Amy was showing me how to do it, but I don't even have the option to do it at this point from my phone.
So I guess I need to have Amy teach another class on this. I'm going to have her come into a guest speaker on our Mega Mini. This is my dev phone, so I'm going to share it out again. Share it out again right here. All right, we're going to go to the contacts. I'm going to click on the clients tab. When you click on the clients tab, you see the sync button up here. You click on the sync tab, you see sync, synced, and discarded. Owner Retail Guadalupe, we're going to click the discard. Yes, discard. Your 58 will turn into 59, and this will change. Let's find Alexis Wink. Let's turn this into a. I want to try to find someone I know that's not a real estate agent. Okay, clients, and save. Now it will save it, and then when you go into your clients here, this has to refresh in order for them to show up, and it will take a couple of seconds for it to show up in your all clients list. You've got your ARC clients and your RT clients. RT clients are if the company gave you a referral, all clients that will show up in this list, and it will take a couple of minutes for it to show up.
So this is where I was saying nothing shows up. So like I said, I started syncing them and it says I have like 43 synced. However, when I go to the clients, it shows nothing.
Okay, so go to this tab here and click this button right here. This is a refresh of your data, and it will synchronize it from the back end to the front end.
I had the same problem, and I got with Katie, and she was not able to help me fix it, and she's getting with Amy to try and figure it out.
Did you guys click the refresh button?
Yes, I did. It's for me, it synced some of mine, but not all of them.
Yeah, same.
Hey, Latanya, have you?
Yes.
Is something going on with the screen? It looks like connection was paused.
I'm thinking it may be his screen from remember like where he was showing us like he was screen sharing. I'm
Yeah.
thinking that's what that
That's
is.
the phone. That's where he was showing us his phone. Look
Yeah.
at the battery.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I wasn't like
We're all
signed out
still
or
here.
something.
We're all still
Okay.
here.
No, it's not you.
Okay.
There we go. See?
Because it's 11:24. Okay.
It is. We were fixing the issue.
Oh, okay.
So there has been 3,420 contacts that was added. There are 789 that were not added. And so we are synchronizing those as we speak, and they're fixing that. It looks like there was an issue with Metro. So it was trying to create the record and it was failing. So they're working on that in the background. So those records will actually start appearing in your apps here in a few minutes. So they're fixing
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know. So Katie is going to call me and I'm going to tell her it's fixed. All right, so let's listen to this amazing video from Kobe Bryant. Who knows who Kobe Bryant is or was before? Okay, all right, so we know who the guy is, so maybe you've even watched this video before. Who knows?
You really want me on the team? Recruit me. You want first place, come play with me. You want second place, go somewhere else.
Can someone tell me what our Realty Texas mission statement is?
Better and better.
That's my slogan, but not my mission statement. But yes, Ken, better and better. I agree with that. All right, someone tell me, what is our Realty Texas mission?
I don't know it by heart, but I know it's to provide excellence in every transaction or in every experience with the client. The first part.
Yep. So our mission is to provide the very best buying, selling, and leasing services industry-wide. Not second best. Our goal, our mission is to provide the very best services possible. Listen to what Kobe Bryant says in his opening statement.
You really want me on the team. What's your approach to recruiting? You want first place, come play with me. You want second place, go somewhere else. Like I would watch Magic play. I'd watch Michael play. And I would see them do these unbelievable things, and I'd say, you know, can I get to that level? I don't know, but let's find out. That's why he's the best player in the game. Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you to become better at your craft. So because you know what you want, the world's giving you exactly the information you need to become better at it. Because you know what you're looking for. So many guys tell stories about your work ethic.
Yeah.
What was really your work ethic like, and for how long did you stay disciplined?
Well, I mean, every day. I mean, since 20 years. I mean, it was an everyday process and trying to figure out strengths and weaknesses. For example, jumping ability. Now, my vertical was a 40, it wasn't a 46 or a 45. My hands are big, but they're not massive, right? So you got to figure out ways to strengthen them so your hands are strong enough to be able to palm a ball and do the things that you need to do. Quickness, I was quick, but not insanely quick. I was fast, but not ridiculously fast, right? So I had to rely on skill a lot more. I had to rely on angles a lot more. I had to study the game a lot more. And, but I enjoyed it though. So like from the time I can remember when I started watching the game, I studied the game and it just never changed. It's a good separation for me, emotionally, to be able to put myself in a place where at practice or when I'm training or during games, I switch my mind to something else. I switch my mode into something else, right? For me, it's the equivalent of Maximus, Decimus, Meridius, and Gladiator picking up the dirt, smelling the dirt, it's go time, right? So that was my mental switch. It was like an actor getting ready for a film. You gotta put yourself in that cage. When you're in that cage, you are that character. And then when you leave there, it's something completely different. But when I'm in that cage, bro, don't touch me, don't talk to me. Just leave me alone.
How did you get mentally and emotionally so strong where it doesn't bother you?
Well, you got to look at the reality of the situation. Like for me, it's not, you kind of got to get over yourself. Like, it's not about you, man. Like, okay, you feel embarrassed. You're not that important. Like, get over yourself.
That's where you go.
Get over yourself, right? Like you're worried about how people may perceive you and like you're walking around and it's embarrassing because you shot 5 air balls. Get over yourself, right? And then after that, it's okay, well, why did those air balls happen? Got it. High school, year before, we played 35 games, max, right? Week in between, spaced out, plenty of time to rest. In the NBA, it's back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I didn't have the legs. So you look at the shot, every shot was online. Every shot was online, but every shot was short. Right? I gotta get stronger. I gotta train differently. The weight training program that I'm doing, I gotta tailor it for an 82 game season so that when the playoffs come around, my legs are stronger and that ball gets there. So I look at it with rationale and say, okay, well, the reason why I shot air balls is because my legs aren't there. I go, well, next year they'll be there. That was it.
Done.
Done.
Were there some names that you looked at and says, these 3 guys are as crazy as I am?
I'm going to put you guys in a group. I'm gonna also send this to you for your. I'm gonna throw it into Teams for you guys to watch after. You know, let's take all of the things that he said and let's kind of convert it into our world. I'm outgoing, but I'm not insanely outgoing. He said, my hands are big, they're not insanely big. My legs are strong, but they're not insanely strong. I'm quick, but I'm not insanely quick. Could be I'm outgoing, but I'm not insanely outgoing. I have a big sphere, but I'm not an insanely big sphere. So I have to do things to make up for that deficiency and recognize that. When he's in his zone, don't bother me. Leave me alone. This is, get away. This is my time. When I'm doing my power hour, leave me alone. This is my time. This is my Gladimus time. This is when I'm investing in my business. This is important time. Leave me alone. When people yell at you, or you're afraid to make a call, and you call someone who's registered on our website and ask us to call us, but then they yell at us. Get over ourselves. It's not about us, it's about them. So don't let that get in your way, because once you free yourself from that, you're going to be fearless like Janine was. And like he said, he was shooting air balls. How does he practice and get stronger? We need to, for ourselves, you're calling, and maybe we're not picking up anything from the calls. We have to figure out, why was he shooting air balls? Why are we not converting on the phone? We need our scripts. We need our objection handling. We need to find the things that are in our business, identify those things, and then fill and plug those deficiencies so that we can take our profession and the career to the next level, because we're a salesperson and we need to continually be improving our salesperson craft. With a few of those things, I'm going to send you guys to your breakout sessions. It's going to be your first breakout session of the day, so enjoy it. I'm going to put you in there for 8 minutes, and then make sure that you pick a group spokesperson who you think has never done it or done it the fewest amount of times, and let them speak for your group. I'm very much looking forward to hearing when I come out of this. I want you guys to be thinking about what you heard in the Kobe Bryant video, what really stuck out at you, and how you can take what he said and apply that to you and what you're going to do in your business to underscore the better and better. Everyone understand? Good. All right. I'll see you back in 8 minutes.
Chris, you should have a invitation to join the group. Do you see it?
Yep. You should be in group 2.
There it goes.
Thanks, Lisa.
Creating my view.
It's always fun to watch your breakout rooms and see what's going on. I can really tell the red, the green, the yellow, and the blue personalities coming out. All right, I can't wait to go over those personality assessments. You guys are going to have so much fun on that. We're going to be doing that on the Reputation Management Day. All right, so let's start with let's start with the bottom and work our way up this time. Group 5. Who is our captain out of Group 5? Alexa, Asia, Des, Jessica, Margaret, Mohammed, Sunshine. Who is our captain out of that group? Anybody?
Eric, I
Asia.
believe was his name.
It's Asia. I don't think her mic is on.
Hello.
Thank you for that.
Aisha. All right. So what did you guys talk about?
Yes. So, to start, Des said she admired how Kobe filled the gaps. He knew, and filling the gaps when you know what you're lacking, it makes you more self-aware, so that you know what you can work on to better yourself. And that's kind of what Alexa said as well, because she says for herself personally, she's very mindful. Like if I'm not I'm an introvert. Okay, well, let me be mindful to participate more and to be friendly. So just staying more aware, being self-aware, which of course yoga would help with that. And then Jessica said, stay focused on the end goal and stay determined. So just trust the process, right? Like Kobe, he knew that if he put in the work, oh, my legs aren't good this year, but next year they will be. He just trusted the process and put in the work. And then China said one of her favorite parts was when he said, like, you know, the Maximus Decimus, the part about the putting yourself in that cage, because that's her outlook. She knows that, yeah, pretty much that's her outlook, and her mindset when she's going into her job. And we said that doing that, like time blocking and not letting anything distract you so that you can stay focused, work on your income producing task first, and everything else can wait. Then, as well, one of my favorite things, Muhammad said, like the first line coming out the gate, if you want to be number one, come with me. And if not, go somewhere else. That's how he presents his business. He feels that if you want great service, come with me. And if not, then use somewhere else, use someone else. And we all agree that that's a great mindset to have, and why we all feel like, well, we picked Realty Texas. So here we go.
Excellent job. Thank you so much, Asia. Excellent job. Group 4. Who is our group captain out of 4?
I think I'm 4.
You are.
Okay, cool. So we really liked the get over yourself part. Like be confident in what you're doing, because if you're embarrassed, that no one's taking that home with them. It's just a you thing. So get over yourself. I also really like that he said the world is your library, learn from everything and everyone. We took from that he really liked following into his mentorship, like the Magic and Michael Jordan, obviously. And we kind of figured that like you, Lisa, and Jack are kind of like our Michael or our Magic and Jordan. So we're taking all of the information that you guys are giving us, and we're going to be implementing this in our everyday lives. Oh, and then, oh, crap, I forgot who said it. She said that she goes, well, not goes home, but she thinks every day before she does a task, what would Jack do? And that usually will get her out of the bed and get her making the phone calls. And we really, really liked that one. And then also one of our members was an athlete, and he said that his coach used to always say, embrace the uncomfortable, which has kept him going throughout the years. So we just feel really motivated by this mega class, and obviously Kobe, but we think that this mega class is our library, and we're going to use it every day as much as we can.
Thank you, Keela. Awesome.
WWJD.
He would get up and go to work. All right, group 3. Who is our group captain out of group 3?
I believe we were group 3, and starting out, I mean, well, Alfonso and Savion wanted to start a debate by saying Kobe wasn't the greatest. Alfonso thought Jordan was. Savion said he was the greatest behind Curry and LeBron. So they were definitely trying to start some drama in our group. But needless to say, we all think, Kobe is one of the greatest players. And it's all about his mindset that set him apart. We learned from our mistakes to get better. That's kind of what Kobe did. He knew his weaknesses and he knew what he had to do to get better. Alfonso brought up that, it's how we handle the objections that are thrown at us. Savion, he talked about taking feedback, wanting to be better, apply it to real estate, attend those marketing meetings, make those phone calls. Phyllis brought up when Kobe talked about being hyper focused. She also gets that mindset of, just leave me alone, because life throws us curveballs. And so she had just mentioned, stay focused, make those calls, take advantage of all the opportunities that Realty Texas has for us, all the resources. Sean said the same thing. Zhao Chen, she also said she got from it, just to keep going and keep going.
Wow, you guys really nailed that. I mean, you guys really, really nailed that. You're getting a gift card, Latonya, for being an incredibly good spokesperson for your group.
Thanks.
knowing what to look for. How do you get better? First, we have to figure out what it is that we have to focus our attention on to get better. Everything you said was exactly hitting the nail on the head. So thank you for really taking this one seriously. I'm impressed. Group 2, what did you guys come up with? Because the bar now is high. Cindy, Luis, Mario, Sean, Belladonna, Chris. Who's our crap?
Last minute, I was designated the spokesperson. So,
all right, let's do it.
All right. So it sounds like everyone has pretty much given out majority of what we discussed. But overall, I'll give a couple of things here. So we just kind of discussed that, you really need to dress for success. A lot of us were saying, before becoming a realtor, we would just wear tennis shoes, some pants, t-shirt, a hat. But you always have to be prepared. So when you're out and about in the world, you have to be dressed. So you never know if you're networking, you're going to meet someone. First impressions are very important. One other thing we discussed is as far as looking at what weaknesses you have and focusing on those and becoming better. We also discussed about being out there and really getting your pipeline filled. And that's, meeting people, not being scared to talk to people, but to network. The other thing, I'm trying to remember everything else we discussed. Just in general, just to really focus on yourself and not worry about what everyone else is thinking of you, because you're not important. I know one thing that Kobe said: if you miss three, or if you shot and you miss three air balls, it's not all about you. You need to get over yourself and really just focus on what you're doing wrong and correct those problems. And I guess one thing that I read, because I just started reading Rick Rubin, The Creative Act and Way of Being. Just a quote, he says, "If we live in a mindset of scarcity, we hoard great ideas."
Right.
So I just thought that would be a nice tidbit to add. So,
Liz, I talk about the scarcity mindset in our staff meetings, almost every staff meeting, and how dangerous that is for an organization. And each of you, you have your organization, your real estate business. We have our Realty Texas company as well, and scarcity mindset is probably the most toxic mindset because it's anti-growth. So when you start seeing a scarcity mindset, that's when it's time to get coaching and figure out where that's coming from. So thank you for bringing that up as well. Sounds like a terrific book. I have not yet read that one. So share that one with the group. It might be one of them that I take on. And last but least, our group 1. Who is our Eric is. All right, let's do it.
Yes, so group 1, Juliana started out speaking about how Kobe displayed, he spoke about his strengths and his weaknesses, understanding, for instance, like, we're talking about, he understood he had the, the smaller hands. And so what he needed to do to improve that. And so understanding what you're good at and what your weaknesses are, and expanding on those strengths, but being humble enough to know, hey, I have a weakness. What am I going to do to improve it? Janet came in and he said, we have so many resources here, with Realty Texas to be able to improve on those weaknesses. So understanding that, knowing that you have the resources. So, I say, hey, it's like finding tools, not excuses. Utilize the tools that you have here with the app and the .me and stuff like that to expand and learn from your weaknesses. And then we talked about just remaining humble. We're going to make mistakes, and so as we make those mistakes, like he said, it's not all about us. It's just learning from that mistake, reaching out to our mentors, to folks that have been there to be able to learn and build off of that. Mistakes are not bad. They're opportunities to grow. And so everybody agreed on that, and we just pretty much believe that having these practices here with our businesses, understanding strengths and weaknesses, checking in with ourselves, and constantly seeking, either through the .me or mentorship, seeking to improve, will definitely expand our business.
Thank you very much, Eric. Excellent job. All right, so time well spent, all of you. Thank you so much for giving a moment to apply something that one of the finest athletes of all time talked about, how he became globally known for being really good at something, and him sharing what his techniques were. But it seemed to be everything about let me focus my practice in peace, leave me alone so that I can really use this time and make the most out of it. And now, show me what my weaknesses are. Let's focus on my weaknesses, not my strengths, but let me focus on my weaknesses so that we can make ourselves better and better. We cannot get better and better if we're continually focusing on our strengths. If we're continually trying to make our strengths better, then the dichotomy between the strengths and the weaknesses are just getting further and further apart. So we have to look in the rearview mirror. We have to look at ourselves in the mirror, rather, so that we can try to identify what do we need help with and work on those things. One of the sayings I like about remodeling is always remodel and make the worst room of the house the best. And I like that quote because it's something that I've always done. What is the worst room in my house? And what do I need to fix? I'm going to make it the best. I'm going to keep doing that. And eventually, the best room in my house today is going to be the worst. And because we are going to improve everything else, and that thing that we're great at, we're going to have to then reinvent. Our world changes. We change. Our outlook changes. We get older. We get wiser. We see things that we never saw before. So we have to not look at ourselves with a legacy version of ourselves from the past. Sometimes we think of ourselves as someone that we were in high school or in college or when our first job, and that is who we picture when we think of ourselves, but maybe we've changed since then. We actually use that as a very good example in our reputation management class right before we do the personality assessment. And we ask the question, are we looking at a legacy version of ourselves today or actually who we are? And that also will help us try to determine what is the room of the house that we need to focus on today to get better and better. A salesperson is not going to get better unless they can identify what their issues are. And it's not an attack. It's not you a way for you to say that because these deficiencies exist, you're going to fail. It's the exact opposite. It's that I am going to succeed because I'm going to find these things out, and that's good. It's positive. It's healthy. Okay, so I just threw into Lisa's world 50 extra points for everyone that was on Latanya's uh, group. Each one of them gets 50 participation points for uh, group 4. So congratulations, you guys did a fantastic job.
Lisa, we were group 3.
Group 3.
We know that. I already.
I sent her a screenshot of your names.
Yeah, I already did that too. So.
Alfonso,
Thanks,
Anna,
Jack.
Tanya, Phyllis, Savion, Sean, and Cham.
Thank you.
All right. I always like to ask you guys a question, and you're seeing my definition, something that I used to do in this breakout session that I changed up a little bit because I really wanted you guys to apply what you heard in that video to your real estate career because I thought people were doing that before and they weren't. So what I was doing before is, what is your definition of relentless? What is your definition of relentless? If you think about relentless, think about a couple words. Can someone give to the class maybe a sentence that you believe echoes the word relentless?
I wrote not giving up when it seems easy to.
Okay. Not giving up when it seems
Being
easy.
persistent in your pursuit for whatever it is.
Being persistent in the pursuit. Okay. I like it.
I have a, excuse me.
Go
ahead, Mohammed. I'll go after you.
Luis and then Mohammed.
Continuing in extreme way.
Okay. Alfonso. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mohammed.
The way I define relentless is, and I even wrote it down. I wrote something like a successful individual conveys the following attributes: assertiveness, resiliency, being resourceful, stoicism, goal-oriented, determined, and diligent.
Okay, I love it. Andrew.
Well, I was going to say, my name is Constancio, and so that means consistent, and so being consistent in my career all the time, not quitting, has led me to where I'm at now.
And my last name is Carry On, so you got to keep carrying on.
I love it. That's awesome.
For me, it means when the tough times get here, I need to just keep going, push through.
Rise to that occasion, Sunshine. I love that. Yes, when the tough times come, we're gonna push harder.
My husband says I'm like a dog with a bone.
Okay, I love it.
For me, Jack, it's been the habit of, it's been the breaking the habit of being my old self and creating a new self as far as real estate. Well, not just real estate, but in general, some habits that weren't productive. I had to focus on those, break those habits, recreate a new habit.
Yeah. Okay. Recognizing within ourselves what habits don't serve us and allow us the freedom to let those go and replace those with habits that are going to help us meet our goals that we have and the dreams that we have for ourselves. I love that. What else we got?
I figured I would put finding a way to keep going and overcoming your own personal obstacles.
Yes, I like that. Juliana, I saw you unmute too.
Sorry. We all know the saying, like, oh wow, you are relentless. So like basically like always persevering, always, especially when it comes to real estate, never back down ever. Even if if they're on the do not call list, don't call them. But other than that, basically just always trying your best to like, hey, yeah, I'm a real estate agent. Hi, again, it's me. Hello. Yes, I love your business. Kind of like that. Kind of exactly. A dog with a bone. Relentlessly trying to get what you want.
And that has to come with a frame of mind that says every single day I'm going to wake up with the same optimism that I had the day before, if not more. Phyllis, you're on mute though.
Sorry,
There-
it was like an unwavering determination and faith that you can do that.
Nothing
Unwavering
can shake you.
determination.
I love it. Unshakable. That's awesome. Yes. That no matter what stimulus throws your way, you're not going to let it change your path. No matter how hard the wind is blowing, you're just gonna brace yourself and you're gonna keep going. I love it, guys. This is exactly right. Because how real estate agents succeed is by simply refusing to quit. You are going to refuse to quit. Just like Edison and all of these inventors who created these amazing things, they had a goal. I mean, imagine you believe that a light bulb is possible so much that you're willing to fail 1,000 times before you figure it out. Someone might create 10, 20, 30, 40, 100, 200, but hello, 1,000? That's a little ridiculous, right? I mean, that is really relentless. And that's what it takes in real estate, just to keep doing it, keep practicing, keep waking up. We know that most agents, they close one transaction in their first 6 months. That is the average for real estate agents. And the average long tail lead from registration to close is 6 months. And so just know that all of the phone calls and marketing and prospecting that you're doing today, that is going to come and it's going to bring you dividends 3 months from now, 6 months ago, 6 months from now. Those are going to take multiple touches in order to get there. So you are building momentum every single day. And sometimes it doesn't feel like the momentum is being built because you can't quantify it, you can't see it, because the results are when your representation agreement signed and business starts coming from it. So sometimes agents have built up a whole lot of momentum, and then right before all of it starts materializing and coming through fruition, they're ready to quit. So you have to believe, you have to have a goal, operate from a goal, and be relentless. My definition is being so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. just like a dog with a bone. Or a kid that wants a cookie. Whatever it's going to be, you're going to be so laser focused on that that no matter if someone tries to get in your way, your field of vision, you're going to figure out a way around it and you're going to keep going there because you're going to find a way. Excuses are a disease. They're a disease that rots you from the inside out. And fear is often the scary part that comes in that allows people to create excuses to fail in the first place. And often fear is using false evidence. Oh, this person is going to yell at me. You're afraid about an outcome that hasn't even happened yet. And being afraid about something that hasn't happened yet is paying a tax on something where a tax is not yet due. You're paying for it and it hasn't even happened yet. So let's not be fearful on picking up the phone and calling, not being fearful on having these great conversations and really making the most out of our salesperson practice. And be proud to be a salesperson. Again, having the honor to help put a roof over someone's head and hand them keys and help them through that journey is an incredible, incredible deal. Core coaching. Prospects receiving a call within 20 seconds of their initial inquiry are 391% more likely to convert. Today we're talking about relentless conversion. So first we have to figure out what relentless means. We have to figure out what it is to where the bar is for us, what we're up against in the marketplace with that top 5% that's doing the 95%. And then now we're going to look at the actual actions of what it can really mean for us. Part of being relentless is also being available in the moment because a lot of real estate is dumb luck. It happens to be in the right place at the right time and being open to having those conversations. I'm going to share you a story with you about my very first day in real estate, at least my very first day in Texas real estate. My very good friend, Savannah, she was what is this? Hold on. I'm getting okay. Sorry. I'm getting 911 text. My very good friend Savannah was or is um, looking at buying their very first home. And I told them, hey, I'm getting my real estate license. And they're like, oh, we're in the market. And I'm like, oh, I've got it about another month to go. And they're like, we'll wait for you. And that was the coolest thing because now I knew that I had my client lined up before I had my Texas real estate license. But guess what? I already had my California real estate license. So I already knew all about the salesperson training, and I had taken a master salesperson training early on in my career in California. So I had been sharing with everyone I was getting my license. And so they waited for me. The very the I had already chosen the brokerage I was going to go to, and I was completely ready to pass my test. The day after I passed my test, I was already getting signed up, and the day after that, I was getting signed up with the MLS, and the day after that, I was already out showing properties, getting my e-key, which was a little plastic box we had to have in our pocket, ready to go show homes. And there were 6 homes they wanted to see. They actually ended up buying the 5th home, which was an interesting scenario because after we saw it, a few hours after we saw it, that was one that they wanted to buy. And in the MLS, it was withdrawn. And so I called the agent who had withdrawn it and I had a conversation with them about it and said, well, is this thing still available? Do they still want to sell? And they're like, yeah, it's just been on the market for a long time. And grew weary of the time. And so we ended up negotiating that transaction and it closed. During that transaction, when I was showing them the properties, we got to the 3rd house. And we got to the 3rd house, and there was a couple standing out front. And they kind of looked at me kind of with a question, and I could tell that they wanted to ask me something. And I was walking up to the front door with Liz and Savannah, my clients, and I just mentioned, I said, "Did you guys have a question?" Because I could just tell that there was something going on with them. And they're like, "Yes, we've been sitting here waiting for 2 hours for an agent to show up, and no one has come, and they won't answer their phone. And we really want to see this property. We drove all the way up from New Braunfels, and it took us 45 minutes to get here, and we've been waiting, and we've been calling, and no one will answer their phone." And they've actually called other people as well and asked me if I would show them the property. And I said, well, let me show the property and let's have a conversation as soon as I get back outside. And they said, okay. So I showed the property, and inside I asked them, so what do you guys think, A, B, or C? And I'm like, C minus. And I said, okay. And they're like, go show these people the property. I'm like, would you be okay with that? And they're like, yeah. So I showed it to them, and they said, we want this property. They had already kind of chosen this house for themselves. So I told them, okay. And I'm thinking this is how real estate's going to be for the rest of my career. So I'm really quite excited about this. So I gave them my card. Asked them to meet me at my office. They met me. I told them meet me at 4 o'clock. The next property was the property that Liz and Savannah decided that they wanted to buy. So now I am driving back to my office with Liz and Savannah, and the other clients are there, and they were in the same conference room. I did a buyer presentation for both of them, got my reps agreement signed for both of them, put in offers for both of them. They both got their offers accepted the same day. They both closed on the same day. They both closed at the same title company, and they both closed with the same closer because they became friends, and they're still friends to this day. Pretty cool story, huh? And it's a true story. So part of real estate is just dumb luck. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I had the right conversation, and it just materialized into a conversation. So that is true. Part of it is just being open to having these kind of conversations. 40% of success. I'm going to show you a couple slides and then we're going to take the break. I love this slide, although I already showed it to you. The chance of making contact uh, on the repetition of calls. When a lead comes in and we pick up the phone and we call them the first time, there's a 40% chance that they're going to answer the phone when we call them the first time. Most leads, 40% of leads, only receive one phone call. And after the first phone call, less than 1% of the time they ever get a call back again, ever, from that agent. Agents are notoriously bad at follow up, yet some of them are spending thousands of dollars on Zillow and Homes.com and different websites buying leads. And I don't know what it is they think they're going to get from their lead spend, but they don't put the work into it to justify actually the spend because it takes an incredible effort. And I think you guys can tell the incredible effort from just the incredible effort that we put in with contacting our database, and Lisa and Michael Potter and Amy McAllister and the three of them working in our sales department, and the thousands of phone calls that we're making. Well, hundreds of phone calls a day, tens of thousands of phone calls a month, and the relentless pursuit that we have about lead generation and conversion. It's just massive. It has to be consistent. And if you're going to buy leads, you're going to pay for leads, you have to understand what the numbers are so that you can build from that logic and create a path for success. Because not calling the leads at all or calling them once is going to get you exactly nowhere. So there's a 40% chance, less than half chance, that the person's going to answer the phone on the first call. That increases 20% by the second call. So now you have more than 50% chance, an actual 60% chance of them answering the second time you call. And by the way, where did the study come from? Many of you may have heard of the CRM Boomtown. Boomtown did a 3-year study. The study ended up costing them over $3 million. By the way, this is the same CRM that recently sold to Zillow. In any event, this slide has been in Mega long before they sold out to Zillow. So this means that on the third call, it increases another 10% to 70%. And the fourth call, and by the way, the numbers are in the 0.001% of people getting called by an agent on the fourth phone call. It just doesn't exist. But that's when you get up to the 80% chance. And the fourth and fifth call are both tied at 80% chance of getting a hold of them. And by the sixth call, you have had between the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth call, between all of those calls, you'll have had a 90% chance of getting a hold of that person. So if you want to convert more leads, you have to call more times. And that is why our action plans have a 6-call action plan over the first week. Someone reaches out to us, and we're going to be relentless in our pursuit. Now, once we get past the sixth call, it goes into our last chance. We call 2 more times. Why not? We have a seventh and eighth call in our last chance pipeline. And then we put it into the opportunity vault, and it's open to the entire company. And all of you then have the opportunity to call those people to try and convert them. And it's astonishing what Amy McAllister keeps telling us over and over again. The very last call and last chance is when she gets a hold of so many people, that very last call. So had we did not had that very last call, a good chunk of our leads would have been landing in our opportunity vault without us ever being able to reach them. So know that when are you going to have time for all of this lead generation and all of these calls? You've got to make time in your calendar, which is why we're trying so hard to get you to hard code sometime in the morning and the afternoon to make the calls. Because if you're going to be doing lead generation, this is what you're setting yourself up for. Now, this is if you're calling leads. This isn't calling your friend Joe and you're going to call him 7 times in 1 week because they didn't call you. This is, I'm running Facebook ads and I got 40 leads this week. I'm going to put all of my leads into action plans and I'm going to start calling them and do exactly what I said on Monday. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton of Realty, Texas. You were reaching out to us with some questions regarding real estate. Looks like you're super busy. No problem. I'm going to give you a call after my afternoon showings today about 4 o'clock. I look forward to talking to you then. Hope you're having a great day. Talk with you soon. Boom. 4 o'clock. Hey, Tom, this is Jack Stapleton. I called you this morning to let you know I was going to call you this afternoon. Probably super busy. No problem at all. I'm really looking forward to talking with you and helping you through whatever real estate questions you had. How about I call you in the morning? Call you about 9 o'clock. Hopefully, I'll talk with you then. Thanks, Tom. Talk to you soon. Bye. Boom. And I'm going to keep doing that morning, afternoon, morning, afternoon. Can you tell I've done this a few times, right? You kind of just get into that script where you're just falling in there. You're using your inflections at the end. You're trying to sound super positive. No problem. We got this. Super busy. I get it. I'm cognizant of that. Not mad at you that you haven't answered the phone, but guess what? I'm not going to stop. You're going to hear from me again and again and again until we finally talk because I'm the guy that's going to help you and I'm excited about it. And we're going to keep that mantra going all the way through until I finally talk to him. Tom, so good to finally hear from you. How are you, my friend? Awesome. So I saw you reached out to us on Facebook and had some questions. How can I help? And that is what I'm going to sound like when Tom finally calls me. Uh, um, and then I'm going to say, by the way, Tom, 90% of my business comes from referral. So if you know someone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me and let me know? Because that referral would mean the world to me. Tom says, no problem at all, Jack. I'll be happy to do that. Great. Awesome. And I'm going to have that conversation with Tom 3, 4, 5 times because Tom is being indoctrinated into the business that is Jack Stapleton, and he's going to bring me business. And I'm going to keep letting him know how grateful and thankful I am. And when he does it the first time, Tom is going out to lunch with me. And we're going to go to Jack Allen's or we're going to go to Salt Traders or we're going to go somewhere nice and we're going to have a really good lunch and we're going to enjoy it. And then I'm going to give that to the IRS because I'm not paying for it. They are. How's that? All right, I know it's break time. When we get back from break, we're going to talk about the best days to call, and then we're going to hear some really cool videos that talk about lead conversion and some great tips and tricks that helped them. It's 12:15. Let's come back at 12:25.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, everyone, welcome back from your break. So what is the best days and the best times to make calls? That is a little element that I always like to throw in there is asking the question the opposite way. When is a bad time to make your calls? Anyone want to offer any advice on there? And what do you think?
Late at night.
WWJD, what would Jack do?
Friday.
Late at Friday evening.
Quit.
What
When
answer
people
do
are
you
on their
think-
way to work.
What do you think I'm really looking for?
Late at night.
It's not
The
it's
weekend.
never a bad time.
Never bad time.
Monday morning.
Let's listen
weekend.
to Jessica because Jessica has the answer.
It's never a
Jessica,
bad
what do you-
time.
That's right. There's never a bad time. In terms of us working during business hours and doing our job, when is a bad time to call a client? There's never a bad time, at least on this chart, right? Because this chart is talking about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So on this chart, when is there a bad time? There's never a bad time. Are there days that are better than others that you might have a better success from it? Yes, very much so. So, and that would appear that Friday is the least successful conversations at first attempt, but one of the things that we can find out from these statistics is that there is a 341% greater chance connecting with the first attempt when you call within the first 20 seconds. That is 100% true. Here's a couple of videos. This first one's from Wailopo, a company talking about lead generation. And so there are 3 videos that are pretty short, a couple minutes long, that we're going to hear from. That's going to be hearing from multi-million-dollar companies out there explaining to real estate agents about conversion and leads.
I recommend contacting online leads at least 7 times in the first month. We did a survey of all of our Wailopo users and examined that conversations normally don't occur with a new lead until after 7 contact attempts have been made. And you know, look, I mean, a lot of this has to do with time of day. Leads don't answer the phone at lunch. Agents love to call at lunchtime. And so it's about calling at the right time of day. It's also about mixing up your messages, sending text, making phone calls, having well-crafted voicemails to get the lead to call you back. But yeah, I would say at least 7 times. What we've discovered is most agents only call between 1 and 2 times. So they're far short of what's needed to actually have a conversation.
What do you think about that?
Really highlights the goal of being relentless.
Mhm. That's exactly right. That maybe there's something to this notion that when leads come in, that we have to call them more than once, more than twice, and that if you have 50 leads, that we're going to get a hold of 90% of them. Now, I've got a statistic that tells a little different story. We have found, based on our own lead generation and relentless conversion skills, that 33% of the time we're not able to get a hold of them. 33% of the time we are able to work with them in a meaningful way. And 30% of the time they ask to be put in the do not call list. That we're seeing 33%, 33%, 33%. So that means that 1 out of 3 calls, you're going to work with them in a meaningful way. But that doesn't mean that we got a hold of them on the first try. It means that we've gone through the entire SMART plan, and at some point in those first 9 calls, we were able to get a hold of them. You want to have a higher conversion rate, call more times. Now, remember what a conversion rate means. A 4% conversion rate means out of every 100, you've closed 4. If there is a 25% conversion rate, to create the 5th closing would require how many more calls? Easy math.
20.
25 more. Yep. So that means that if you have 100 leads and you have a 4%, that means each one of them is 25%, which means the first 25 calls, you had a meaningful client relationship. The second 25, the third 25, and the fourth 25. And so if you're continuing forward with a 25%, a 4% conversion rate, then that means that in order to have the 5th closing, you need 25 more contacts, 25 more calls, 25 more people rather. I mean, that's a lot, right? But if you get your conversion rate to 5% instead of 4%, out of those 100 leads, you had a 5th closing and you didn't need the 25. That is very profound. So the question should be like Kobe Bryant talked about. All right, then what can I do to strengthen my grip, to strengthen my legs, to learn my craft a little bit better, to make me the best professional I can be? All right, so let's hear from Work Hard and Be Kind.
So I just got off the call with my team and we're talking about lead generation and more specifically lead conversion. If you are generating leads from Facebook, Instagram, Google, YouTube, Google Display, any of the sources, and you are struggling with conversion, this video is for you. Okay, so check it out. There are only two components you need for obscene lead conversion. And when I say lead conversion, I mean anybody who has exchanged contact info in exchange for something else that you are giving them. It doesn't matter whether they're top of funnel leads or bottom of the funnel leads, a registration is a registration. The first thing that I wrote down is that every single client is a ready to go, easy client that's going to pay full price, that will buy with no contingencies, no issues, no fighting, no objections ever, until they tell you otherwise. You see, oftentimes we look at Facebook leads or Instagram leads or Google leads or YouTube leads. We say, oh, the cost per this registration was only $4. They are a top of funnel lead, or they are unqualified, or they take 9 months to convert. Everybody is a ready to go, all cash, full price, no contingency, no objection client until they tell you otherwise. The second thing that I wrote down is that the way that you show up to all of your calls, your Zooms, your emails, your in-person meeting, your virtual pitches, anytime that where you need to ask for a deal, the way that you show up will significantly impact the outcome that that client has with you. When people are excited, that's very contagious. Now, on the opposite side, when people aren't excited, that's very contagious as well. So going back to the beginning of this, if you don't believe that every single prospect you talk to is the best prospect that you've ever talked to in your life, you will show up accordingly. They will feel that and they will respond with objections, quietness, and reserve. So my suggestion to you, if you want to significantly increase your lead conversion in 2024 and 2025, believe that number one, this is the easiest client you will ever work with in your life. And number two, the way you show up for all these calls will significantly impact the outcome the client has with you. If you master those two things, sales is totally easy.
All right. So what do we think about that? What is your takeaway from that video?
Altering your mindset before you jump on calls.
Who else talked to us about this in just in a little different way?
Vanessa.
Vanessa Van Edwards, right? So now we're hearing coaches out there saying, look, you guys, how you approach these calls matter. If you think that this is going to be a horrible lead, that somehow that's going to change how you approach it, how much care you approach it, how much you pay attention, how many times you call them back, how relentless it is. I can tell you, if you've got a lead in your database and it says, I'm looking for an $800 a month lease lead in Elgin, Texas, and you have another lead that says, I'm looking for a $6 million property in the heart of Austin, Texas. Do you think the average sales agent is going to look at those two leads differently?
More than
I'll tell you,
likely.
if I was looking,
so.
Go ahead, take it away. Lewis, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think you would look at them differently. Sometimes, it's the same concept that happens when you pull up to a dealership. You could pull up in a old beat up, 1984 Honda, and they know nothing about you, and walk in and buy the vehicle cash. So really, I think sometimes you need to look beyond that and really connect with that buyer and see exactly what they're needing and tailor specifically to them. So
My first car in high school was actually I bought it when I was 15. It was a 1981 Honda Accord, and it was my favoriteest car I've ever owned. And I've had, everything from BMWs to Ford Explorers, and I think about I wrote a list the other day, like 32 brand new cars I've had. And the one that always has stolen my heart is that 1981 Honda Accord. So I grabbed Miguel and put him on a plane, flew him all the way to California to buy a 1981 Honda Accord. He thinks I'm crazy, by the way. Ended up buying this complete junker of a car, which was my, I guess, 40s midlife crisis thing, but thankfully it was a $6,000 midlife crisis and not much worse. And now I'm cruising around in a junky 1981 Honda Accord. So Lewis, you kind of hit that one on the head on the nail there, because
they don't make them like they used to.
so, I mean, this is the point, that Should we be looking at the lease, an $800 lease in Elgin differently than the $3 million property? Should we be qualifying those head and looking that, oh, this one is more valuable than another one? When we're leading with a servant's heart and waking up every day and saying, I'm going to help everyone and I love to help the lease client just as much as I like to help the $1 million client. So the answer is no, and fair housing would certainly be upset at us if they thought that we were prioritizing based on our income. But I'll tell you, if I was looking for a $4 million house, I just might want to find an agent that would be willing to help me if for a lease transaction that's $800 lease in Elgin. I don't know. I think that um, I would want an agent that would want to help me no matter what my price range was. And if they only want to work with me because I'm a $3 million buyer, maybe I don't want to work with that person. Maybe I don't want to work with that person. So it very well could be that that person is imposing to someone that's looking for an $800,000 lease and they're looking for someone who's going to care about them either way. Is that the reality? Maybe not. But maybe if we think that's the reality, that's going to change our behavior just enough to call that person and do as Vanessa Van Edwards says is close your eyes, think about the happy hello, think about putting ourselves in the right state of mind and being prepared and open to have a meaningful dialogue. And that person might have a father that is, and a mother and a brother and a sister and a daughter, and might start referring you. And that person might be a client for life that leases that property and buys investment properties, and they grow with you and your business. So let's look at a lead not as an income revenue, but quite the opposite. A lead as someone who we can help. And by helping them, we get compensated on whatever that might be. Cheyenne.
Yes, I don't know if Cindy's available to tell a story that she told me when I was in her office a couple of weeks ago when she was still doing sales. But it was a story about when we were at Keller Williams or back when she was at the KW office, and a lead that came in that was, for lack of better terms, not attractive to what most would probably identify as and what it ended up turning into. Cindy, you want to kind of tell that story? It was very inspirational to me and kind of reminded me the importance of, every opportunity is an opportunity and you should give them all the same respect no matter what they initially look like.
Oh yeah, that's not my story. That's Karen McKinney's story. And I'll share it if you want me to, Jack, if that's okay.
I love it. Let's share it. Thank you, Cheyenne.
So I don't know if y'all know Karen McKinney. Karen McKinney is an agent of ours. She's been in real estate longer, I think, than Jack. She's got like a 4 on her, like a 4.8 license number. Anyway, she's a hoot. I love her. So when she first started out, she was down in the Keller Williams office, wherever one was open, probably Southwest Market Center, and she got a call. So they got it because this is how they did it back in the day. The people would call the office of the broker, and that was phone dude. You literally sat in front of a phone and waited for the phone to ring. Keller Williams. And nobody wanted this lead. It was like a $500 lease out in Del Val, like in the middle of nowhere back in the day. Like this is before the airport was out there. Like there's nothing out there. So she goes out there. She was like, "I'll take it." And she goes out there and she meets the landlord. She's like, "Yeah, I think I can help you. I can get you a tenant, et cetera, et cetera." Basically got hired, and that tenant and the landlord's like, "Well, this was a test." She's like, "I've got 40 houses that I'm going to be um going through and reselling and buying new properties for my investment properties, and this was to see what agents were actually going to work."
Wow.
That was one of her first clients. So I have agents all the time. They turn their nose up on leases. It's a lease. I'm only gonna get paid a little bit of money. And I'm like, but you don't know who they know. You don't know what their situation is. And you're just keeping a door closed.
Thank
And
you,
you don't know
Cindy.
you don't know what's on the other side. And I see it a lot with agents. So don't turn your nose up at leads.
Thank you, Cindy. And I want to also talk a little bit about another perspective that I had in an aha moment that I had with our lead generation here at Realty Texas. And it was an aha moment that I had based on numbers that we were gathering. When the rates went up, there were a lot of people who were moving to Austin, and we were doing Facebook leads and we were running lease leads, and we kept getting more and more Facebook leads. And what I was finding from Amy is and we had some discussions and we had some meetings, and I put my team together and I said, I want you to start really, really training the agents how to convert a lease lead to a buyer lead. I want you to talk to them about the benefits of home ownership and what all of that means. And what we started finding out is that there were more buyers posing as tenants than tenants posing as buyers, meaning that there was a lot of people that wanted to buy a home, but they weren't able to get qualified and they ended up tenants. There were more buyer leads turning into tenants. No, there were more buyer leads turning into tenants than the other way around. We started looking at the lease leads. We converted more lease leads into buyers than we did buyer leads. And I started looking at that and trying to determine why. And it was a lot of the tenants, they weren't sure if they could buy. They were in a hurry. They didn't want to go through that heartache again of getting declined, and they just wanted to move here and lease for a year and figure out what they were going to do. So we started asking them when we were running their first application, wait, you have a 700 credit and you're making $7,000 a month? You can buy. Do you realize that? Well, I know I was kind of looking into it, but well, would you like to talk? We get them with a lender, we get them pre-qualified, we're showing them a house. So what did I start doing? Lease leads are cheap. Buyer leads are expensive. But our conversion rate was worse on the buyer leads because a lot of them were not able to qualify. We were able to get more lease leads to turn into buyers. So I said, look, let's take our budget and let's move that budget to lease leads because we're having more success converting them into buyer leads. So I found that very profound. I thought maybe you thought you would think that that is profound as well. And we're converting them, but we're also planting seeds. We're planting seeds for those lease agents, for those lease clients who are not able to buy right now, for those people who do end up leasing. And now that's going to be a tenant for you. You track the move out date and you're going to continue helping them. You get 75, 100 of those in your database that you've closed. I can tell you that Lisa probably and I both have 300, 400 of those, I would guess. And that means that there's 50, 100 checks coming every year that's just in leasing. I think there was one year that Lisa made more than 60 grand just in lease revenue. And so that is a good amount of money that's she's being paid to track those people to turn them into buyers and they turn into buyers. And Lisa had a full circle moment last year when her very first lease client that she'd been tracking for 15 years bought. Lisa, you want to share that story?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, sure. So it was actually almost 18 years ago, and she was a single mom, and she had to get out of her apartment because her husband was abusive, and she told them she was leaving, but she got nothing in writing. So fast forward, I got a hold of her from working the phones and at the first brokerage I was at, actually. And I took her to probably 20 different places and what she could afford. She's a very nice lady, worked at a jewelry store, two young boys. It turned out that her husband or ex-husband didn't pay, and so now she has a eviction on her record because they were still married. They didn't, at that time, were not legally divorced. So it was a lot of work, but I got her into her first place, a little duplex, and she was super happy. And then she ended up getting remarried, and I helped her lease a couple other properties. And that whole time I was helping her work on her credit. And literally not last December, but December of 23, she purchased her very first home with her new husband, and it was about a $450,000 home. So we stayed in contact. She referred me a lot of business. I believed in her. I checked in every year. I got her with a lender to help, and it was a happy ending.
I love that story because this is exactly what real estate is all about. And you're hearing that top down. People who spent their life in a real estate career, built a business, selling $1 million homes, selling thousands of homes, we could easily have the attitude that says, no, we're too busy for lease tenants. We're just going to hand those all out. But that's not what you hear from us. You hear something very different. I don't care who you are. We're going to help you with whatever it is that you need. You need to buy a $44,000 lot because you're going to build a house? We'll help you with whatever you need. The price range is not what matters. Is that you need someone skilled that's a professional that will take you seriously no matter their price range. That is the sign of a true professional. And Lisa, with the big heart that's always worn on her sleeve that we know and love about her, same with me, has been helping the same person for literally a decade and a half, almost 2 decades before that person purchased. Your database will have people like that in it, people that you've helped for years and years and years, and getting referrals from them, and eventually they buy. So whatever is going on in your business, regardless, when you get the leads in, treat them all the same, just like this guy said. Assume that every single one of the leads is a no contingency, easy lead that's going to be the best lead ever. And that is how we should enter our calls. And of course, Vanessa Van Edwards says something very similar. She said, start it with the right mindset and with happy thoughts. We're hearing the same message from all sides of this. Let's hear what we hear from Vanessa again.
So you have something to sell. It could be your business idea, your product, or even yourself. In this lab chat, I want to teach you how to sell anything to anyone. And of course, this is our lab chat, so it's all based in science, baby. My name is Vanessa Van Edwards, and I run the Science of People, a human behavior research lab. While my team and I were researching for my body language and sales course, I came across some fascinating science on selling, and I had to share it with you for one of our Science of People lab chats. So here we go. Here are 5 of my favorite research-backed persuasion techniques. First, always start with a bang. One study tried to figure out how to increase room service tips for waiters in hotels. They found there was a super easy thing waiters could do to increase their tips. All they had to do was start with a positive comment. When hotel guests opened their door, waiters said good morning and gave a positive weather forecast for the day. Just that one positive comment increased their tips by 27%. How does this help you? Never start a sales meeting or pitch by talking about bad weather, traffic, or being busy. Always begin with a positive comment or anecdote. Great weather, fun weekend plans, or a favorite sports team winning a game. Just that gets you off onto the right foot. Number 2, don't self-sabotage. The biggest self-sabotage mistake you can make in sales might be a bit counterintuitive. It's speaking ill of a competitor. Research has found something called spontaneous trait transference. They found that whenever you say bad things about someone else, people can't help but put those same traits onto you. The brain can't help but associate your gossip with you, even if logically we know you're talking about another person. So if you say your competitor is low quality and unreliable, your potential client can't help but associate those traits with you. So no matter what, when it comes to gossip, always say, no comment. Number 3, use awesome labels. One of my favorite studies about people found that when you assign someone a positive label, like having high intelligence or being a good person, that actually cues them up to live up to that label. In one study about fundraising, the researchers told average donors that they were in fact among the highest donors. Can you guess what happened? Those donors then in fact donated above average. We live up to our positive labels. So when you're with a client or a potential customer, give them genuinely good labels. I never want you to be fake or manipulative. So stick with positive truths. You can say, you are one of our best customers, or you are such a pleasure to do business with. In that way, they will actually want to be one of your best customers and try even harder to be a pleasure to do business with. Number 4, use your body. Study after study shows that you have to use nonverbal communication to be an effective salesperson. In one study, salespeople who used power body language increased their sales numbers by 56% after only 1 training. Power body language is super easy to learn. We have a whole video on it right here. And be sure to check out our course, Supercharge Your Sales with Body Language. Watch the video to see what I mean. Lastly, always end on a high note. Okay, let me explain a really gross but fascinating study involving one of my least favorite topics, colonoscopies. Bet you didn't know where this video was heading. I've only ever heard one thing about colonoscopies. They're super unpleasant, and doctors know that they have a bad rap. They wanted to do research to find a way to give colonoscopies a better reputation. Stick with me, I promise there's a point to this story. A colonoscopy is only a few minutes long, but they are pretty uncomfortable. They found that if they added 1 minute at the end of the procedure that was totally pain-free, people remembered the entire experience as more pleasant. In other words, even if it takes a bit longer, ending on a better note makes someone recall the entire experience better. So before someone leaves your pitch, end on a high note. Gift a final perk, offer them a mint, pay them a compliment. It will make the entire time with you even better. Since I said I have to end on a high note, I better practice what I preach and end this video on a high. While I unabashedly promote my body language and sales course, I'm going to show you my favorite high school dance moves.
How can you not love Vanessa Van Anders? There's actually a couple more things that are buried into that video that comes in a little bit. So we're going to also send that to you for your homework. But so what do you find buried in this message?
Be positive when you come into contact with any of your prospects or clients.
The power of positivity.
No one likes the negative person.
Yeah. Positivity trumps. Yeah. So good vibes. Great
So
outfit.
the mind, like the mind, I guess, kind of plays a trick because she said it was just at the end, and then people still kind of remembered the whole thing better. So I guess too, you could find a way to use psychology to your advantage. I don't know.
The psychology of selling is understanding that her business is the science of people. Our our um, our profession is all about understanding people. There's a book that I'm going to ask you to read. We sell it in our store. We bought it in bulk and we sell it for our cost. It's What Color You Should Know by Stu Redmond. He owns a company in Dallas. He actually came and talked to Texas Realtors a couple years ago and did a color analysis on us. I've taken that and also used it in our mega. So when we do the reputation management class, you're going to do that color assessment well. There's a chapter in the book that he says that knowing why your customer buys is the most important. Not how you sell, but how your customer buys. And people focus so much on how they sell, but we really should be not focusing on us, but how they buy. And then that helps us understand. And especially in real estate, people are looking for someone they can trust, someone that they like, and someone that is going to give them a good experience, gives them a good vibe. So we know that happy and probably unfettered emotions, meaning that, we're not just stressed out all the time, but we've got that smile and that happy-go-lucky kind of feel about us, which is what a salesperson needs to succeed. But you got to be professional, and which we all are. But we start understanding the elements, what creates a successful salesperson maybe is not what we thought, and maybe the things that we were thinking that we needed were things that we always had, that we just didn't understand how important they were. And now we're going to start investing in bringing those out. Because I think inherent in each of us is that inquisitive kid, that positive person, that person that really wants to help people. That's what I love about having Ken and Lisa on the front end of hiring our agents, is that we have a filter for those kind of people. We're looking for people who are going to come here and be positive and be that kind of element, because we can take someone who has those elements and show them how to be a good salesperson. But we can't take the opposite and someone who's just, kind of dark personality and not outgoing and difficult and combative and all of that, and try to turn them into a salesperson. It's just never going to happen. So I see people like Barbara McLaughlin, which I guess we all know who that is here at Realty Texas. You can't not love her. She's just always got something positive to say. And she's always takes a moment to share with you a story about something that's going on in her life and recognize something in you that she just really adores. And people gravitate to her because they just absolutely adore her. It's that kind of person who, if we can teach how to have really good salesmanships and actually go out there and sell, which she is an excellent salesperson and she's had that long before we got involved in the world of Barbara McLaughlin, which has been about 15 years now. I want to help agents like that succeed. There's a lot of agents in the marketplace that have narcissistic personality disorder. They're just, very, very selfish and they're all about them, but they're really good salespeople because they're really good at selling themselves. And the people who are best at selling themselves are people who are narcissists because they can fake it. They can put the guys over it and they can be the very best salesperson that money can buy, but none of it's real and they're not going to back it up. And it's really all about them and manipulating people to get them to do what is it you want to do. That's not who I want to succeed. And then we have these, I would say somewhere between yellow and blue, yellow and green kind of real estate agents who are really have their heart in the right place, always discounting their commission at the first opportunity, which I don't agree with, but they do because all they care about is helping people and they want to help people at every turn. I want to help them succeed. And so that's been my mission as a real estate broker is to hire really good selfless people that put on the apron of service and try to help them become the very best salespeople so they can compete against those narcissists who can sell the heck out of themselves. But in order to do that, all I have to do with the sunshine yellow personality type is say, go back to who and what it is that you are. Go to yoga, get rid of the stress, have the confidence that you know that you can do it. Let's gear you with some scripts that show you how to do this business, and you really will be unstoppable. You will be like Lisa Ormsby. You will be like Janine Solomon. You will be like the Kim Dales and those people out there that Oksana West, for example. You look at these people, and the one thing they all share in common is how much they care about people, how they go about making sure that everyone knows that they can see how much they care about helping people and they're in the community doing good things. That is our mantra. That's what we are. So I'm showing you all of these videos so you can start seeing that you're already equipped with everything you need. We just need to focus on the right things so that our conversion rate changes and that we focus on the right tasks, which are income producing tasks, so that you can make the success from this business, which is half a million, $1 million a month. How would 42,000 a month change your life? How would $84,000 a month change your life? Greatly. And what do you have to do? Well, that is the list that you have to create like Kobe did. How do I get better? What is it that I need to get into my life more of and less of so that I can be the best practitioner I can be? Lewis.
So in talking about or speaking about red, green, blue, and yellow, what color pattern do you see in this group?
I see a lot of yellow. I see a couple of leaders in here, so I see some blue and greens, and I see a little bit of red. But in the real estate world, we usually see about 3% red, about 10% green, um, 30, 50% blue, and the rest all yellow. 50% of the real estate community is yellow. Yellow is outgoing, great. At their favorite thing to do is go with friends and go drink it out, go relax and be around people. If they have a stressed day, they want to be around people, which is very different than maybe your red who has a bad day and they want to close the door and leave me alone. I'm in my cave. I need to, decompress by myself. Versus, your blue and your yellow, which is your really analytical people. They really love one-on-one conversations and want to dig deep with that one-on-one conversation and, pick things apart. We'll talk about all the different dichotomies of the colors, personalities. You'll all take your color personality test. We're going to change our name to that color, and I'm going to put you all in groups with your colors, and I'll have you do an exercise, and we're going to see how the different colors worked together, and then we're going to learn what we need from each other. And the one big takeaway from the color exercise is that it takes a village. If we were all red, we would have already had World War III and we would have been gone. If we were all yellow, we would not have houses or anything but lots of food and lots of wine, probably, because we would have figured that out. So the yellow needs the blue and they need a little bit of red to drive it. We need the drivers, we need them. We need the yellows to come in and be nurturing. We need the blues to say, you know what, we're going to create structure for all of this and make it all work. And we need the greens. It's like, I'm going to write everything down. We're going to document it all. So the world would not have gotten where we are today if it wasn't for the color chart. So if the one thing that we should really understand about humanity is that we can't do it alone and we need each other. So knowing what we need from each other is helpful, and knowing what we provide others is really helpful. So when you look at your village that way and you realize that you all need each other to help support each other, it makes asking for referrals a no-brainer because the world doesn't go around without those elements. Thanks for asking, Louis.
And just to add one last thing, I think it's also beneficial too to know what type of color the clients you're working with. So engineer, analytical, you have to be precise on data information, so forth. So, okay. I'm excited to do that. So I just thought I'd ask in regards to that.
Yeah, it's super fun. And I can tell you that, the yellows are always the ones, oh, I forgot my list, but I'm so excited. And then the greens, like, okay, they've got 6 pages of notes. And you're like, okay, I see where this person's going. Or the red, no, we're going to see this house, and this house in this order. So you're going to really immediately sense where the reds are. But what's interesting is that everyone is a mix of colors. And so we'll have a dominant color, but then there's other colors, which really gives us a rainbow of people. You've got some people with red and yellow, you've got people with red, green, and blue. And what's interesting about me is I am 3, 3, 4, and 2. And so I am really a mix of the colors, but my dominance is red. What's also interesting is if you take colors and you put it in a different framework, you will be different in different scenarios when you change the frame of thinking. Let me give you an example. If I take the color chart and I'm thinking, okay, in the practice of being a dad with kids, this is my colors now. I'm going to circle all the words with that frame of mind. I'm going to think of me as a real estate agent with my clients. I'm going to do this now. Or I'm going to do this as from being a coach in a basketball team. All right, now I'm in that frame of mind. How do these words react to me? And your color is different based on it. So the real estate agent Jack had a different color chart than the real estate broker Jack, which I found very interesting because I am responsible now for more people, which made me more conservative than it was in the chances that I could take as an agent. So when you're taking the exam, I want you guys very much to be thinking in terms of me as a real estate agent with my clients. Now, most people who are yellow in one fashion is still yellow in another, but they're going to change, sometimes significantly, but just enough for it to matter. So it'll be fun. You'll all enjoy taking that and becoming more aware of what you are. Okay, thank you. Hopefully all of you have gotten your goal set in the .me and you know exactly what it is that you're driving for, because when we get back from lunch, we are going to talk today again as a reminder about how much money you can make. Then we're going to jump into how many calls have been made. Now, I grabbed the call tracker on Friday. This was Friday no, today's Friday, I'm sorry. It was the end of day Wednesday that I pulled the call counts. And these call counts have changed since then. So we're going to go over how many calls you made. And then we're going to go through and we're going to talk about our smart plans and action plans and how our action plans actually work and how the leads move through the system and what conversations we should be having with people in the different stages of where they are so that you can start putting all the pieces together where all of this will start making a little bit more sense. We will do that when we get back from our lunch. So it is 12:59. It is officially lunchtime. So when we get back from lunch, I can't wait to share with you more about the second half of our mega day. See you back at 2 o'clock.
Jack, if you could please just tell Miguel to call me again because he called me, but I can't get into my Realty Texas app. So
Do you have his phone number? you have a cell phone number?
I don't have his cell phone number. I was teamsing him and texting him on Realty, Texas, but
Give me a second. No, yeah, I
okay.
did. I was just
Sorry.
sorry. I started my second meeting before my first one ended. Just give me one more second.
Oh, okay.
All right. So Miguel 737
Okay.
218
737-218. Okay.
2915.
2915. Thank you so much, Jack. Have a great lunch.
Thanks. You too.
Andrew.
Yes, sir.
I had a quick question on apartment leases. Don't we still have to fill out the representation agreement?
To help a tenant?
Oh, for an apartment.
What, we're still gonna help a tenant?
Yeah.
Okay, well, Jack is shaking his head no, but you'll be a locator at that point, and you're helping them get a property. You're gonna fill out a apartment guest card for sure, and then
Yeah.
the apartment guest card is gonna have all your details as a broker and all that information. But you definitely have to escort or call in advance in order to get paid your commission. So
Oh,
no, we don't need a tenant rep agreement, Jack, then on an apartment complex.
No, we need a referral agreement because we don't represent them because we don't have the ability to fulfill our duties under the TREC rules of providing a CMA because we don't have a mechanism to do comps.
That's
So
right.
we're not able to truly represent them. So what we're doing is getting a referral agreement signed, and the guest card is a referral agreement really between us and the apartment, and we're referring that person for the business, and
Yeah.
then we'll get paid a commission based on the referral.
That's a
okay.
great.
And the referral agreement, we have that has to be provided by the multifamily development, or we provide it.
There's a referral agreement that we have in our systems. They may or may not sign it, but in any event, they will pay you with or without a referral agreement. But that's Miguel can walk you through
Okay.
or Katie can walk you through that.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
You only had 11.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
All right, welcome back, Mega. I hope that you all had a amazing lunch and hopefully was able to contact some people as well. We have a busy day in Mega, so every single moment we have to be making sure that no rock is left unturned. We're going to pick up right back where we left off. We've got some more videos to watch and some digging deep in our action plans for our CXM. We're going to learn a little bit more about, we talked about mindset all the way through to conversion. Now we are starting to collect information. That's the process we're in right now. And how are we going to get that information into our systems? And so some of you were having some issues with the importing of data. We determined that because there was no party name, no first name, no last name, there was only an email address. Those contacts failed to import. So we're going back through because we have a requirement that there's a name. So we're putting unknown as the name as we're importing those in, and we're going to re-import those. So Elmer has been working on that for the last about an hour. So that will be rectified. But for the contacts that we had tested were contacts that had at least a name, and then we were splitting the name and putting it in first and last name. But if there's no name at all, then that was causing us some problems. So thank you for reporting that. Easy fix. We'll have that done. In fact, I think it's already pushed. He's just importing the contacts now. And that's a back-end thing, not an app thing. So you're not going to need to get a new app for that one. So that's easy. As leads come in to our organization, we apply our smart plans to them. So in our CRM, we have this concept of smart plans. And the smart plan is based on the contact being a tenant or a buyer, speaking English or Spanish, or the contact themselves wanting to buy, lease, or sell. So we've got all these different criterias. So we have about 900 different action plan items, everything from a text message to an email to a phone call reminder. All of those are automatically set up. You can apply those to your leads, and then you can go through and edit them and change them and make them your own. What we've noticed through all of our hard work is that every 100 leads that come in, they get thrown into one of three buckets. 33% go into our dead leads, which is anybody know what pipeline that is?
The last chance. Opportunity leads.
Dead leads. These are our what is a dead lead?
DNC.
That's right. Do not call list. So our dead leads are DNC. It's the end of the line. These are people who have told us, don't call me again. Somebody registered a fake phone number, and we called someone Tom, thinking we're calling Tom, and Mary Beth answers the phone. Mary Beth says, "No, no Tom here. Don't call me again." Okay, so that phone number has requested us to not call them again. We're going to respect that. We're going to put them in the DNC. So these are 33% of the inbound leads that come in end up in our DNC over the long term. 33% of them, we begin working with them in some way. We convert them. They say, yes, you can talk with us again. We're looking forward to hearing from you. We get representation agreements signed. We send them to lenders, all of that. So they answer the phone, and in one way or another, we're working with them. And then 33% don't answer the phone. Where do we put a lead that goes into and that doesn't answer the phone? Does anyone know where that ends up?
Opportunity.
That's right. That's exactly right. It ends up downline into the opportunity, and we're going to walk through the workflow or the data flow of our pipeline so that you really understand where the data is and what's going on with our CRM. I always like to share some statistics with you based on what we have an understanding of conversion rates. Realty Texas has handed out over 30,000 leads. 1,971 of those has resulted in a closed transaction. That closed transaction has either been a sale or a lease. 1,971 transactions we have handed out and put into our agents' hands, and they have closed it and were paid. $3.7 million is what the accumulated amount was for those agents through leases and transactions. So we've put 3.7 million into our agents' pockets from our sales department. And again, our sales department is designed for one thing, for the 350 odd agents that we have, that we're peppering in transactions so that they have business between their own natural business to help propel them. Maybe you close 2 transactions, 3 transactions. In that would be, we are giving you access to a closing. You use that. Now you've covered your monthly fees. You've covered your Realtor Association dues. You've covered your MLS dues. Maybe you've covered 3 designations or the annual fee for the designation, and maybe even a new designation, and maybe even all your SAE for the year. And so we handed a transaction that helped you cover all of your expenses so that you can be focused on the one thing, which is transactions, your own transactions. And by the way, when we hand a transaction to you, we ask you, call them, ask them about referrals, because any referral that you get from the lead that we hand you is a non-lead referral to you. And so that's just going to be one of your clients because you found out about it. We have 88,140 leads in our system currently. 35,648 of them we are still trying to make contact, meaning they're sitting in our opportunities vault. If we look at 35,648 leads, if our conversion rate is 4% instead of 5%, and we have highly trained people that are in our ISA department that are working full time, we have Janine, we have Stephen, we have Amy McAllister, and some other people that will be starting in the near future. So the expectation would be these highly skilled and trained people are going to have a higher than 4% conversion rate, but let's just say it's 4%. that is going to be 1,425 transactions per year that we will be holding out, handing out to our agents. So who wants to be part of a marketing and sales department that's handing out 1,425 transactions to their agents a year? I certainly do. And I think all of you, as you've been kind of hearing our department and watching what's going on with it, we're creating rooms left and right. I think yesterday 20 transactions were handed out, 20 rooms were created yesterday, which is a significant amount. Buyers, sellers, a couple commercial ones in there as well. So if we just look at a $425,000 sales price at a 3% commission, $12,750 at 1,425 transactions, it's $18 million in commissions that we're hopefully going to push out into our agents' pockets in 2025, making 2025 our best year ever. We have done some pretty amazing things this week in our tech department here at Realty Texas. Some of this you may be getting wind of as it's starting to chatter in our ISA sales department. Two things that we've done is we've begun to double down on our use of AI in our leads department. Something that we added this week was when our callers come in to place a call, we send all of the notes of that client to AI, have it summarize the notes, and then give the caller a summary of what's going on with that person, a script of what to say when they answer the phone, and a script of what to say if they get a voicemail. And so that's something that we added this week. It's been very successful. It's very cool. As you know, our system also records all of the conversations with our clients. Every time you're on a phone call with them, it's going to record it. So for our company leads, what's happening now is as our ISAs are on the phone with the client, so we create these what's called party lines. There's multiple lines on conference call going on at once. When there's a client and an agent in that conversation, our system has always recorded the call, but now we're taking that recording and we're digitizing it, and we're also getting a summary of that call and we're adding to the notes of our system. So now the agents automatically have the notes being created for them. So when you get off that call, you don't have to remember what you were saying and type in all of those notes. That's a really big deal. But what comes along for the ride with that is next time we call them, we have that information that's going to be sent to ChatGPT and brought back to us so that we can, in that moment, have that as part of the synopsis. So we have a better idea of what's going on with them. And it's going to have better conversations with people who we're on the phone with. So all of this stuff is moving at light speed. So our tech department is continually trying to figure out how we can increase our conversion rate. 5%, 6%, and more. And we think that in 2025, our conversion rate is going to increase because we're working smarter, not harder, and we're making things easier for our agents. Just think for a moment how much, and by the way, the recording and digitizing of the voicemail was something that was completed this morning, and it was rolled out about 45 minutes ago, and we're looking and already 200 notes was created that was digitized. And so this is brand new, hot off the press stuff. So just think how much time it's going to save our ISA callers from having to type in all those notes after every single call. That's going to allow them to make more calls and be more successful. So the number of calls that we make is going to drastically increase. I already know what Ken's thinking. Well, can you do that for me too? Recruiting, Ken, maybe in the future. Right now we're focusing on our agents, but my mind is in that same place as yours. Okay, so lots of amazing things going on. There's lots of amazing opportunity. Part of the lead generation process and part of the conversion process is that we know that they're going to cyberstalk our agent. We know that they're going to look you up. So one of the things that we're going to talk a lot about in a couple of days on our reputation management is it possible for you to control your online reputation? And I'm going to answer that in a couple of ways, and I'm going to answer it even more that day in class. But our behavior inside a transaction and how we present ourselves to people and how willing we are to fix things when they go wrong is going to help alleviate from these things, from negative things happening in the first place. But once they do, what can we do? And I have always said that we can dominate page one on Google. We have the power to do that with our company. I'm going to just throw a couple people who are in Mega. Juliana. I'm going to Google you. And what do I see in the first position of Google? Now, I want to tell you that this is impossible stuff. This is what Realtor.com, and this is what Zillow, and this is what Facebook is trying to do. This is what HAR is trying to do. Juliana Chavez.realtor. We didn't add Realty Texas. We're just trying to help our agents name trend. And we're finding her coming up twice on page one. Not only are we dominate position one for her website, and it's her agent website, by the way, julianachavez.realtytexas.com. It's the first item. People tend to click the first item in the list. That's going to go to her website, and it's going to be able to tell the consumer what she wants to tell the consumer, which is her vision statement and her mission statement and hello, her website hello, where people can click play and they can hear about her. Then we have Austin Board of Realtors second. Then we have HAR third. Then we have Realty Texas again, and then Instagram, and then Realty Texas, and then Realtor.com, and then LinkedIn. And we go down further, and we see Realtor.com at the bottom. We were able to get position one on page one. But let's grab Ronald Dunaway. I'm going to show you what helps us with this and what doesn't help us with this. Ronald Dunaway is not on position one. Let's see where Savion is.
That's how mine looks.
There's Savion. Who said that?
Jessica.
Mine as well. I don't pop up on
I
the.
don't either.
Yeah. Well, you know what? You guys came to our orientation day and we told you exactly what to do to get there. We told you exactly what to do. Okay. So we have agents being here after 2 days and poof, they show up. So we're going to talk about what it takes to be there and what you can do to help yourself. Because if there's content out there that is deep, rich spider food, it's going to beat us. We have created a subdomain that has your name in it. So the URL has your name, which is important. We have an H1 tag, which is the URL. So we have an agent name in the URL as well. On the page has an H1 tag. In the bio description has your name, and then several links on that page has your name. Then we create a blog that links back to it, and then we have all of the listings on that page linking back to your page. So we're creating a recipe for very good SEO juice. But content also is going to help keep them there. So we're going to talk a little bit about what it takes to get there, but it's going to sometimes take a little bit of effort in some agents. Within one day, they're already in position one. We beat everybody else just on what we've built. But we recommend that you do at least 3 to 5 blogs, and we ask you to create a vanity description for yourself that is in third person. I am Jessica Furr, and then put that in there and create it where your name is in there a couple of different times, and then you have your mission statement and you have your vision statement on there as well, and then your website hello, all of that will come together, and it will be impossible for someone to beat us. And so I've always asked you guys, don't bring the issues and wait to bring them into a classroom. If your website is like that, take it to Katie and Miguel so that Katie and Miguel can start working on it in the background. Because if you knew this, because 2 of you said you already knew this, my question is, if we knew this, how come we didn't fix it before? And get it with Katie and get it with Miguel so they can get it with the web team and start working on it so then they can say, okay, we have a ticket open and we're working on it now. So part of being relentless is, no, I want to be on position one. I know you guys have that ability. Let's make that happen. So let's all work together to make sure that if we know there's a problem, that we know who to go to, because that's why Katie and Miguel are both here. So I'm hoping that you guys have done that. Let's go a little bit more. Let's talk about Kamei, position one. Also down here as well. So again, awesome board, realtor.com, Facebook. So we're beating out some big hitters, companies larger than ours, but we're able to, in all of these cases, here again, Chris, Austin Board, Realty Texas. So we are in positions 1 and 3 for Chris. Alexa, let's see where you are.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Also, did someone's Alexa go off when I said Alexa?
Mine did too.
Mine did too.
It happens
Still going off.
often.
I'm not on mute. Sorry.
So, Alexa, you you are on positions 1 and also 4 with us, and also 5. So on page 1, we've dominated 3 times on page 1. And Cindy Bell, of course, Cindy Bell dominates in multiple different ways because she's been blogging, and I saw some really cool blogs. But about expert agent Cindy Bell, and then she has also her Google page that was built out, and so we also ranking for Cindy Bell. I know I saw a second one for her as well. And then Andrew Constancio, he's been here for a month, maybe 2. We're already ranking Andrew in position 1 on Google. And so he's been an agent for 20 years. He's been at Realty Texas for a month, and we've been able to beat out Realtor.com, Zillow, Realtor.com, Homes.com. We're showing a second time. LinkedIn, HAR, we're on a 4th time. We beat out where he used to be. And so the reality is what we're able to accomplish here as a company is pretty significant, and that helps you a lot because you know people are going to Google you, and now they're going to Google you and find you on that first page of Google. We're doing that. We spend a ton of money and resources and thought and love and care in building you websites as an agent that not only has all of the listings in Texas on it, but an even ability for you to have a video that you don't have to produce on your own, give to us, and we link. You just got to find your way into Deandra's office and have the bravery to allow her to click the play button and you tell the world what it is that you do. And I'm hoping that that bravery and confidence is going to come after you've done your value proposition and you come out the other side and that value proposition is done and you're fearless and you go in there and say, let me show everyone how it's done. Lewis.
So I see we've got here the option to under reviews. I'm assuming it's encouraged to get those reviews done, but is it done here through the system?
Yeah. So we've got several different reviews engines going on simultaneously in the background. One of them is every time you have a closing, we have a very carefully scripted review request that goes out to the consumer automatically in the back end. Thank you. So my name is Jack Stapleton. I want to thank you for the trust that you've placed in Realty Texas and your agent Louis Curran. And then we go on and we're very careful to say in no uncertain words, a good percentage of our business comes from online reviews. If you feel that our agent met your expectations for a 5-star review, please let the world know. If not, please call me and let me know what we could have done better. So we're letting them know exactly what it is that we're asking for. We're not asking for a 4-star review. We're asking for a 5. And if they're not able to give us one, to call the broker and let me know. And what does Miguel get from his reviews? Over and over and over and over again, he's getting 5-star reviews to our Realty Texas Google page. And we have a 4.9 stars,
Yeah,
500.
it's
Go.
pretty high up there. And then a question is, does it have to be listings that we've sold with Realty Texas to assign a review on it?
So we're sitting at 4.9 stars with 360 Google reviews. So give yourselves all a hand of applause for that because that is a really big deal. That is not something that's easy to do in real estate. If you go to Texas Realtors, you know, our state association, what do you think is there? Let me just do it this way. You Google Texas Realtors and guess what comes up? Realty Texas. That's hilarious. They have a 1-star. Last we checked. And it's really actually very sad. But I'm not even sure what's going on, why that's not coming up. That's not it. That's weird. I guess Miguel could do it for me. Ah, there we go. Oh, they've increased. They're 3.9 stars. So our state realtor association, which is known for ethics and raising the bar in real estate, is sitting at a whopping 3.9, and we're sitting at a whopping what? 4.9 stars. So we are working really, really hard on making sure that we are letting the consumers know what it is that we're looking for in reviews. Now, that's one of them. The second one is in your realtytexas.me, we have a review system that you also can use. Then that review will make it right into your .me, right into your realtytexas.com website rather. But what's cool about it is we've done something a little bit different. So let's say Miguel sends out the email and then you get the 5-star review back. Yay, happens all the time. You can copy that 5-star review into the review system that we've created for you. And what you're going to do is you're going to find the listing, because these are all my listings. I guess no one is sending out reviews because they're not there for me yet. But in any event, once you send out a review, it'll show you that the review was sent out. You'll see the parties here of who the review was sent to, and then when they grade you, you'll see what the reviews are. Requested, so none of these were done. In any event, when the review system, if you go to the very end, we'll see reviews. What we have here is 4 approved, 0 pending, 19 requested. What we're supposed to do is we can go to the review, we can populate, it'll grab the parties, and then we can create the lead. And once it comes up, we will click request. And when the request comes in, you've got this message. We'll send, and this is going to ask for them to give you a new review, or we can click existing. And in existing, we can take the review that we had on Google, we can place it in here and say add and send. And it's going to say, thank you so much for my Google review. Do you authorize me to place this review on my Realty Texas website? And then they say yes, and now you have a certified review, and then we will mark certified review, and then that review is sitting on the realtytexas.com
If
website.
it's not on Google and it's on like a realtor.com or something else like that, are we also able to do that?
100%. Zillow, Realtor.com, Homes.com. So what we want to do is be able to have that sticker underneath there that says that this is a certified review. And so we can't do that in earnest unless we get their permission. And if they placed it somewhere else, we need to get, in our mind, permission so that we can check off that box and say that our reviews are true. So if it's a review that's somewhere else, you just copy and paste it, use the existing, and then it'll go to them. And as soon as they approve it, that review will automatically show up on your website. So yes, you definitely want that. And I have 500 5-star reviews on Zillow, something like that. And Miguel and people have been trying to get those reviews off there and into our My Realty Texas website, but well, they're all making you a priority, and that's okay. So Google yourself and see where you land, where your website lands. And I'm hoping that you guys are going to show up to Deandra's monthly blogging class and that you will blog. ChatGPT makes blogging a breeze these days. You guys should have no issues at all with blog content. But let's think, is there something that you might have done in the last 24 hours that might be really good blog content? Let me hear from some of you. What could you have done in the last 24 hours that would be excellent blog content?
Cover your pipes for freezing.
Okay, that's one.
Attended the City Council Round Rock and also in training for a designation through my broker.
I love it. I love the city council one too. So thank you. Yes. Now, when you go and do your video, we also have both a blog with a B and a vlog with a V. Does anybody know what a vlog with a V is? VLOG?
Video blog. Yeah.
That's right. And so your realtytexas.com website allows for both video blogs and regular blogs. So if you have a video, like one that you filmed going out the doors of the city council meeting last night, then you can take that to the blog platform, upload the video, and now that's going to start taking on a life of its own because you already know that your website is showing up in position 1, page 1. Guess what? So are your blogs. And so if you have a topic that you're really passionate about, Pets Alive, Austin Ballet, soccer, whatever that is, and you use the keywords for the marketplace, so you give it a place and you give it a name and then you give it a subject, then we're going to trend. And so Deandra does a really great job teaching her blog class. So I'm hoping that you guys are putting at least weekly blog content up on your page. Kame.
So looking at the reviews, just to be clear, you can get a review on one of the MLS listings. So if you do help with apartments, that's something kind of separate, right?
No, because an MLS listing is really just connected to a room. So if you want our website, think of it as an island that accepts water from everywhere. So we are in our database, we're ingesting listings from every MLS. And so, yes, we are pulling listings in. And once we have that data in, we can kind of do whatever we want with it. But you also have the ability to create a listing on our website from your .me. So if you've done a lot of off-market deals like new construction or stuff in other states that's not in MLSs that we're connected to, you can create a new room, you can enter that information. So no different than an apartment. You go to the properties tab in the apartment, you click new, and then you add a room, fill out all the information, request a review, and now you have a review for a listing on your website. Make sense?
Okay, that does make sense. Thank you.
Yep. Good question. So here's our leaderboard as of Wednesday. I will update this again for us, and we'll be looking at this weekly of the calls that are being made. And so we are tracking it. This is something that we take seriously because we know that this is going to be the secret element and the success that you guys are going to have from your business. Let's talk about database though, because I keep saying that it's just really a math problem. It's just engineered math that will get you to the number, whatever that number is. Either it's a number of closings or a production number or an income number. Whatever your goal and how you're looking at that goal, we can reverse engineer that into steps that will make that materialize for you. Here are some test questions that you're going to see that I want to make sure that everybody has all on the same page. How many database entries does a salesperson need in their database? Candy.
200.
I like that. The agent should work to get 200. Okay, excellent. What is the agent's intent for each person in their database?
To
Candy
convert them
again?
into clients.
I'm going to say Juliana, no, but very close.
Referrals.
Referrals.
Yes, Juliana, that was your second intent. The first intent was there. So it is primary intent. So Juliana got the secondary one, but a couple of you got the primary one. And that's so important for that to be in front in the prefrontal cortex of our brain up in the front, that it is a primary intent is to get referrals from each of them. And the secondary intent is to transact using you. 20% of the time they'll transact, 100% of the time they'll send you a referral every year. Okay, what is the dollar value annually for each person in your database that transacts? How do you figure that out?
You look at what the average selling price of the home is.
Times what?
The
The commission rate.
Yeah. So
Okay.
3, right?
Commission's part of it. So, yep, we're all building a very beautiful cake. What are some of the other ingredients we're going to put in our cake? What is the dollar value annually for each person in your database that transacts?
Oh, how many people you have in your database?
Okay, so then, and how many people in our database that are going to transact with us this year? Do you remember the number we just talked about in item number 2?
100.
If you have 200 people, how many of those are going to transact each year?
8.
8. Would it be 8?
So 4 out of 100.
Yeah.
Okay. But we have 200. So we're going to talk about the 25 to 1.
It'd be
But
8
remember,
times 12, right?
so that's not the number. Remember, that's not That's not database people, that's leads. Your leads is 24-1. This is different. Remember when I hold up my hand and I keep telling you the different numbers? Phyllis has got it. So Phyllis, tell us class.
I don't know the number, but now it makes sense. My brain was thinking on the other. Sorry.
Yep. We were thinking leads, but we're talking
Yes.
about those people who already know, love, and trust you. So these are people
Is
in
it
our data.
18,000?
Okay. So remember, so every person that's in your database, we have a primary intent and a secondary intent. The primary intent is to get referrals from each of them. How many of the people in your database should give you a referral each year?
All of them.
One.
50.
All of them. That's exactly right. How many people in your database are going to transact with you this year?
20%.
20%. So then, if we're looking at that number, 20% is going to transact with you. This question says, what is the dollar value annually for each person in your database that transacts? So then, it's 20% of your database.
240 then.
So is it 5?
So 20% of 200. So that should be 40. But you should have 40 transactions in there. So 500,000 times 3% commission is 15,000. We're going to talk about a $15,000 variable. 20% will transact. That's 40 closings. 40 closings times 15,000 is $600,000 annually. But that's transact. That's not referrals, is it? The referral side is 100% of them should be referring to you. That's with a 20 to 50% conversion rate. Well, really, 20% is more accurate. So at a 15,000, that's you're looking at a $1.5 million database for referrals and a $600,000 actual transact and 200. So you have 200 past closings. You should be making $600,000 a year from your database from those 200 people, from people transacting with you, and $1.5 million from people who are giving you referrals. So that's gigantic numbers. And these are rooted in all of the same statistics that Zillow has, Realtor.com has, CoStar has, NAR has. It's all the same. If you build your business with a practice and you've been doing this for more than 5 years and you have 200 past closings, Kim Dale has more than 200 past closings now. These are agents who are focusing and they're calling their past people. That's where the millions come from. Don't keep trying to find new Zillow leads 5 years into it. That's not going to serve you well. It's your diamond mind are your past clients. That's where all of the money's going to come from. So then we can say, if I take $600,000, which is the amount of money I'm going to make from people transacting in my database, and the $1.5 million, which is all of the referrals I'm going to get and close from my database, and then I divide that by 200 people in my database has a retail value of $10,500 for each person that's in there. So in 30 years from now, you want to sell your database. Each one of your clients are worth $10,500. And that's how you calculate the value if you've been working your database and you have a $2 million income each year. So if the agent understands the value of the database and the value of the business and building a referral-based business and putting all of this effort in making sure that they stay top of mind of their clients and working their database like they should, they literally have a diamond mine. They literally have a gold mine if they use it correctly. Imagine having a gold mine and never dipping into it. So our database is the most important. Why do we think that maybe asking referrals are so fearful, and why agents can be in the business for 5 or 10 years? One, they don't have a jack that's going to be relentlessly after them to follow, the teachings in real estate to be a master salesperson. But asking for referrals from clients is probably the most important aspect in real estate. And you hear me say it when you come into our ISA training program and you sit in the chair in my office and I go through it and I explain it to you. But then I say, just wait. In Mega, I will really explain it to you. So when you walk away from Mega, there's no question in your head. You're all sold about how important referrals are in your business. They're a powerful source of new business. Referrals help you expand your network. Referrals can help you save you time and money. Referrals can help you build trust and credibility, because when you're referred by someone, you're already hired before they've even called you 90% of the time. They've already made a purchase decision and you've never even talked to them yet, and you don't even know this valuable piece of information, which is why real estate agents need to answer their phone. Because at the point you get there, you're not answering the phone for the referrals that are calling you. And now that is, oh, I guess they're too busy to answer the phone for me. If you can't answer the phone, maybe your voicemail should say something like this. Hi, this is Gavin Walker with Realty Texas. Today is January 10th. Today is Friday, January 10th. I will be in a Mega Master Salesperson training class today from 9:30 until 5. I'll be returning calls at 5:15. If this is urgent, please text me and I'll contact you back at one of our breaks. Thank you so much for calling, and I'll talk with you soon. Maybe every morning, a master salesperson is going to start their day right after their morning huddle. And Andrew, maybe you can write this down and remind everyone after the morning huddle that you should change your voicemail. Tell people you're working that day so that if you are at a closing, that people know when they're going to call you back. And how many times have you called a person and their voicemail was set up in such a way that you knew when they were going to call you back? And then you're thinking, I know I should be doing that. That's a really good idea. When am I going to start doing that? So that means that they had a business plan and they had a weekly plan and they have processes in their day that's like, oh, here's a checkbox. All right, this is okay. Right after my morning huddle, thank you, Andrew, for remembering to remind every single person every single day to set that. However, you have to remember that it's there. Because if you're going to go on vacation for 2 weeks, you can't be saying, hi, this is Jack Stapleton. Today is December the 3rd, and it'd be January 10th. So you have to remember. And guess what we have in our app, by the way? We have an out of office. You go to the tools and settings and you click on your profile and you put a date that you're coming back. So we know. So when a client calls for you, we go to the app to see if you're marked available, when you're coming back. That tells us a little about what's going on there. And your voicemail should have said, hey, this is Jack Stapleton. I will be out of the office from January 10th to January 15th. If this is urgent, you can contact my sales manager, Andrew Constancio, at Realty Texas at 800-660-1022. So somebody should be, Trek says that if you go out of office, that you have to notify your broker that you're going to be out of office. And so does the independent contractor agreement. So you're supposed to notify the manager if you have any transactions that are currently underway. So let us know that you're out, and then reset your voicemail so that if we call, we also know what's going on. And that's also why we have an emergency contact number for you in our database, because once a week or so, we end up having to call the emergency contact for our agent because more than 2 days goes by and we have a client trying to reach them and we can't reach our agent, and we're doing everything we can and we have not been notified they're out of the office. And we have a client that's upset, and at some point we're going to have to take the bull by the hands and give that client to someone else, and we don't want to do that if you're on a cruise ship and you already know you're coming back in 2 days. But how do we know? And they're yelling at us and we don't know what to do. So lots of communication between you, your sales manager, setting your office out of office date, and then of course the big one, changing your voicemail every single day. Good stuff. The fear that we have in this business is real. Fear of rejection. That's just part of human nature. But fear is a tax that we pay on something that hasn't happened yet. And let's talk about this because it's real. And we're going to get over this real quick on Monday. That's going to be true. The fear of rejection, number one. And what did Kobe say about the how we feel about when we're on the ball court and we have a couple air shots, or we have a conversation, someone yells at us at the phone because why in the world are you calling me so much?
Get
What
over
did Kobe?
Get over
What did
yourself.
Get over it.
Not about you. It's their bad day, not yours. I started my day with a cup of coffee and a beautiful session in the morning of all the things I'm grateful for. Went to my morning huddle, changed my voicemail, came out the other side. Hallelujah. I'm picking up on the phone. It's like, ooh, wish this person had experienced the morning huddle I had because they'd be in a much better mood. Y'all need to go yoga. Have you tried yoga? Make you feel much better. Because my goal is to try to make everyone have the best day possible. And me, I'm just floating around on a cloud. I'm going to help everyone buy a house. So if you want to get in my camp and be floating on my cloud with me, let's do that. But if you're going to try to drag me down, I'm going to, move on to the next person. Okay, fear is real. The fear of rejection. But it's not that scary. Once we know that they really can't affect us, coming from a lack of confidence, often a lack of pipelines, and we don't have a lot of things going on. Think if you've got 6 transactions going and you're making calls and someone yells at you, are you going to feel a little bit differently than if you've got nothing in your pipelines at all? It might make you feel a little bit, maybe a little bit differently. And lack of a clear referral strategy, because if you're putting all your eggs in one basket and no one's returning you back, calling you back, it can be really, really frustrating. So we want to change our sales agents' mentality when they're on the phone and give them the confidence that they need. To be confident, to make referrals just a natural part of what they do, and then when they're in the grocery store and someone says, "Oh, are you in real estate?" "I am. Are you looking? Are you in the market?" Should be the very first question you ask them, not, "Oh, yes, dang it, now this person is asking me and I'm just trying to buy milk. Why are you bothering me?" Right? Be open to that conversation. "Oh, are you in the market?" Should be the very first question you ask them. Because we want to hear a yes from that. "Oh, that's amazing. Yes. Tell me more about what you're looking for. Are you already working with an agent? Because you really should be working with me." And have that conversation and be out. You can be bubbly and funny and all of those things all at the same time and build that relationship. Because remember, people like funny people. People like people who laugh. People like people who are happy. So just be your natural salesperson. You'll attract people and you'll attract more of that. When I look across the landscape of all the top producers, again, the one thing I keep saying, happy, optimistic, smiles on their face, and sometimes they start getting this guilty feeling like, how is it that I'm making $800,000 and this is so fun? They start feeling a little guilty. And then they'll start wanting to give back to the food bank and getting into the community, start really giving back. Social proof. Social proof is a powerful motivator that can help real estate agents overcome their apprehension about asking for referrals. This can be done by showcasing all of those reviews and calling back all your clients. "Hey, I've just moved over to Realty, Texas, and I'm trying to build all my reviews, and you are a really important customer to me." Now, who told you to tell your client that today? Vanessa Van Edwards. Remember in the video? She said, go to all your clients and tell them they're your best client and they're how important they are to you. Tell them that, Sam. I need to get some reviews for my website. Is that something you can help me with? Building the strong relationships. So reviews and more reviews, knowing that people are going to be Googling you, and us as a company and as an organization trying to make sure that people can find as much information about you online as possible, and to fill up and backfill that page one with as many listings and as many references about you as we can. And we've got an entire tech team of people that is working on your behalf, and how amazing that is and how impossible that is to create, but we've done it. And then we give you a CRM. And that CRM is all about you exploiting your time saving skills. Let's exploit the system in order for it to allow you to take all of that techie stuff and all of the organization and just let it do it for you, so you can just show up on the scene and just make the calls. Call. Our entire platform over there that Amy is working in, you know how I know that it works for you? Because they're making 500 calls a day and we have thousands of leads coming in, and the exact same CRM that we're using to run our company is the same CRM we give you. So we literally have people beta testing it every single day. So then we invite you into the program. You don't have to be in the program to use a CRM. Two completely different things. But getting your leads in there, going through the sales program, understanding how to convert those leads. You could run your own Facebook leads, because did you know that we have in our .me this little one right here called ads? You can run your own Facebook ads. And you can create your own landing pages right here in the .me, and it just takes a couple of seconds to pop up. How many of you have taken the ads class with Amy McAllister? Click new, create your own landing page. I've got my farm. I live in Forest Grove. I'm the president of the HOA. You think I created it and I'm using it to attract people to my site? Absolutely. You can create, um, let's say your farm is Sun City. Let's say your farm is Kim Dale's farm, which is Sun City. Star Ranch. I'm going to show you where this shows up. Okay. Where is it? Here it is. Everyone can see our realtytexas.com webpage by communities. Sun City, Star Ranch, Forest Grove. This Forest Grove listing, this page that was built, came from my landing page. It came from the ads page that gives you what's going on in the market in there, how many properties we've sold in there, and all of the listings that are currently active in there, and then my blog as well. And so now if you want to, and it takes them to my page because I have that on my ads page. So you can go in here and you can create your farm and you will be listed on the drop down of realtytexas.com for that community. Does anybody know why Lopo does so well? They're the #1 lead generation company in America today for agents because they're creating community pages. Circle C, Terrytown. They run ads in those and they run Google ads based on those communities, and they have massive amount of leads come in because trying to get information on communities is hard. Zillow's not good at that because they've got an entire nation that they're trying to focus on. But real estate agents who are creating these really cool community pages, or the agents who are perhaps farming communities, they're going to Wailopo and they're running leads for small little communities, and they're getting a huge bang for the buck on this, meaning that the cost per lead is very, very low and the result is very, very high. So again, Amy McAllister can walk you through that and showing you guys how you can do that. Luis.
So whenever you set it up, you have to pay just that one-time fee to have it up, or you have to continuously pay to have that landing page there on Google. The neighborhood page.
The neighborhood page doesn't cost anything.
Okay, so you can just set up any neighborhood page you want.
That's right. If you want to run an ad for it, you can on Google if you want to get AdWords. But as you know, our stuff is ranking on Google really well, so you can create your neighborhood page. But we want agents to actually be sending out 8x8 campaigns and actually being in that neighborhood. So set up the first person, the first agent to bring a neighborhood that's farming that neighborhood, we will add it. So we've got people who are farming Sun City. We have people who are farming my neighborhood, and we have Kimdale. So we have a farming group. So if you guys want to farm, we will have your farm will be on our website by creating the ads. But that ads is more than just a farm. It does multiple things. You can create a landing page just for Facebook for just an open house that you're doing. And so again, the ads thing is bigger than just a neighborhood site because landing pages are a big deal. So it can be as sophisticated as a neighborhood site that we've built into our functions. But yes, it's a way for you to have another website on your page. So CXM. Again, all the ways that you can dump clients into your CRM, from your lead generation, from running ads on Facebook on your own to get those leads in there, typing them in, putting them in through your phone, and whenever you have an issue, get with Katie and Miguel so they can take it to the tech team, because our tech team we've got 3 people working full time that are fixing stuff real time. I don't know how many times we would have problems with DocuSign, especially transaction room. It would be down for 4 or 5 hours, and we would be on the phone with them, and it would take them 24 to 48 hours to fix it, and it was so frustrating. With us, you call Katie and Miguel, they call our people, and they're dedicated because they're full-time Realty Texas employees, and they're fixing it like that. So you have an entire responsive tech team behind you that's making sure that all of these things are fixed. But we don't know that there's an issue until it gets brought to us. So please bring us these things. That's helpful. The goal of each salesperson should be to get 200 people into their database that have agreed to transact using them. Hopefully these are 200 past closed people, or 200 people that you're in contact with that are really meaningful database people, really meaningful people in your life, not just, oh, this person I knew from high school 20 years ago, but I haven't talked to him yet. It's okay to have them in their database, but we're going to reacquaint ourselves with them and find out what's going on with them. And if you're going to put them in your database, and we're going to be calling them on a more regular basis. But I don't know what to say. Okay. Hey, I haven't talked to you forever, and I was just thinking about you the other day, and I'm calling just to check in because it's been so long. Shame on me. How are you? How was that painful? Can you do that? Because it's not that bad. Oh my gosh, I haven't talked to you in forever. How are you? Is usually the response. But what do we think the response is? Why are you calling me? I haven't talked to you in 15 years. Don't ever call me again. I think that's what on the right side is what we're thinking is going to happen. But the reality of it's like, wow, how are you? I haven't talked to you in forever. What a blast from the past is what we usually see happening. Okay. When is the last time someone called you just to say hi and check in on you? Who is that person that used to do it? Or who is it someone in your life that just calls you just to check in? Don't want anything from you. Just want to check in, see how you're doing. Share with me. Who?
Mom.
Okay, mom. Or
Honestly, Jack, the last time somebody checked on me was you.
well, you have a
Think
nice
that I'm
lady in
generally that
Houston who checks
person.
on you all the time, Ken, too. I want to hear some more. Who are some of these people?
Best friends.
Okay, best
My
friend,
my mom and my aunt.
mom and your aunt.
My oldest sister.
Okay,
Yeah, for me it'll be my one of my
My
uncles.
brother, my sister.
okay.
Jack, I was saying that I'm generally the person calling in, checking on everyone.
Same thing. It's usually me who checks on my friends and stuff.
Okay, well, so then you guys are the influencers in your family.
Yep,
And so
correct.
that means that people are going to be asking you uh, advice. And so that's good because they're going to go to you for advice, which means they're going to naturally come to you regarding real estate matters too, as long as you make sure that you want them to call you for that. So call me when you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. Right, good, because you can guide them even more. Awesome. All right, so we're going to be that person. We're going to be that aunt, that brother, that sister. You don't have any friends from college that call you every so often? You don't have a friend from a past job that you guys were like super close and then kind of drifted apart but calls you every so often? Well, be that person now because we're going to do that for everyone and we're going to strategically call them. We're going to call ourselves out for our own bad behavior if we haven't called them for a really long time, which I'm guessing that could be our database might have a couple cobwebs on them. We might need to dust those off, shake off the rug, and reconnect with all these people because down deep we know we need to. We think it's going to be painful, so we're putting it off. Well, let me think. All right, let me get a CRM and let me spend 6 weeks entering all my data. And then you get all the data in there, and you're like, you've been really putting off calling them while you're doing the data entry because you don't want to call them. You know you should, but something tells you if after you're done doing all the data entry that, well, it's gonna then your next gradual step is you're gonna have to call them, but then we don't. And then agents come to me and say, well, that CRM didn't work for me. So I went and got another one and started my data entry all over again. So Monday is going to be the day that we're going to start really meaningfully calling people inside of Mega, and it's going to be transformative. And then we're going to see more of that, more of that. Okay, so iPhone, hello.
Hey, sorry, I'm driving right now, but
Who are
I
you?
have a question. I'm Eddie. I'm Eddie.
Hi, Eddie. Okay.
Yeah.
You're
Sorry.
driving in the car?
Yeah, yeah. I
You
just had a
are,
question.
you're in the driver's seat or you're in the passenger seat?
I'm in the driver's seat.
Okay. I have to end the call. I'm sorry.
Really?
Really.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll just ask you.
You guys told me. I told you. I don't put me in that position, guys. I don't want to be in that position. It is against the law. It is a violation of Trek. And if Trek were to call in our class and pull a recording of this class, which they do, 1 out of 100 classes, they pull it and they saw it, they would pull our ability to transact. And if that person gets into an accident in the car, it's going to be our risk and our liability. Are we supposed to be driving and texting? Are we supposed to be driving on the phone? Are we supposed to be driving and taking a class and calling in and asking questions about that class? All right, I'm not the bad guy. I hate being in that position. So Lisa, can you send Eddie an email and let them know why they were just rejected? Thank you. Okay. The goal of each salesperson should be to get 200 people in our database. 20%, 1 out of 5, we already know that's going to be 40 closings. Once we start feeling that traffic coming in, we're going to want to start doing things differently. How do we get more in there? We already know the numbers. We're going to jump right in about fast tracking. This is something I've had a lot of question about, you guys. How many of you want to be in our leads department, but you've not yet been approved to get in to making our phone calls in our sales department? Okay, Savion, Phyllis, Kamei, all right, lots of you. All right. For our mega students, we have a fast track program because you know that the normal process to get into our apartment is to take the ISA 4-week program where you go through and you get all of the scripts training and you learn the scripts and you go over the scripts. Once you come out the other side, you will have gone through our sales meeting 4 times and you will have heard some phone calls, you will have heard some of the scripts so that you're not cutting your teeth on real clients. You're not cutting your teeth and learning at the expense of the clients and have, 20 phone calls where it's just really bad because you're learning. We don't want that. We want you to be what we call in the passenger seat, so that you're in the background and you can see and watch and hear other people making calls. So you can kind of get a feel for it and start being exposed to what it is to have um, a good repertoire of objection handling from objections that we're getting in the market today right now. That's the normal process. When you're in Mega, we allow us to circumvent that process a little bit. The circumvent of that process is that you can take one class, one of the ISA classes that's required. Michael Potter will send you that video, and it's one objection handling class that you need to take. And then the systems readiness assessment training with Amy, which is just showing you what buttons to click and how the system works. And then a live pilot. A live pilot program is where you'll set an appointment with Michael, who will bring you in. He will put the um, headset on you, and then he will sit with you in live real time and then break down each call after you've done it. And you'll do a 1-hour stint with Michael, with him there with you, going through all of that. Then once you're done with that, that's it for the day. Then you can schedule your first 3-hour appointment. And then from that point, Michael will be listening to your calls and doing one-on-one assessments. Every time you're done with your 3-hour shift, you'll go sit with Michael. Michael will have a little meeting with you about what questions do you have, what objections did you get that you struggled with, how do you feel like you did, and what do you need from us to help you prepare to be better. What do you think about that? So you are already enrolled now into the fast track program. So for those of you who wish to start making your 3-hour appointments and start making those calls, get with Michael, and he's going to have you watch the ISA training video, go through the readiness assessment training with Amy McAllister, when you might have done those already, and then do the live pilot call. Once you're done with that, you're good to go and you'll be making your 3-hour appointments.
Jack, I have a question. Yesterday in Mega Mini, somebody had asked if maybe you would promote extra credit for doing a 3-hour call session. Would you entertain the idea?
For Mega 16.
All right.
Our points calculator has already been put together, and it's a matrix, which means I would have to take points away from something else in order to make that happen, to make it fair. I like the idea. Um, the calls are not, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll put some thought into that. How many of you have ever seen this screen before that's in front of you? Thank you, Jessica. I'll put on to that. Okay, good. This is our ISA screen. This is our task form screen. You open it up, got a big yellow note here, which we call the master note, which is a sticky note that stays on top, which is a note that we want everyone to read. It's And then we have single notes, which is a single note that happens on every single conversation. Amy McAllister and Michael Potter for the last 6 months have been coming to me at least twice a week. We need the agents to get better about notes. We need better notes. We need better notes. We need to know what's going on. And as you'll see over here in the bottom right corner is where our script is. We now have this AI button that says generate. So you're going to click the generate button while you push the call button. We get their name, Anna. Click the call button, click the generate button. The generate button is now going to read the master note and all the single notes, and it's going to put this right here on the form for you, and it's going to tell you exactly what's going on with this person, and then it's going to create a summary of what you should say to them if they answer, or what your voicemail should be if they don't answer. And so this is day 2 of that. And we've already gotten a little bit of feedback. Cindy Bell said that in some cases it doesn't have our callback number in there, so she had to look to find it. And so we're going to make sure that that is in the voicemail script. A couple of things like that that was fixed today. So we'll find stuff like that as we're going along. So if you see something in the system and think, hey, you know what? I think it would be really cool if you guys did this. Tell Amy. Amy will put it in the tech system, and if we think that it's going to be really valuable, we will roll it out. So you have the ability to affect our tech by giving us ideas of things that maybe we haven't thought about before. So to learn the CXM, we're going to ask you from at least the call system, we're going to ask you to get with Amy McAllister and take the readiness assessment. Using the CXM as an individual agent, that is where Katie and Miguel are going to teach you how to use it in their weekly tech tune-up and the Monday training class that they have, which is kind of an entire training program that we have on our platform. Okay, when we get back from our break, we're going to start with the CXM lead lifecycle. These are all of our quote unquote buckets. These are the pipelines that we have. So every single client, each client will be assigned to one of these pipelines. And we have 2 separate pipelines here. On the left-hand side, we have a tier 1 pipeline. And on the right-hand side, we have a tier 2 pipeline. We're going to explain what tier 1 and tier 2 means. We're going to talk about what the intent of each one of these pipelines and what they're used for, so that when you get into your CRM, you understand why some are blue, why some are green, why some are yellow, why some are black, why you would put a client in there, so that you understand it inside and out, so that you understand your CRM better. All right, it's 3:02. We're going to come back at 3:12. And
Jack.
I'm going to stick around for Sunshine and others who have questions for me.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. So I cannot find, I found the video for the grand open house, I think is what it's called. But I think it's like a 5-hour video. Is there like a certain
That's
time
my
frame
mega.
that I
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
it's the entire mega class. So our mega 8 master, what is it called? Listing marketing grand open.
Uh-huh.
Is that the class that you were looking for?
Well, I'm you told me to do a 9-minute video for the open house.
Yes, I did. Got it. Okay, so go to realtytexas.me
Right.
and then click host it on one of the open houses.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm having,
I'm
yeah.
going to show you how to find the video.
Okay, let me see. Okay, let me do it while you're doing that. Okay, so hold on a second. Oh, I can't do it while I'm on here, can I?
Let me.
Yeah, I think I can.
So on your .me, once you are logged in, you see your name. And you go down to the open house opportunities. It will say host it. You see the
Yes.
host it button?
Yes.
When you click that and it opens, are you able to see this pop up?
Okay, that's right.
Realty Texas broker address on duties of intermediary. Let's make sure that this video opens.
So I've already pressed the host it. So is it too late?
No, when you click the host it button, the video is on that page, so you don't have to host the
Hey
video.
everyone, Jack here. Super excited to talk with you about a new feature.
Okay, but I've already, like, my name's already attached to the
Oh.
where it said hosted.
Okay. click host it to one that you don't want to host it for.
Oh, okay.
Because you don't actually have to host the open house. It's when that pops up, don't click the button that says that you're going to host it. Just click that button. And on that screen, there's 3 videos on the bottom. But I'm trying to find the video because there's another place for it too. It's right here. Good afternoon and welcome. realtytexas.com, realtytexas.info/open house, I think. realtytexas.info/open house. If I show you where it's at, it's easier for you to find it next time. And
Yes.
it can be found there. Because if I just put it in the chat here for you, then next time you're looking for it, it's harder to
Yes.
find. But that is
Just
the
make sure I
link
got it.
in the chat.
Okay. And then I had one more question. So I did get a
Good
lead.
afternoon and welcome. My name is Jack Stapleton. I'm with
Awesome.
Autoplay, so go ahead. You got to leave.
So I did get a lead from one of my old customers when I had a business. She said she was thinking about listing her place, so she was kind of happy that I was a real estate agent now, and because I had a relationship with her. Anyway, she wanted to work with me. She doesn't know when she wants to do this, but she seemed like excited already about it. So I spoke to Michael. He kind of gave me a synopsis of what I needed to do and
Good afternoon
how
and
to.
welcome.
And so I did. I talked to Lisa St. John, Alisa St. John. So she's going to help me through it. But then Lisa said that um, I don't get a mentor until it's under contract. So in between now and contract is where I'm kind of, she just kind of sent me to read or see the video about listing. Is there a listing video?
So that's a really good question. If you are coming up on a listing presentation, I would call Alisa and let her know that you have a listing coming and you'd like her to be the mentor. She'll be more than happy to mentor you through that whole process. 100%. She will be more than happy to do that.
Okay. Well, yeah, she sent me to that video, to the listing video. Is there a video for listing a property?
There is a mega video. I
There
have an
is
entire class called Listing Marketing and Grand Open,
listing.
which talks you through the process of what you need. But really, what's more important, one of the most important elements is your CMA. So, because you're going to bring a CMA to your listing appointment.
Right.
So, the mega module Master the CMA comes right before buyer and seller presentation. So, yes, it's a 6-hour one because it dives deep to tell you exactly what you need. It's not a Cliff Notes version. It's everything you need to know. So Cliff Notes version, that we don't have. So the master the CMA, and then after that, the buyer and seller presentation. That is going to give you everything that you need to go and hit a home run at your listing. So if you watch those two, you are going to see exactly what you need to do with the listing. And I break it down over the course of 2 full days. So it's going to take you hours to watch it. But the good news is the lunches and the breaks are all pulled out of it. So it's probably 5 hours
Okay.
total. But yeah, it's a lot. But, I mean, most of your CMA classes are going to be 3 or 4 hours long. So that's what you would expect.
I'll do them during my open houses this week.
Nice.
Okay, thank you so much. I guess the next thing would be emailing them and trying to get an appointment, right? To go see them.
Your client?
Yes.
Well, I would want to make sure that I'm prepared for my listing appointment. If it's a client that already works with or wants to work with you, that's great. But you have to give them a CMA. It's regulatorily required. So you're going to need to have a CMA prepared and have all of your listing agreement and paperwork prepared as well. So yeah, you want to set the appointment, but you also want to give yourself time between now and when the appointment's going to be, so that you don't set the wrong expectation and then not prepared for it. So I would call Lisa St. John and ask her to be your mentor. Let her know that you've got a listing appointment coming up, and what does she recommend because you want to go and get it signed.
Okay, thank you so much.
And don't be afraid to call Andrew Constancio or Michael Potter because both of them are happy to help you. Probably I would
Yes.
recommend for this Michael Potter. Michael Potter is not in Mega this time because Andrew is, and so Michael is kind of covering for all of us through this.
No, Michael was great. Yeah, I did go to him and he did help me a lot.
Good. Congratulations on your listing. Go get your listing agreement signed as soon as possible, but make sure that you bring with you a CMA and all of the paperwork that you need signed. Don't show up to your listing appointment without your listing agreement and your CMA because you need to go through the CMA with them and then get your listing agreement signed. Once you have that paper signed, we can show you step by step how to help list that property. But there are things that you're going to need to do while you're there, like walk the property and to determine what it's going to take to get that property up to market so that we can properly prepare it for market. That is what my grand open house, listing marketing and grand open house, I spend half of the time focused on that exact thing. What condition is the property in compared to the comp? So part of my video says before you go to your listing appointment, you're going to go look at all the vacant comps in that neighborhood to see what the condition is so that you kind of have an idea of, based on the condition, what homes are selling for.
Yeah.
Because you need to bring that property up to like condition for everything else if they want to sell it for the average price that's in there. So then we're going to have to look. Does the lawn need to be mowed and edged and the tree trimmed and the outside power washed and the light bulbs outside replaced and inside? What do we need to do? Is the carpets dirty or is there no carpets? What do we need to do? Does the house need to be painted? And then what do we recommend that's going to bring them a dollar for dollar value at least? Obviously, we're not going to do stuff that's not going to bring value to the home, but certain things will and certain things won't. So giving them this recommendation is stuff that you learn over time. So my video has all of that packed in there because when you're out there, you're going to have to give them recommendations on what to do to properly prepare their home for market. And I spend, like I said, several hours with all the different situations that you could find yourself in. A seller who doesn't have any money at all, a seller who wants to squeeze out every single penny, a seller who's willing to do stuff and not, and stuff that you absolutely need to do in order to make the home look, smell, and feel clean.
Okay. Okay, I'll work on those videos. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Does anybody know what time we're back?
3:12, you said.
Well,
It is in fact 3:12.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Please. Welcome back from the break, everyone. Seems like we didn't have one, but we did. I hope you guys had some coffee or something with sugar in it, even though I'm not a big proponent for sugar, to get our blood pumping, get us excited. Because we got some really cool things to talk about. We're going to talk about all those people with the dreams of homeownership that are in your database. I don't want you to think of these as leads. I want us to think about these as people with dreams, your friends, your family. This is your Christmas list. This is all of the important people in your life. This is your business. And a real estate professional, tell me what asset in your real estate business can you sell? Your phone worth $800, your laptop worth $900. if you decide to retire in your business, what do you got to sell? You don't have a brick and mortar. You don't have a business. You don't have a LLC that has any income associated other than your transactions that you've closed. So tell me, what is the asset that you have to sell if you decide to sell your business?
Your database.
Database.
That's right. And what is the very last thing that agents put any time and energy into?
Database.
The database. And so if the number one and if truly the only thing that your business has any tangible value in, any real tangible value is your database, how much of your time and energy should you be focusing in on that database? If that is the number one asset that your company has, that your business has. So if you were selling a house, are you going to wash the windows? Are you going to wash the floors? Are you going to do the dishes? What are you going to do to prepare your house to sell it? You're going to do all kinds of stuff. Well, let's talk about your database. Are you going to have a first name and a last name and an email address and a phone number and a physical address and a type and a source and a tag? Whew. Okay, so often we see agents hiring an assistant to help them with their database. I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. But I'm not okay with your assistant calling your database. Not really. And did you know that you have to be licensed in order for you to have these types of conversations for someone to call and help you with your real estate business? So what does it say right up here? Can you use unlicensed individuals to help with your uh, with your Texas real estate transactions? It depends. Okay. Can an unlicensed assistant make calls to determine whether a person is interested in buying or selling? What does Trek say?
No.
There's no.
No, you can't. You have to be licensed to set appointments. So Trek says that you, as a licensee, you're the only one that can have conversations with people about buying and selling real estate for a fee. That is what it is that you are as a real estate agent. All the other stuff we farm out. But I've had agents say, I want to call someone and have them call my database and set appointments for me. So you're going to hire another real estate agent to do your job for you? They don't like it when I say that, but it's really true, right? Because that's really what they've done. Because if you're having somebody else call and set and schedule that appointment, we already know what the shift book said about that, because the shift book already said. It said that first we lead generate, capture, and convert leads to appointments. We present potential buyers and sellers and get rep agreements signed. We show our buyers and market our sellers. Fourth, we negotiate purchase contracts. Fifth, coordinate our resulting sales to closings. And sixth, we manage the money comes into our company. The 6 core competencies are really an outline of our basic sales job description, most of which can be successfully delegated. But presenting and showing and writing, negotiating, coordinating closings, and managing the money that comes into your business, all of those things can be delegated. However, it is extremely difficult to effectively delegate number one, which is lead generation and conversion to an appointment. Why? The skill level it takes to generate a lead, capture the appropriate information, and then convert that lead to an appointment is a distinct skill set that takes extensive practice over time to develop to a high level, and it is where the money is. That is in the shift book. So Trek says only licensed people can call. The book says all the money is in your ability to call people and get referrals, which means we as licensees need to be the one to do that. So that is the one thing that we don't farm out. So I'm perfectly fine with farming out data entry, but the actual calls, we have to do those calls. Okay, so on the left-hand side, we have tier one, which is new, attempt to reach, and last chance. Those are our 3 active tier 1. Tier 1 means very, very simple. Cold as ice, blue. We have never talked to them before. For them to be in new, attempt to reach, or last chance simply means one thing. We've never talked to them yet, but we're trying to, but we haven't yet. Make sense? Green, that's where the money is. Nurturing, rep agreement, and under contract. We've had lots of conversations, we've converted them, and now they're tier 2. Now we see some yellows in here. Yellows are transitional ones, but we're going to get into the transitional ones in a moment. In the black, those are kind of hidden leads that we're pushing to the side. A transaction that canceled. We're not canceling that person, but we cancel a room. Now, this is important for you guys to understand this one thing, which is going to confuse you. So I'm going to want to make sure we get lots of questions about this because it can be confusing. You all know that your system has clients and it has rooms, right? You can have one client and have 3 rooms for that client, right? That client is buying an investment property, they're buying a single family home, and they have an investment property that they already have that you have on the market to lease for a tenant. So you have 3 different rooms for that client. Client record, there's 1 client record, there's 3 different rooms. This is where it's going to be a little bit confusing. The client record has a pipeline associated to it, but also so does the room. Every room has a pipeline, and every person has a pipeline. So a tier 1 pipeline belongs to a person. A tier 2 pipeline belongs to a room. This is called a one-to-many relationship. One person, multiple sales. This is where Chime had it so wrong. Whoever developed their database didn't understand real estate because they built the database based on a transaction. So if that person were to ever transact again, you had to create another transaction and you had to put them in there again as Joe Smith number 2. That makes no sense. That's crazy talk. It's the worst designed CRM on planet Earth. Well, guess what? They're out of business. Not my fault. Ours is not built that way. Ours is built a different way. A one-to-many relationship, meaning one person, multiple homes into infinity. But like I said, there is a pipeline associated to the person and a pipeline associated to the room. So a new customer comes in, that customer doesn't have a room yet. It doesn't have a room until we actually have a conversation with them. So they may never get a room. They may never have a room created because the moment a customer comes in to our system, any which way, our default setting for a new client record is pipeline 10, which is new. It falls into the new pipeline, so it's a new lead. If you have the action plans automatically turned on, they will receive an auto text and an auto email thanking them for registering with Realty Texas and learn a little bit more about our company and what we're about our creed and all of that stuff. You have the ability to modify the auto text that goes out to them, and it will immediately schedule a call for you to call them. If after we've called them the first time, we don't get a hold of them, they don't answer the phone, it automatically goes to the next pipeline, which is attempt to reach. And there's a battery of text messages and phones and calls over the certain amount of days. And again, you have the ability to change these. But the attempt to reach, we have 5 calls over 5 days. Every morning and one afternoon, we have calls that automatically get scheduled. All you have to do is show up at the right time and click the call button and fulfill those calls. All you have to do is show up. The system's doing all the rest. After the 5 days, if they still haven't answered the phone for all of those calls, and if you skip a day and you don't show up, well, now your pipeline is overdue. And so now when you finish that call, the next day is going to be, so your 5-day smart plan just turned into 6 because you missed one. Because when you pause in the middle of it, it doesn't stack up to the next one's going to be a certain amount of distance from the last one. And so the next action plan is always a distance from the current completed action plan. Your current completed action plan might be 5 days overdue, and you might have a 5 days in a row one call. You called the first one on day 1, great. You missed day 2, you missed day 3, you missed day 4, so now there's 3 days a gap between day 1 and day 2. Once you finish this, it's going to schedule the next call for the next day. And so it's always going to push it out if you don't call your people. So everything might be frozen. That's okay. It's not the end of the world, but it's still going to complete each one of those tasks because there's 5 tasks. And if you don't do one, it's going to push everything back a day and it's going to keep pushing them back. That's how we've designed the system. So new, they don't answer, it automatically moves them to intent to reach. They get through the 5 days and they never answer. It goes into last chance. And then after a couple days in last chance, which is 2 days in last chance, it automatically moves to opportunities. That is how our company is set up, and that is how your company is set up. However, there's 2 different opportunity vaults. The company has one, and so do you. And so um, you can see our opportunity vault, but our agents can't see yours. So if you have a private lead in your system and it goes through this, it's going to land into your opportunity vault and it's just going to sit there. And you're then have a bucket of non-responsive leads that you can go back and you can continue calling, but these are non-responsive leads, right? So we also have a pipeline called Park. Park is for people, and I pushed back on this for a really long time, but I finally added it just last year. So we didn't have Park. You might have people in your system that we're going to put in Park, and for whatever reason, they're just going to sit there and they're not going to be in a pipeline. And the final clincher for it was people that you import, and you are just kind of going through the motions, and you're going to slowly pull them out of Park and put them into new and put them into the right place, because everybody that you pull into the system right now you may not want new. So Park is, I'm pulling it out of a pipeline and these people are just going to sit here. I'm not going to do anything with them. I think that's dangerous in a CRM, and so we send you reports of what's in your Park. But again, it is going to be new, attempt to reach, last chance. And then if they've still not answered, it's going to be in opportunities, and then you can call them as often as you want in your opportunities. If through this process they answered the phone and said, I don't want to hear from you ever again, I don't know who you are, I didn't register, please remove me, then they're going to fall into DNC. And DNC is our do not call list. And all of our systems block the DNC list. You're going to have to go to a very special place in our system to be able to see your DNC or our DNC, because we don't want an agent making a mistake and calling someone that's in the DNC or sending a blast or a message to someone that's in DNC. Now, if that person calls you back, which interestingly enough, we do have people calling us back and they're in the DNC, then we move them back out of the DNC and we put them in incubate, which has happened before. But conversely, if someone is in this new attempt to reach last chance situation and they do answer the phone and they tell us, I think I don't mind hearing from you in a couple of weeks or a couple of months, but I'm really not really thinking about anything in real estate right now. So they make no commitment, no promise, no interest, nothing, but they are okay with hearing from you. We leave them in the tier 1 and we leave them in incubate, and that's where they sit. And then we have smart plans on the incubate that we're going to call them over time. But we don't have a room yet because they didn't say that they're interested in buying or selling or leasing, but they didn't say be deleted. So if someone calls and says, yeah, I'm not interested in buying a house right now, some of our agents say, oh, that's a DNC. We're really thinking short term. If we're thinking that someone who's not wanting to buy a house today is a do not call list. No, not at all. We're going to put them in incubate and we're going to get referrals from them, and we're going to know and be ready for them when they are, because we're not looking for someone who's looking to buy a house today. We're looking at building a lifetime relationship with this person. So every time they do transact with us over the next 20 years, that they're going to transact with us. And more importantly, that we're going to continue getting referrals, because hopefully that they're going to let us into their 6 degrees of separation. Make sense? All right. Belladonna, you had a question.
Just noticing that because what I'm afraid of is in the app, I have this woman that said, I'm not interested, do not call. And so I spoke with someone, and they said they put it in an envelope or something, and it's still in my, like, the calls. And I'm always afraid that it's going to accidentally get a blast, or you know what I mean?
So Amy McAllister is the one that you talked to about that, Belladonna.
Okay.
100%. She is your leads administrator. She is the system. We have a request update that is built into our system. Whenever you have a question about anything to do with a contact or a lead or anything like that, especially that specific question, that is Amy. That is her wheelhouse, 100%. And she receives over 100 emails a day that she processes from agents asking her to change a pipeline or put something in DNC or to help an agent with something like that. So she is standing by 40 hours a week during business hours to help you with whatever you need regarding that. So, and she loves it and she's really good at it. So awesome. So please get with her on that because you're exactly right. If someone said, don't call me again, we've got to put them in our DNC, which is our pipeline 9. It needs to go there. Exactly right. Okay. So what questions do you guys have so far on the tier 1 pipelines, which are all of these over here? Let's break it down. What questions do you have? Mario, Savion, Phyllis, Jessica, Des, Alfonso, Ken. No questions. Everyone is 100% clear. We're good to go. Okay.
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
So when you're making the calls and we do have the scripts on the bottom of it, like you said, or on the side as we're
We do.
working it. Okay.
Not only do you have scripts, but AI is reading all the notes and giving you some ideas of what it is that you should be saying. And you can find that over here in the bottom right corner of the call task. There's a little generate button. You click it and it's going to generate its recommended script based on the AI reading the notes and telling you what's going on. So it's just kind of a guideline to go by.
So when I push the call button, I push the generate also.
That is a question that I want you to ask during your readiness assessment, where Amy McAllister is going to teach you how to use the actual system. But that's up to you. You can push the generate button and then the call button, or you can push the call button and the generate button, either one. But if you push the call button and the generate button, it's going to take 5 to 7 seconds to call them. So now you set yourself up to read the notes and get your script down in 5 to 7 seconds. A lot of agents have that ability. Okay, I'm going to push the call button and I'm going to read it really quick. Music starts. They're going to start with their script and go on to the next one because they're going to keep calling because their goal is to call 100 people because they want to find their 4 in there. I say as a new caller, do it the other way around until you start finding some ways to get faster at it, get more confident, and then you can find your own way. But these are the types of things that Amy McAllister is going to teach you guys in the readiness assessment test, exactly how to use it. And then once you've gone through that, you're still going to have questions. So then you're going to sit with Michael Potter. And Michael Potter is going to be sitting to your left as you're sitting in the chair with the headset on, going through and making these calls. And after every single call, it's going to be like, okay, how do I do? What do I need to do better? And he's going to walk you through it. So we got you step by step. But right now, before you sit in the cockpit, I want to show you how the engine works. So right now we're talking about engine.
I
Jessica,
didn't know if you could actually press it before the
you
call button. Okay.
You can. Yep, absolutely. Jessica.
On the back end, how many phone calls do you have to make in between each life cycle before they get moved to the next life cycle?
We have that was actually answered in our last mega class. Let me back up to module 2. In module 2, I had a screen, and I'm gonna bring it up on my screen so I can find it. It was at the end of the day, right? No, here. This is the new pipeline, the attempt to reach pipeline, and the last chance pipeline. So this is day 1 through 8. So I broke this down so that you guys can see exactly what's happening. So when it falls into the new, the very first thing that's going to happen is immediately an email is going to go out, and then it's going to schedule a call, and the call is going to be in your action plans in your app. And then after you make the call, it's going to send them a really friendly text 15 minutes later. Then the next morning at 8:30, an email is going to go out automatically because they didn't answer. So we left them a voicemail, right? This is now if you called them and they answered, the text message is not going to go out because now they're going to go into a different pipeline. They're not going to be in the pipeline anymore. So let's make the assumption that as we're talking here, they've never answered the phone. So again, let's say someone found you on Google, they clicked register on your website, and they showed up in your new. Automatically, the system's going to send them an email. It's going to queue you a call, and you're going to get a notification that you have a call. They have a new lead that registered. You're going to call, and then Tom doesn't answer the phone. Hi, Tom. This is Jessica at Realty, Texas. Thank you so much for registering. I just saw that you came from, looks like Facebook. I'm gonna give you a call back this afternoon. But if you, this is my number, 512-264-5115. If you get the message, give me a call back. Otherwise, I'll talk to you today at 4. Thanks, Tom. Whatever your script's gonna be on that. And then after you hang up, it's going to send Tom a text message. Hey, Tom, missed your call. Looking forward to speaking with you. And so it's going to send your V card along for the ride. And they're going to get that text message so that if they're not paying attention to their voicemails, boom, now they get a text message both. Day 2 shows up 8:30 in the morning. Email goes out. Another call task is due. So when I ask you guys to be making your calls in the morning and the afternoon, that's going to coincide with your action plans and your reminders because they're going to be stacking up in the morning. So in this case, 8:30, and then the email goes out, and the first call stacks up at 9 o'clock. So then you make that call, that they don't answer the phone again. 15 minutes later, a text message goes out, and then later that day at 4 o'clock, another call task is going to generate for you, and boop, you're going to get a message via the notifications. You have a call task due. So then you make that 4 o'clock call, and then 15 minutes later, a text message comes in. Day 3, and then day 4, and then day 5. And then when it gets into the last chance, we do it in the morning and the afternoon. And then we have a skip a day. We're not going to do anything on day 7. And then on day 8, it's going to happen again. And then based on this, if they don't answer the phone here, it's going to automatically move them to the opportunity vault.
Doc, I wanted to ask,
now that's only if you call it the same
I
person.
can't hear you. Who's talking right now?
What if you're just calling the same person
Margaret, you've got really, really
and that
bad internet and
person
we can't hear you.
is on the first day?
Margaret, we cannot hear you. Put your question in the chat. I'm sorry, the internet is going out. I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. And you're also frozen in your window. So once your internet restored, ask your question or put it in the chat and we'll get your question answered. I'm sorry. All right, so based on the tier 1 stuff, anybody else have questions on the tier 1 side? About the engine. Let's not talk about the cockpit, and let's talk about the engine pipelines. Okay. Now let's talk about the tier 2s. The tier 2 was, let's say a new came in, you called them within 20 seconds. Woohoo, big win. Guess what happened? They answered the phone, and one of three things is going to happen when they answer the phone. Remember, 33%, it's going to go into DNC. They don't want to talk to us. 33% is, I don't mind if we talk. Or 33%, they're never going to answer the phone. But if they do answer the phone, it's going to be in one of these 3 situations. They're going to say, I want to talk to you. Or, I don't mind if you call me and give me information regarding real estate in a couple weeks and just check up on me. I don't mind, but I'm not in the market right now. No problem. We're going to incubate you, and then we're going to keep checking in and see if that changes. We planted a seed in their head that moment, which the seed's going to start germinating and growing, and they're going to start thinking about it. So by the next time we talk to them, that story probably is going to change. But in any event, if they do conversely say, yes, I was looking at 123 Main Street and I'd like to see it. Got it. Now we're going to put them in nurturing. Because nurturing, we're going to create a room for them, and we're going to start tracking them. Because we need to send them an information about brokerage service. So we need to send a packet to them, and we need to have a conversation with them about representation because a rep agreement's going to have to go out to them. because that also is now going to be a requirement. But we're going to invite them into, you know, uh, Zillow has this philosophy. When a lead comes in and they say they want to buy a property, the 5 things, and we call and we set the appointment. Um, we call them back. They're looking at buying 123 Main Street. Hi Tom, this is Jack Stapleton, Realty Texas, Realtor.com. Said you're interested in 123 Main Street. When would you like to see the property? By the way, if somebody else calls you, let them know Jack's already helped you. And that's the 5 things. You have to identify it yourself, the company name, the source of where you got the information, the address, and then after the appointment is set, call them, let them know that if anybody else calls them, to let them know we've already helped them, because we know that Zillow is going to sell our information, sell that person's information to 3 different people, and we want to try to make the competition hear that someone else has already helped them because they don't know how to handle that objection most often. We're going to go over these scripts together. I'm going to put you in breakout sessions in a little bit, and you're going to practice that particular script with your classmates. You're going to practice it 5 times today. So, nurturing. Now, nurturing means that we're going to try to get them to go to the next step, which is a rep agreement. And then the rep agreement, we're going to try to get them to go to the next step, which is under contract. And under contract, we're going to try to get them to the next step, which is closed. And if any of these situations, we can end up in a canceled room. Now, a canceled room means the tier 2 is sitting here as canceled, but guess what happens? Over here, this is tier 1. So if any of these exist, they're probably going to be sitting here and incubate. So the client is going to be an incubate, and now so the tier 1 will stay incubate, and their tier 2 will be canceled, which means we're going to continue reaching out to them on a regular basis. And then we find out later they want to create a room, boom, nurturing happens again. Go down the road, it's closed. It's still an incubate. And so now we're going to be calling them on a regular basis again to see how things are going in the incubate and see if we can't reproduce that and create another room. So knowing how the rooms work is very valuable in knowing how the action plans are working in the background. So this is in CXM. It'll show you your leaderboard. Aiden made 108 calls this month. Lindsay, well, she doesn't count. Rosny made 107 calls this month. Sherry made 45. Sunshine made 45. Cindy Bell made 39. And this was several days old. So many more phone calls have been made since that time. So the leaderboard winner is 138. Well, that's again, for us, 122 minutes, Aiden on the phone. Second was 120, which was Cindy Bell. Third was Michael Potter, which also doesn't count. So we've got a couple of agents here in Mega that are making a lot of calls, spending a lot of time on the phone. Good job. And we're going to be tracking that. So if someone is in the new pipeline, what is our intent with that person that's sitting in the new? What do you think? Remember, blue, ice cold. What are we trying to get new to do?
Trying to contact them. We're trying to speak with them to put them
Yes.
on the
Answer the phone.
Yes, we're trying to get them to answer the phone. That's right. Our intent is to call them within 20 seconds and hopefully they answer. That's our intent. So it's helpful to know that. In the nurturing pipeline, what's our intent?
To get them to sign.
To get them to the next step.
Yep. The next step for nurturing is getting pre-qualified, which is, so we don't have a pre-qualified because that's not a pipeline. They're still nurturing because we may or may not have a rep agreement, because the next step after nurturing is rep agreement. So in rep agreement, what's our intent in rep agreement?
That's the hiring process.
So if they're in rep agreement, we've already been hired. So while they're sitting inside the rep agreement, our intent is to get them under contract.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so now we have them under contract. What is our intent with them sitting in the under contract bucket?
Closed.
Get them closed. And now they're sitting in the closed. What is our intent?
Follow up. Get referral.
Referrals. So in every single bucket, we're trying to push them to the next bucket. New, we're trying to get them to answer the phone. Nurturing, we're trying to get them pre-qualified and we're trying to get them to sign a rep agreement. Once they sign our rep agreement, we're trying to find them a house. Excuse me. Trying to get them under
Hey,
contract.
don't put that around your neck.
Once they're under contract, we're trying to get them to the closing table. And then once they're closed, we're trying to get referrals. So the goal here is trying to always move them forward. So this is why inside CXM, when you open it, this is why it looks like this. You have the opportunities vault, and that's a sum of ours and yours because you have opportunity vaults as well. Someone came into your new from our website or from your lead gen, and then it went through the attempt to reach, went through the last chance, and then boom, it fell into opportunities. So you have yours and ours, and it's going to be a number that is the sum of both. Right now, we have somewhere around 18,000 that any of you at all times can call and just go down the list and hit the opportunities vault as often as you want. We've got the ice cold and we have the green. Ice cold, tier 1. Haven't spoken to them at all. That's what the blue means. Now, eventually we will talk with them. So either they're going to go when they answer the phone, the tier 1 will always land in one of two places, incubate or DNC. It's simple as that. New and attempt to reach and last chance, we've not talked to them. If we never speak to them, they're going to land up here in opportunities. But if we do speak to them, they're always going to land in one of two places, incubate and DNC. So if you have 10,000 leads last year and 5,000 of them answered the phone, you'll have 5,000 of them sitting there in incubate. Now, once one of these people says they want to buy a house, that's where you click the button, create room. And now they're going to follow this. When you create the room, you have the ability to manage inside that room what the pipeline's going to be. Because they may say, you know what, send me your rep agreement right now. And they go from incubate to rep agreement. Boom, and it's done. And now you're out there either helping them find a house or you're going to get their property listed, one of the two. Once you get them under contract and then closed, if a transaction canceled, it'll sit here and canceled. But now when they're in a tier 1, it's going to go into one of two places. It's going to wind up in either closed or canceled. And so everything is going through the system until it lands somewhere. We had questions, so raise your hand for those who guys saw two questions pop up.
The opportunities that you're showing here, where do I access that in the app?
You don't.
Oh,
that is in CXM on the desktop. We don't have the opportunity vault in the app. So when you go to realtytexas.me and you click CXM, you will literally see this exactly as it appears here. So I'm going to open up my CXM. And this is, again, part of some of this is the training that Miguel and our team has. I don't know why I don't see my browser. Hold on. I guess it's this one. Yeah, okay, fine. So logged in, you click on your CXM here, and you see this? This is the CXM. Right now, there's 26,915 sitting in the opportunity. There are 25 sitting in new, 2 in attempt to reach, nothing in the last chance at the moment, 25 in incubate. So we're following these. You can see how many are in each one of these. So this is CXM. And so the screenshot that I'm showing you is exactly what you're seeing in the slides. So these slides should look very familiar. Opportunities, new, attempt to reach, all of that. So this is the left-hand bar of your CXM. So again, tier 1, tier 2.
So Jack, you said earlier with the opportunities vault, anyone can call them?
That's right.
So, okay.
That's right. Asia, go make calls right now.
Okay.
Right this moment. This very moment, you can go make a call. And we're going to be doing that on Monday. For those of you, hopefully we're going to call your spheres first. But that's right. Somebody's a Realty Texas agent. They got onboarded and they're able to log in 15 seconds after they're given access to this account. They can go to the opportunity belt and they can start making calls. Are they ready? Probably not. But can they? Yes, they can. Okay. And we have people pulling stuff out of the vault every single day. And when they do, they let Amy know, and then it gets assigned to them. And now hopefully they're on their way of getting a property listed or under contract. So I broke this slide down because this is helpful for you to know what each of these are and where it came from. So the opportunities is the company lead vault. Unresponsive leads are found here. These are leads that we've called 9 times. We have not been able to get a hold of, but sometimes 6 months later, 5 months later, people are able to get a hold of them. And so we're continually every day getting people. And I told you the story about me and buying the pair of Jeeps with Lisa. I was in the middle of Mega. Early on, I clicked a button on the now Maxwell website. They messaged me, and this person was calling me every single day through the entire Mega. And they were super professional every single call, but I didn't call them back because I knew that they were going to not take no for an answer, and they were going to high pressure sales me into going down there. And I didn't want to have any of that. So I just ghosted them until I was ready. Didn't mean I wasn't ready. Doesn't mean I wasn't going to hire them. I already knew who I was going to call when I went to buy that truck. They didn't. For as they knew, I was a bad number. They don't know. So opportunities does not mean a bad client or a bad lead. It just means that they're not ready to answer the phone yet. And it's going to be dumb luck based on whether or not they are not going to answer the phone. So again, my explanation of the lead pipelines is here. So you can keep that if you ever lose sight of the pipelines. Then I've created a one page for each of these. What is the long description of this pipeline? The new. It's where all the leads end up. They first drop into the CXM. They drop into the new pipeline. Our system sends a text to the entire CXM opportunity group letting them know a new opportunity exists. So for the companies, when something drops in new, anybody who is in our system and set active, they can get that lead out of our, what's it called? The grabber form. Let me show you how this works. No. My authenticator app is asking me to log in. Okay, there. I had to see my face. Connect.
I have a question about this too.
We're gonna
It
click.
says if the agent attempts to reach them and can't, then it's moved. How many times, like if the agent wants to just continually, relentlessly call them? No,
Nope.
just once.
Just once. If you're not getting a hold of them, it goes into intent to reach, and that's a 3-hour shift. So if you want to come in and make the 3-hour shift, they will be in the intent to reach, and then our staff are here. The reason we put it in the grabber is because if I can send it out to 300 people, we have a much better chance of being able to get that person in that first 20 seconds, which gives you the highest propensity of getting a hold of them. Moreover, what we have in tech and able to get the data in front of and faster than anybody else is pretty compelling. So let me explain to you why Realty Texas is able to get the lead about 15 seconds ahead of anybody else. We have an API set up, which means that Facebook and Realtor.com and Zillow, every time we buy leads, we ask them for their API information, which means that we get it pulled in through the API, which is instantaneously. The moment the lead comes in, we get it the moment they get it, and it gets inserted in our database probably milliseconds after it was put into theirs. So it's instantaneous. Versus most real estate agents who are buying leads, they don't have an API. And most of them, they're just an individual agent and it's going to their cell phone. And so they're getting a text message. We get the text message too, but it shows up in our system about 9 seconds to 15 seconds before the text message go out. So when we get the information in our system, the notification goes out immediately to everyone. So you have it, and then 7 seconds to 15 seconds later, if this is a Zillow lead or Realtor.com lead that's being sold and being sent to 5 or 6 different agents, they'll get the text message 6 to 7 seconds after we have our notification because of our API. So that 20-second calling in those first couple of seconds is going to allow us to beat our competition, which is really powerful stuff. So to call the news and to get the notification, first on the tools and settings, you will see the CXM group. If you click on the CXM group, it'll show everyone who is in our system. Green means that they're currently enrolled. So Chris and Cindy, Amelia, and Jamara are all turned on, as well as Christine, Lewis. So these are people who are accepted in the Austin marketplace. Scroll down, we have Houston, San Antonio, and other marketplaces. This will show you who's working. So if you need to get a hold of an agent, you can go here and then you can Teams them or text them because you know that they're working. What this means is every single morning, our system at 8:30 deactivates people and sets them to unavailable, sets them to paused. Because what we want is we want every day to people to come out of our morning huddle and mark themselves available. Because if they're still marked from available from yesterday or the day before, how do we know they're really available? So we set them to paused, and then the agent has to click a button which tells us, oh, they're actually working today because they manually clicked that they're working today. So now we know who our sales force is that day. So as we get walk-ins to the office, as we get someone calling us in saying that they need a $500,000 home in Round Rock, we're going to immediately go here and we're going to find the people who are available and we're going to call them and say, hey, we have a new lead, because we're not going to worry about all the people who are not working because they've told us they're not working. So once this is marked available, then you can go over here and you can click on the button here that says grabber. And guess what? There's no leads in the grabber. Yay, that's good news for me because that means that we're caught up. Uh, Last week there was about 20 items in here and I was losing my mind. I was texting people, how is there 20 leads in this grabber with 350 agents? In any event, that is how this works. And then the notification goes out and you can see here are all the notifications that have come in regarding the grabber. So new lead, you get both opportunity vault notifications and when people click one of your gateways. You got a client, you put them in our client gateway. Every time something lists that matches their criteria, it'll send them a notification. So your notifications here are a mix of gateway notifications where they clicked favorite on one of our listings, one of the MLS listings that's in our system, or a new lead came in under the opportunity vaults. So obviously this one came in just a little while ago. So that is how the new operates. So to answer the question, if something comes in that's new, let's grab the wrong screen. Something that comes in new, you guys have the opportunity to call it immediately. You have a 231% greater chance of contacting that lead because you called them in the first 20 seconds. Hopefully you get a hold of them and then now you're working with that person. If not, you click save the notes. Actually, now then that entire yay, as of this morning, that conversation, that recording is automatically being digitized, and then a synopsis and a note is being created and thrown into the system. You're going to mark what the result of that conversation was. No answer, hung up, create room, don't create room. That's, again, a training that's going to come from Amy McAllister's department. So she'll explain all of that side of it. Um, but if they don't answer, it's going to fall into the attempt to reach. And then our callers who are coming in the morning and afternoon shifts, they will start hitting whatever new is in the new that our agents haven't taken already from the blast, and the intent to reach and last chance, which usually we have hundreds. We also have nurturing ones where people are in our nurturing, and we have, I don't know, at any given time, about 4 to 6,000 calls that are due that we have to make. And so Amy McAllister's begging people to come in because if we don't make on average of 500 calls a day, then we are behind and we're actually getting further behind on our calls instead of staying caught up and doing better. So at the end of last month, we had 3,100 calls, so we're averaging on a daily basis behind. Right now, that's grown to almost 4. And so the amount of leads that are coming in right now are actually ballooning us where we're not able to keep up. So we need people to call and help us with this. That's a lot of opportunity, right? Lewis.
Whenever you get, I guess, a lead off the grabber, should there always be notes on that specific call that's coming in?
No, because we've never spoken to them before, so we know nothing about them. This person just clicked register from Facebook or Realtor.com. Now, there may be a note because it might be a Realtor.com lead and they were looking at a specific property and we're going to scrape the address and we're going to pull it along for the ride so you'll at least see what property they were looking at. So it looks like you were looking at 123 Main Street, but if it's some lead providers will give us a little bit of information, but from Facebook, we'll get nothing at all.
Okay. Yeah, because the lead came in, there was no notes. I just checked it just to make sure I knew what I was going to discuss before I called, and it was just a lease. That's all it said. So,
Yep. And a
okay.
lot of the Facebook ones, you will have a note there because it will have an address. Because with our Facebook ones, we're actually running Facebook ads, and we will run an ad, and then we have our lead gen form associated to that ad, and that ad is a property. So when they click it, we send the property address along with it. So it's, hey, it looks like you were interested in one of our lease leads at 123 Main Street in Georgetown. When did you want to see that property? And just try to set an appointment and go show it to them.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So that's our new pipeline. We already know what happens if they don't answer, and new, it falls into the attempt to reach. Attempt to reach, we're trying to get these people to answer the phone for us. And then you guys can read through this stuff, but last chance and nurturing. And now you fall into now our tier twos, which is the nurturing, the rep agreement, and the under contract and the closed. So hopefully now you have a little better understanding of what our pipelines are, why we have tier ones, why we have tier twos, what the blue represents, what the green represents, and what the black represents. Black represents that a transaction canceled, or we've put it in park because we don't know what to do with them quite yet, or they went into the DNC. So those are pipelines that we're not trying to push forward, that they're just stuck in that bucket. That's the end of the line for that particular lead or that situation if it's a tier two. And the dead pipeline is our company do not call pipeline. It is our DNC. So just know that the DNC is the DNC. We have multiple different ways to call our people. You can call them from our desktop app. So if you are using, in fact, that's the only way we had to call for many years as we were developing the app. So if you had come here 2 years ago, for the last year and a half, you would be, when is the app coming out? When is the app coming out? I want to make the call in the app. And so finally the app is here, and the app has been here for a month and a half. And so we have made huge strides in a month and a half. That's not that this app has been here for 2 years. We are pushing forward with the app. And again, we got 3 people fixing and adding and making better. Next thing that's coming in the app is our Realty Texas open house grabber and the company calendar. So we're going to continue building up that app. Phyllis, hi.
Hi. Is there any hope that BombBomb would be integrated with the CXM?
No, because we're building our own. You're going to
Okay.
get a tool. So what's cool about our app is whether it's video or conversations, it's the same thing. Whether it's an MP3 or an MP4, it doesn't matter. The calls that we're recording are all MP3. MP4 just means video, and we already have video as part of our app. And so BombBomb, we're going to be using our BombBomb feature, which is no different than when you're on the phone. It is digitizing the call on our Twilio servers. It will be digitizing the calls on the Twilio server from our app on BombBomb, which is interesting because our Twilio backend service used to have its own, but guess what? They've actually moved over to the Zoom API. So our app is actually going to be using the same syndicator that Zoom is, which is what we're using right now. So the same technology that is sharing the video over Zoom is what exactly the app is going to use to record the FaceTime conversations that's going to be happening, which is going to be cool. And that's coming up. That'll be done first quarter. So that might even be done by the end of February. That's one that Elmer is excited about, but we wanted to get the API integrations done. Not the API, but the Chat GPT AI integrations, which we just finished today. So now we're moving on to the next thing. But in any event, you have 2 ways to make calls. You can make calls from the desktop app, or you can make calls from your mobile app, either one. Scripts. Whew, we need lots of scripts. We need to get really good at our scripts. We've got the AI now that's helping us, so I think that Mega 16 is going to hear some different things than Mega 15, just like Mega 14 heard a couple different things than you heard. Because I believe Mega 16, we will have gotten rid of all of our company scripts completely. And that ChatGPT will be telling us the script based on the situation of that consumer and what's going on with them, the marketplace that they live in. How many of you have know a company called Forewarn? Forewarn is information that you get from your MLS. You pull up basically a background check, shows how many cars they own, how many houses they own, what's going on with them. We have an API to Forewarn. And so we're going to be able to pull in that forewarn information as part of this information, which is going to help us grab their real name, their real phone number. I mean, we're going to have their phone number. It's going to help let us pull in their real name, their property information, and we're going to have an entire dossier on each one of these people by the time Mega 16 happens. And so it's just really cool. What some of the stuff we're playing with right now is next level. So we're super excited about it. So you might want to see this class at Mega 16 because we're going to be talking a whole different language. But right now, it is the scripts that we have, at least already yesterday, when you click the generate button, there's already a script there that's a little bit different than the Realty Texas scripts. But for now, one of the best ways you're going to learn scripts and objection handling, of course, is coming into our sales meeting. I have three audios here. This used to be a really big deal. And it's not a big deal anymore. This was a recording of one of the calls. And when we started recording calls, people were like,
hey, good morning. It's Brian here with Realty Texas giving you a call. Really should I comment that you're interested in checking out 700 County Road 423 in Taylor there? Did you want to
Yes,
spend time to
I
go
am.
look at that in person, or?
Yes, I mean, I want to check it out. If there's any problem with that land?
Let me just check it out here and see what I can find out about that particular property.
so here are three phone calls that we actually recorded that the first phone call resulted in a closed transaction. Using our system, the lead came in, it was registered, the agent pushed the call button, the customer answered, and we had it recorded, and we were able to capture that. And that was with our CXM was in infancy when we were all excited about, hey, we're able to record a conversation, which seems like a million years ago. But now that we have our sales meeting every week and we actually play these recordings as part of our sales meeting, these recordings become less important at Mega. But I do ask you guys to go to your weekly sales meetings so you can hear these recordings so you can really get the really best sales training that we can get in terms of the scripts. It's interesting, Phyllis, that you asked me about BombBomb because that's my next script. We have a free account with BombBomb. For those of you who want to get our username and password, it's a shared BombBomb account. BombBomb's not very expensive. They also offer all Realty Texas agents a discount because we have been using BombBomb since they originally came out. I think it's a very cool tool. Like I said, we're creating a BombBomb in our app that is going to be probably rolled out by somewhere between, I would say March 10th, if I had to put a date to it, right towards the end of the first quarter. BombBomb is a way for you to be able to convert it even a higher level. These are text messages that are going to get sent. That is going to be a video of you talking to the consumer. Instead of you leaving a voicemail, we're going to leave a video, a message to their text message after they call us. And so if you find a technology that brings you closer to the consumer, that instead of tries to insert themselves between you and them, gives a technology that brings you closer and they can see you and hear you better, that's one to take notice. And of course, BombBomb does exactly that. It is 4:04. I'm going to send us on break. We're going to come back from break. We're going to watch the BombBomb video, and then we're going to do some scripts together. All right, so let's come back at 4:15. I know, fast-paced day.
Jack, this is Phyllis.
Hello.
I was going to mention, BombBomb was I had the highest level of response when I used BombBomb and I got out of it. You know, I should have stayed with it, but it was so effective. And, as you know, you can see how many people respond or how many times they open the video. And even people that wouldn't take my call, they would open the video and it was nothing to see them watch it 3 to 5 times. And then eventually I would make connections. So I'm definitely going to implement that again. And I'm glad to know that Realty Texas does that. So, or there's a share process. You said it's a discount.
Yeah, so we have two things. We have a company account that we give all of our agents a username and password, and so you can use a shared account where you go in, everyone else can see your videos and you can see there. So some people don't want to get involved in that, but at least it's a way for you to use BombBomb at no cost. Or you can give them the Realty Texas, call them and say, I'm from Realty Texas, and they will give you a discount. Or you can wait till March and use the free version that we have, or any of the three.
Good deal.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they'd need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, we are in our last 45 minutes of Mega. As you know, all this stuff goes by so quick. And then we are going to begin our week. I certainly hope that all of you have open houses scheduled for this weekend, and going to go out and do some really cool, amazing income producing activities. Hopefully, you're going to knock on the doors next to the properties that next to your open house and invite them to come and do all that great stuff. All right, looks like all of you are back, so thank you for that. BombBomb. BombBomb, the beauty about BombBomb is that it allows an agent to film a video real time and send it real time via email and make that possible. Think about it for a moment. If you film a video and that video is, let's say, 15 seconds long or 30 seconds long, which could easily happen because maybe you're going to do a video tour of a property or you're going to respond to something and you're going to send it to them. How are you going to get a 30-second video to a client? You can send them a text message. Probably all of us have found that if you try to send a video to a client, it's going to say, it's going to let you to send the first 3 seconds of it, and then it's going to truncate the rest of the video and it won't let you. Obviously, if you've got a good 30-second video, it's going to be, what, 80 megs to 150 megs? It's not going to let you email it because you're going to have a 50 megabyte file storage limit. So the question is then, how do you get that video to them? And that's the beauty of BombBomb. BombBomb is recording using your camera, but actually live streaming it to their servers. So it's actually being stored on their servers. They package it just like you would a YouTube. They give you a thumbnail, put the thumbnail in the email, which is 15, 20, 30 KB, very, very small, throw it in the email. So when you click send, a very light email goes, and the picture, what looks like a video, is not the video at all. It's just a picture with the play button. And then when you push the play button, it actually plays in a video recorder that is installed in your web browser. So it allows you to send a video quickly, effectively, and it's super light, and you can send it via text message or you can send it via email. You would think that in today's day and age that they would have this kind of tech everywhere, but they simply don't. So BombBomb was the first to market. I think that tech is going to get there and completely make their business go out of business because I think the tech is going to replace them completely with the features that you have in apps like FaceTime and our app and things, and even the Zoom app. So I think that they'll be gone in 5 years from now. With companies like ourselves who are building an app so that we can have that in-house. In any event, what they have now is pretty cool because you can't really get that anywhere else for what they have. But they've got some extras on there that are pretty cool too. As Phyllis was saying, you can see how many times they watched it, how many minutes of it they watched. You can see if they've registered, that you can see everything about what's going on in the background. So if you do a marketing video and you send that out to 15 people, it's pretty cool. They actually have AI built into BombBomb now, where before you would actually have to create a type in the name of the client, and then it would digitize the name and then have like maybe a chalkboard in the video. So you would have the video screenshot and it would say hello Mike, uh, holding a chalkboard, as if the person wrote hi Mike and then wrote that, so that you could really tell that this video is personalized to you, so much so that obviously it's proven because you hand wrote something on a chalkboard. Well, AI has already taken that out and they can easily recreate that in AI, which wasn't the case 4 or 5 years ago. In any event, what I'm getting at is the video, or the image that goes along with the email. Now they can recreate that for your entire database. So you can film one video and it will even change the audio. Hi Mike, hi Jack. and it will then send out to your entire database one video. You could do a market update that says, hey everyone, and send that out, or it can actually insert their name over your voice and push that out. There's a really cool website called Synthesia. Synthesia will allow you to create avatars and do all kinds of stuff if you're shy and you don't want to be the face of your business. What did we hear from Vanessa Van Edwards? The lady in the mall who spilled the smoothie all over the table was liked a lot more than the person who filmed the perfect video and made no mistakes. So that is an underline to each of you to be yourself. Don't recreate the video because you made a mistake. I'm going to rewind the clock a few decades for all of us. Some of you, it's going to rewind before you were born. Some of you, it's going to not. How many of you remember when answering machines came out? Okay. People hated them. And in fact, I would go home and I'd see the light blinking and I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. And the first beep, I hate these things. Beep, I hate these things. Beep, right? And that's what, and then they created an erase button where you could erase it and you could re-record it. And so we weren't used to this, and we weren't used to the sound of our own voice yet, hearing it on anywhere recorded. It might be for the first time someone ever heard their voice recorded, ever for that matter. So they would record it 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 times over and over again to get the voicemail just right. How about now? Do you even worry about recording it and doing it over 5, 6 times, or you just leave your dang voicemail? Oops. I mean, I have people, and I'm not even kidding. I had a voicemail left for me, and it said, "Hi, Jack, comma, I was just trying to get a hold of you." And I'm like, did they just say comma? They just said comma on my voicemail. They're so used to speech to text now that they left me a voicemail using the word comma. And I'm like, I didn't even notice that they did that. That's hilarious. And they didn't even care if they did notice to recreate it because, you know, the people just don't care. So I'm telling you this story partly because it's funny, but also partly because I don't want you to redo your videos 10 times. Don't put yourself through all of that drama to record the video over and over and over again and make it perfect. If you blunder or make up, mess up, own it. Just move on. It's okay. Um, People might giggle and laugh and think, okay, so poke fun at yourself. Like, oops, I can't talk today. Okay, and get yourself back on track. So you can make video really complicated for yourself. And you can spend the entire day trying to do one video because you've done the same video 10 times when you could have sent 10 people 10 different videos. And each one of those videos had mistakes that they made you like you more. Or you can spend all day deleting videos that would have made people like you more, replacing it with ones that they secretly hate you. Because remember how we all said that when you're perfect, people don't like you as much? So don't be that person. Let yourself be real. All right, this BombBomb video, I'm going to fast forward it a few all the way through, but I'm just going to show you kind of what BombBomb's about.
Hey everyone, Steve Passanelli with BombBomb. You know, last year we released a series of training classes that you guys told us that you absolutely loved, and we haven't done one in a long time. So we wanted to bring something back totally new, totally fresh, that's going to help you convert more leads using video. So why are we doing this? Well, last year we conducted a survey, and we asked realtors just like you what your biggest challenges were in lead conversion. And we received 2 responses. Number 1, you didn't have a process, or your process wasn't quite as effective as you would like it to be to generate, number 2, more replies and more responses. And that's what we're going to focus in on this 3-part video training series. We're going to start off with a video about buyers. Then we're going to move into a video about sellers for the second one. And the third video is going to be all about follow-up, because we know that they don't always respond to that first email. What's the second, the third, the fourth email that you can send to generate higher responses? Remember, this is based off of some of the best realtors around the country using video in their business, and you're going to be implementing these same exact strategies. Okay, here's our first case scenario. In a very good place to have them say, hey, this person probably knows a little
All right, so he's going to film a video. He just had an online lead come in. That lead comes in, and this is how you do it. You bring up the form right here.
You're going to learn in video 3, email 2, 3, and 4. That's going to help us out with this process. But if you follow these guidelines, which I'm going to show you how to do right now, we know that you are going to get more replies using this simple 3-step strategy. All right, so here I am in my BombBomb dashboard. I'm going to show you the exact process, step by step, on how to get more replies and responses from your leads. And it's going to start here with this send button. If I click this send button in my BombBomb, either on my laptop or desktop computer, this is going to enable me to quickly and easily send a video and add text. Now don't worry, if you want to do this from your iPhone or Android device, we're going to be covering that in the second video. The first thing we want to pay attention to when you're sending any email is, of course, the subject line. That's what's going to entice the person to actually open your email. So if I go up here to the top of my screen and I delete video email from BombBomb and I replace that with video : and then the property address, we found this is a fantastic way to get your emails open. How will you know your emails are open? Because it's going to tell you the quick send is set up to give you a real-time alert when your email is open and your video is played, so you know the best time to reach out to that contact. So video : 1621 Spruce Street. I think you're really going to like that subject line. They're going to open these emails, and again, you're going to be able to see, you're going to be able to test it for yourself. Now the next thing we want to do is add in the text. Now it's a short amount of text, so you can type it in yourself, but in this case I have it pre-written over here. You can have it pre-written somewhere else as well, or you can have a template set up in BombBomb with the text there for you. Since we're doing it from our sender option up here on the right, I'm just going to copy and paste this in. The template would be another topic here altogether. Now there's a few things that I need to make sure I adjust in this template. Thanks for reaching out to me about this home. Obviously we don't want to have first name there, and this is Jeff. So we type in Jeff. Watch this personal video above for some important details. I'd love to share more and show you the home. Does, and we want to choose time 1. We want to be very specific right here. So we'll say does Friday at 4 p.m. or does Saturday at 10 a.m. work better? Now notice this email is extremely short. There's not a lot of text there. Remember, we need to think about where this person is in the process. There's a good chance that they want to see this property. So we're being a little bit bold in this presumption, but this is definitely the best way to start. You want to ask for the showing right off the bat. Important details for Jeff, but the key thing is just make sure you have Jeff's name written down on a piece of paper or a whiteboard. And watch this, and I am going to hover my cursor over the thumbnail. I'm going to hold up this message and I'm going to smile and click.
Click the send button, they're going to get it. Then there's reporting tools that will show you if they opened it, how long they watched, and you can watch how many times they opened it, if they forwarded it to someone else, if they deleted it. You'll see all that's going on there. So BombBomb is a really, really great tool that will give the customer a 3D dimension of you. So it's not just a 1D. It's not just hearing your voice or reading your words. They're going to get all of it together, and it should be all housed around trying to set an appointment for that client. So call to action, set an appointment. That's what this is for. This works good for any kind of sales, especially real estate sales. So if you have a client and that client is non-responsive, again, we can send these videos via text message or we can send them via email. BombBomb now has AI that will allow this chalkboard thing to be filled out for you automatically. If you're interested in BombBomb, you can go to bombbomb.com, let them know about Realty Texas. They will give you a discount in signing up, or you can wait till March to implement it, or you can reach out to Amy McAllister. She will give you our company's username and password. And it's a shared account that we're using, and they've given us a shared account so that we can use that for agents to get to use it, decide they like it, and then go to BombBomb and purchase their own. So you'll see a lot of different videos from different agents who have been doing BombBomb videos for quite some time. And so some agents don't want other people to see their BombBomb, so they want their own account. But if you want it free, you can use a shared account that we have. It is a super cool tool. I think you guys should use it. How many of you are getting pretty close to having your UVP elevator speech ready for Mega? Belladonna? Lewis, I heard yours. Mario, good job. Who else? Phyllis, nice. All right. Kame, Ken. All right. So you've got a whole weekend. Hopefully this weekend you're going to pack in some memorization of the 23 paragraphs, the 17 articles, your unique value proposition, doing a couple of open houses and making some calls. So this is going to be a very productive weekend for us real estate agents. How many of you heard of the Ford script? Okay. I'm going to put you guys in groups of 2, and I'm going to have you do the Ford script with each other. And by the time you're done with the Ford script, you will have learned some really cool things about your fellow agent. F stands for family, O stands for occupation, R stands for recreation, D stands for dreams. Take them through the Ford script, and then see where that conversation goes. Hi, so you got any kids? What, are you married? Family that live nearby, however you want to start that conversation. But in your brain, you can be focusing on what they're saying instead of trying to figure out what you're going to say next, which a lot of people don't have that gift of social, which means they are like Kobe Bryant and that he didn't have the best grip. So he had to figure out how he was going to level up. And the Ford script helps salespeople level up because if we're busy thinking about what we're going to say next, we're not listening to them at all. So the Ford script is just a word that was going to help us take us to the next level. So if the conversation goes flat, so what do you do? What business are you in? Which immediately takes you to the next subject without you having a hard start and just sitting there for 15 seconds trying to figure out what to say, and you're awkwardly sitting there trying to think of something to say, but just nothing's coming to mind, and then it's just awkward. There are people that find themselves in that situation. So the Ford script was designed for this. And then after you kind of talk that through, then recreation and then dreams. When you ask the question, don't turn it around on you and then tell them, oh, so do you have any family? I have family. I have, and take over the whole conversation and not allow them to speak. So you got any family? Really? This list, empathy. Wow. Yes. Amazing. Really? Be interested and listen and give them an opportunity to speak. When we ask people questions and let them tell their story, they like us so much more. So don't use this as an opportunity to start a conversation and then dominate the conversation. Invest in them. And when they ask you a question, answer it. Then let them have another turn at talking. Because if we want to invest our time in people meaningfully and build relationships, it starts by listening to them and learning their story. And the story that you learn is important. So we're going to do this together in groups. All right. So I'm going to create 16 groups. Okay. All the people with their cameras off, I'm going to put them in the same room because I don't know if they are here.
Out of daddy's truck eating that because daddy don't want you eating it.
And Aiden, that's good. Where's Deandra? There. Oh, okay, cool. All right. I'm going to put you guys in here for 9 minutes. No, I'm going to give you 10 minutes. All right. So I want you both to go. So you're going to have to switch 5 minutes into it. Take them through the Ford script, starting with asking the opening Ford F. Family, occupation, recreation, dreams. You might want to write that down if you don't have it down already on paper.
He's putting you in a room right now.
Good. I put Andrew, Deandra, you, Lewis, Michael, Miguel, Sean, and Yesenia in room 16 all together. And hopefully there's 2 people there for Yesenia said she may do it. Sean said she's here. Sean might be by herself. But
she's not really paying attention, I think, anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, that I'm doing other stuff while I'm listening to you guys, but I'm not fully here, so.
No problem. Thank you, Yesenia. I always like having you here.
Thank you.
Was Lewis in 2 rooms? I mean, did he have 2 apps open?
No, just one.
Oh, there he is. There he goes. Okay.
How many of you actually got through both sides? How many of you learned something about your fellow classmate?
We did, and I wish the session would have been just a little bit longer because we really got into the details. And thank you for pairing me up with Chris because we had a lot of things in common.
We'll finish it later.
Yeah, we will, Chris.
And what's great about that is that all of a sudden, we have created relationships inside of Mega between you and your classmate. And all you did was start with a Ford, and you needed more than 10 minutes.
Absolutely, yes, we did.
Imagine out in the real world at an open house. You start with the Ford script. Imagine if you're at a chamber meeting, or you're at maybe a city council meeting, and you meet someone new for the first time, and you just take them through the Ford. I don't call it a Ford script. I call it a Ford interview. And you take them through that interview, and you're building a relationship. You're learning about the stuff that really matter, about what's going on with their family and what they do for a living and things that they like as their hobbies. I mean, these are real things, tangible things that people are passionate about, and it ignites their passions. You can see that, and a real good relationship is being built. And this is such a great way to spark the conversation. So if you're someone that struggles with conversation, this is a way that will ensure that you never struggle again. Did any of you struggle with this? Okay, good. All right, we're going to do more
I
of
think
these.
at first we did, but it got easier as we started talking to each other.
It was hard not to have like the back and forth, because that's how my normal conversations go. I know it's all about learning about them, but it was hard.
So I want you to think about you being in New York, and you're in a elevator that's on the 80th floor. That's going to be a long way down. And you get on the elevator and it's just you and one other person. How many times have you got in the elevator and you're looking to the right to the person next to you, and you're like, I'm going to say something. I'm going to say hi to them. Oh, what do I say? I could ask them how their day is. Not stupid. I could ask them. No, I'm not going to ask them about the weather. That's ridiculous. And you have a conversation in your head about what you're going to talk to them. By the time you get to the bottom, you said nothing at all. And then halfway down, you're like, it's too late. I'm just not going to say anything at all because now it's too late. You can get out of your head now because you know, boom, Ford. So, got any family in town? Boom. Ignited passion and conversation goes. So I challenge you to never let the elevator get to the bottom without striking a conversation with someone again. That is what would Jack do? Jack would start up the conversation, because that could be someone say, oh, actually, you know what? I'm here at a conference. I live in Austin, but we're going to be moving soon. That conversation could have happened right there in the elevator. And it's a missed opportunity because we were in our head because we didn't know how to start that conversation. Now, we all know someone in our lives that just naturally, without the Ford script, would have found out what blood type they had by the time we got to the bottom floor. That might not be you, and that's okay, but the Ford script will help you step out of the eggshell, and it will turn you into a natural conversation starter on things that the other people are passionate about. Just make sure that you don't turn the conversation back onto yourself, to really heed that warning and let them go through that conversation. All right, so that's the first one. I have a dream for you this weekend, and that you're going to use the 4 script 5 times. 5 times. Can you do that? And on Monday, I'm going to ask you, when you come in Monday for class, I'm going to ask for 5 examples of how you used the 4 script. Okay. You pick up the phone and you call someone. Remember, we're going to call them 9 times, and we've heard from all kinds of different people that said you need to call them at least 7 times. You need to call them, the more times you call them, the better, right? What happens if someone calls you and says, "Why are you calling me so much? You've left me like 6 voicemails. Why?"
If
That's
I'm
gonna
working, oh, sorry.
No,
I thought you wanted me to say what you were gonna.
I do. So you're going to do it. I just want to say that out of 150 leads, you might get that might happen once. And I want you to be prepared for that and drop the mic on them. So Juliana, drop the mic on us.
Wait, okay, I got nervous. Okay.
Uh-huh.
If I'm working this hard to get a hold of you, imagine how hard I will work when I have your listing or I'm trying to find you a house or something like that. But one more like enthusiasm, but I got nervous.
You did great. Exactly right. If I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I'm going to work to find you the perfect home. Or if I'm working this hard just to get in touch with you, imagine how hard I'm going to work to sell your house. You know, you're going to say it with inflection and you're going to say it with the mic drop ending, but it's very difficult for someone to not be like, all right, well, all right. Can't argue with that. That's a hard one to argue with. We're going to go through that first objection. We're also going to go through script version 1, which is a new lead that pops in that we have either their first name or where they came from or the address that they registered on. We're going to talk about the different variations of scripts, and I'm going to throw you in a room so that you guys can practice this script as we finish out the day. We have 7 more slides, and all of the slides are all of the scripts. Just like always, I'm going to send you the video with the exam so you can take the exam on your own if you would like, or you can wait for my video to come out. It takes sales reps an average of 8 tries to reach a lead. Best times for calls is 4 to 5, worst is 11 to 2 p.m. Well, hello. 57% of clients' buying journey is done before you meet them. 80% of sales require 5 follow-up calls. The average sales rep only tries to reach a lead twice. 50% of leads who become qualified are not yet ready. Nurtured leads produce 20% or more sale opportunities. Just 2% of cold calls result in an appointment. We don't do cold calls. We call people who call us. 93% of prospects who convert do so by the 6th call attempt. 80% of sales calls go to voicemail and 90% are never returned. These are the science of cold calling, 10 sales stats to know. We teach you every single one of those. Again, here is our follow-up plans, new pipeline, what's going to happen in our action plans and smart plans. You have these, you can apply these to your own leads by turning them on. Learning how to do this is with Amy McAllister in our CXM training. Our action plans are company versus agent, which is the same. So we have 2 sets, one for the company, and then you take the company and it duplicates it for you, and then you can change it. We have 4 leads that are unsure, which means they didn't tell you that they're a buyer, seller, or a lease. So let's just look at CXM. Let's just look at agents. If you apply your smart plans, you'll have 2 sets, one in English and Spanish. And then you'll have 4 sets, sellers, buyers, tenants, or we're not sure. And then we use very specific seller language in the smart plans if they're a seller or buyer or a tenant or unsure. And then each one has smart plans and action plans, both text message, emails, and call attempts for the new pipeline, the attempt to reach pipeline, the last chance pipeline, and the incubate pipeline. And so we've broken down these in a very organized way. We have created amazing smart plan, action plan language to text out into email, all done for you. You just click one button and they're all applied to your people. So let's talk about scripts. Oh, and we're going to talk about scripts, not RPR. So there's 5 elements to one of our scripts that come in, the leads that come in. Their name, our name, the brokerage name. Trek says we're supposed to identify ourselves in our brokerage name at first contact. So, hi Tom, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Those are the first three things that are supposed to come out of your mouth. Then we need to tell them how and why we're calling them, where we found them. I have found it works really good if you remind them of who they contacted to get me in touch with. So I'm going to say, "Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com said." So I'm not calling you at a cold call, but Realtor.com asked you to call me. Remember when you push that button? Yeah, that's me calling you. All right. "Hi, Tom. Jack Stapleton from Realty Texas. Realtor.com said you're interested in 123 Main Street. When would you like to see that property?" This is a script that Zillow and Realtor.com both agree on, and that's the only thing they agree on, is this particular script. Now we have this whole other thing going on with meeting at the property and going through the representation agreement before we see the inside. Both Realtor.com and Zillow both right now are doubling down. Keep using this script and get to the problem and deal with the buyer rep agreement when you get to the property. A lot of trainers will tell you, don't go through this script. Invite them to come into a buyer orientation and meet them in the office. Thing is that what we have found is that people are online and they're clicking a button and you're getting their information. They've clicked screens that said, "You want to see this property, click it." So again, they're not spending a lifetime dreaming about hiring a real estate agent. We are a avenue that's going to help get them there. And so they want us to, Realtor.com and Zillow, they want us to meet them at the property and build a relationship with them in person. So I look at it this way. You're never going to convert someone over the phone. I want you to say that out loud in the rooms that you're in right now. I am never going to convert someone over the phone. Say it out loud. I am never going to convert someone over the phone. You convert them when you meet them in the real world. You can have 16 conversations that lasted an hour and then walk into an open house and you're a distant memory. You're not creating a relationship over the phone. The moment you meet them or the moment they agree to meet you, in their mind has been proven that they're telling people, "I'm going to meet," and I don't say this, I'm using their language, "I'm going to meet my realtor." If someone sets an appointment to meet an agent, they're going to tell their people, "I'm going to meet my realtor." And they're like, "Oh, who are they?" "I don't know. Someone I just clicked a button to go see a property." But that's what's in their head. And so you already know that maybe they're not in the market to hire a realtor. At this point, all we can do is screw it up. Because they're not looking to hire someone. You're the first one to show up and they don't understand the value of one versus the other because NAR said we're all realtors. We're all ethical. Pick any of us, we're good, right? So there's no differentiating between us real estate agents. That's on us to do. So the consumer thinks, "Oh, realtor, they're all the same." But that's not true. That's for us to determine that value. So set the appointment because that's what I look at this is you're setting the appointment to go meet them. Now, when you meet them, you're in an interview to get hired. So that interview in person is your ability to get hired. Now, NAR said don't step inside until you have your rep agreement signed, which is why we've given you an app that will send them a text message that says, "Due to recent regulatory changes, we have some formalities that we have to get through. First, I have to get you a disclosure from the Texas Real Estate Commission called the Information About Brokerage Services. It comes in 5 elements. And then I have to talk to you about my broker agreement. It comes in 3 elements. Once we get through that, then I'm authorized to open the door. Will you bear with me as we go through these?" That is the dialogue. It's not hard, but you have to get through it when they get there. And when you tell them there have been regulatory changes and I have some formalities that I have to go through, will you bear with me? They're going to be like, "Okay, I get it. You have to do your job." That is the very best way to get through this. Now, I know we're running out of time, but I want to put you guys in groups because I want you guys to go through this script. "Hi, Tom. This is agent name, Jack, with Realty Texas. Realtor.com asked me to call you regarding 123 Main Street. When would you like to see this property?" Set the appointment. And then, "Are there any other homes that you would like to see?" And then, "Tom, someone else may call from my firm. Just let him know Jack's already helped you." This is the 5 elements, meaning we know all pieces of information. Sometimes we don't know where they came from. The source is empty. It says unknown. Sometimes the address is missing. So we have to ad lib. So we have 5 different versions of this. The version 1 is we have all these pieces of information. I want you to try this script with a couple of times, at least 3 times. I wish we had another 20 minutes, but we don't. I'm going to put you in groups, and I want you guys to do this at least 3 times with one person, flip the script, and do it 3 times with the other. Then we're going to come back to the group. I'm going to give you guys, it takes, by the way, 40 seconds to do the script once. We don't need more than 6 minutes. I'm creating your rooms now. Okay. And it's going to be also the same groups you had before, your groups of 2. Hello, Ormsby. I'm losing my voice.
You know, a lot of good information going in there today.
Hello, Mr. Potter. How are you?
Doing good. I've been watching in the background.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have you mentioned pilots to them yet?
I have. I mentioned all about that.
Yeah, and I got some of them already hitting me up. So we have a spot reserved on Thursdays between 1 and 4.
Hello, Belladonna. Hello, Latanya. You guys came back.
I
Yeah,
was
I
put in
didn't
by
have anyone in
myself.
my room.
Me neither.
So someone didn't grab. All right, so I'm going to put you 2 in a room together.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
Okay, Belladonna is... Ooh, Savion also doesn't have someone. All right, I'm going to put room in 8. And then Latanya, I'm going to put you...
I was in a group of 3 at first with Felix and Gavin.
I'm going to put you in group 12.
Sounds great.
That's you and Mario, because he was by himself too. All right. Thank you for coming back and let us know. Sorry that you were in there by yourself.
No worries. Thank you.
Savignon is by herself. I'm going to put her in group number 6. Nope. I don't have a place for her, so I'm going to have to move her. She's like, wait about me. Oh, she just logged out. Belladonna, did you not get the invitation?
I joined the room. I was just in there by myself, and I thought,
All
wait,
right.
I thought we
I'm
were
going to
supposed
put you in 6, and I'm going to move Savion to 6. So I'm moving you both into a new room. You both get the invitation, and you should both see it.
Okay, thank you.
And that's what's hard about these groups of 2. But I think it's all working out good now. How are your points coming along, Ormsby? How's your Mega Minis? I guess we can talk about that at our meeting after Mega. Because I haven't had an opportunity to pop into Mega Mini at all. Just to see what's going on in there, see how much fun everybody's having. Was everyone able to do it at least once? How'd that feel?
Pretty good.
Pretty smooth? Go pretty smooth. We're going to do more of that on Monday. First thing, as soon as we get through our class review, I'm going to put you back into your groups. We're going to do those scripts, and we're going to also do an appointment setting script. And we're going to spend probably the first 40 minutes just going back and forth from each, put you in different groups so you can do it with different people so that you can build competency and build just a little bit more self-confidence. So when the phone rings, you can rattle off that script and you'll be prepared for it. It's going to help you and it'll pay back dividends. You guys did very well today. Happy Friday. Thank you for doing such an amazing job and all of the passion that you're pouring into this class. It's noticed. Lisa and I are very, very happy and excited to have Mega 15. You guys are doing amazing. I'm going to stick around for about 10 minutes and answer questions that you may have, but you are officially class dismissed. Lisa, do you have anything for them this time?
I mean, just watch for my message in Teams, and I will also send you an email about getting all your goodies together for your vision board, which we will do on Tuesday. We'll start with Mega Mini, just kind of a debrief for 15.4, and then we'll go into our vision boards.
Awesome. Thank you, Ormsby. All right, everyone, go do amazing things this weekend. I can't wait to see you all on Monday morning. Sean, you're the first up.
Awesome. So I don't want to ask you this question, but I do want to kind of, because I was doing it as you were talking. The sync button when you go to your contacts from the app on my phone, I was able to do what you've been teaching from the beginning when the app first rolled out, which is basically identify your person as a trade or an agent or a client. So I did that. I guess, and I know I probably need to go to Amy or look at a video, but I was wondering, when I designate those people as agents or clients, does it automatically sync into the app and know it and pull the lead in, or what
Yes.
is my next step?
As soon as you do that, you should be clicking on your clients tab and see that person sitting there as a client for those that are clients.
Awesome. Okay,
It
okay,
should
because
be.
it hadn't refreshed when I checked the last time. I just wanted to make sure. I figured that was probably what was gonna happen, but
Yep. If the lead, we had about 3,000 leads ingested through that form. We had about
Mhm.
800 that were not. They were stuck in an intermediary process because the
Okay.
lead didn't have a first name and our system wouldn't accept it in. So when we found out that today, we already patched it and we have taken those that were stuck in that middle step and actually inserted them. So now they're actually there. So
Okay.
now you shouldn't have any issues going forward.
Perfect. Thank you, Jet.
Thank you, Sean. Happy weekend.
You too.
Belladonna and then Mohammed.
First of all, thank you, Jack, for doing this for us. Secondly, I'm kind of with the app as well, the sync. So when I'm putting them as client,
Yep.
and because I'm doing that so that I can call my database as well and have
Yep.
it recorded so I can listen to see how I sound speaking with people I know.
Yes.
So I am putting them as client and then hitting the sync. Do those then become part of the major database and are other agents going to be calling them?
Nope.
No, right?
Nope.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Nope. Those
And
are
also,
segmented, assigned to you as an agent. Nobody else can see them except for you.
and because some of those don't have the, like you were saying, don't have the email and stuff like that. So I
If
need to
it
go
doesn't
in
have
there.
an email, it's going to import into your system at none.com. And if it doesn't have a phone number, it's going to put all zeros. If it doesn't have a name, it's going to put unknown as the name when you import them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
But you're the only one that can see them, 100%. Mohammed.
Yes, sir. On my .me, when I go to Learning Center and I go to the exam, I don't have the mega exam there. So I don't know how to take it.
Okay, Mohammed, I will fix that for you. You have passed all the exams already.
Okay. So I don't have to take it?
You've already passed them. So if you would like to take it again, I can delete your old exam so you can retake it. But you already passed it. So passed it once, passed it twice.
Okay.
But if you want to take it again, I'm happy to delete your exam so you can retake it.
I don't want to delete the old stuff. I want to have a keep as a record.
Okay, well, there you
That's
go.
good. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm learning a lot of new stuff.
Good, Mohammed.
I'm glad I came back here. And I'm meeting new agents, you know, I'm making more friends and
woo.
Well, Mohammed, I'm in San Antonio and I'm always looking for someone to go with me to
so
the.
come and meet me. Why don't you call me?
I don't. Oh, okay.
I'm not going to call you because I'm not good with communication the first time.
Okay, good.
But
Good.
you have to reach to me.
I have no problem calling people. Trust me, I will be calling you.
Mohammed, just use the Ford system, buddy.
I see the two of them working beautifully together.
Yeah, but I want to meet her, but I want her to meet me, you know. If she don't want to meet me, I won't force her. I want her to come to me. Then we can do
Typical man, right?
No.
You
no.
said
because
it, I did it.
I have bad experiences before, so I don't want to approach them first.
Hey, Jack, I have a question.
Sunshine.
All the chat that has been happening during this class.
Yes.
Can I see it after class ends?
No, we don't save the chat. What happens in chat stays in chat.
Okay, because I was looking for Miguel's number and and also that link that you sent me for that
So
class
if you
that I was
go
going to.
into your app and you click on the contacts and click RT, he's in the list. So you'll
Okay.
see him there.
Oh.
And also, if you go into Teams and you type Miguel, you can call him through Teams, but his phone number is also in Teams. So multiple ways to find Miguel.
Okay. I just need the entry to get in to the office. because
He's
I
the
don't
one who will give you, everybody has their own code. So
I
a
know.
code has already been generated from you. So give him a
Right.
call so that he can call you. In fact, Miguel, I see him here. I know he's doing accounting work at the moment.
Sorry, I'm back. What's up?
Sunshine needs a code to get in. Can you call her and let her know what her code is?
I will send it to her right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. I know he sent it to me once, but there's
a lot.
I'm learning to juggle all these things.
Good job. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Go out and do amazing things, and we'll see you on Monday. Bye,
See you
Mohammed.
Monday. Bye, bye everybody.
Bye, Sunshine.
Bye.